Hello, everyone. We welcome you to the inauguration ceremony of Business Conclave 2021, the annual flagship event of IIM Bangalore EPGP program. Indian economy and businesses are facing unprecedented challenges and at the same time, massive opportunities. In Q1 of this financial year, India's GDP grew by a record 20% over the previous year, when it had massively declined by 26%. Household spending is expected to increase by 9% in the second half of this year, but it will still remain below the pre-pandemic levels. The manufacturing PMI index has recovered to levels of 55, but the recovery of the service sector is still doubtful. The daily vaccination run rate has gone over 7 million in the past few weeks, and over 65% of the population has been vaccinated at least once. While active COVID cases are stable right now, there is still a threat of a third wave. The Sensex has crossed a record 59,000 in market cap, and the Indian equity market has become the sixth largest in the world. In 2021 alone, we have minted 26 startup unicorns, that is, those startups with a valuation of more than $1 billion. But there is a doubt whether these gains are supported by ground level growth or whether they are just a bubble. For the sake of our environment, there's an urgent need to move towards sustainability. Our corporates and our businesses need to take the right step in this direction. What do all these trends mean for the economy, policy making, changing consumer preferences, startups, and leadership? Where do we go from here? What are some of the best practices that can be followed? For the 2021 edition of Business Conclave, we chose the theme of adapting to emerging trends, anticipate, proact, and lead to find answers to these questions. Our logo signifies the fact that a leader is standing at a point from where there are multiple approaches to reach his or her goal. Despite all these uncertainties, successful companies and their leaders have found ways to navigate these challenges. I hope this event will be a great platform for all attendees to gather wisdom from such thought leaders and experts who are at the forefront of their domains, who are currently successful facing these challenges and creating new opportunities. Now we will start the event by lighting the virtual lamp.
आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः.
We would like to invite Professor Rishikesh Krishnan, Director of IIM Bangalore, to say a few words.
Yeah, hello, good morning, and it's a great pleasure to be participating in the Business Conclave of 2021. At the outset, let me congratulate the participants in our one-year full-time MBA program, EPGP, for putting together an excellent event. I went through the list of speakers and the sessions planned, and certainly some of the best minds in India are participating and speaking in this event. So my congratulations and compliments to the EPGP team for putting this event together. As was mentioned in the introduction, the last couple of years have been challenging years for all of us. And there are many new things we need to think about as a result of all the changes we have seen. I've been reflecting on what are some of the key skills that managers need going forward, particularly given the kind of challenges we have seen during the COVID-19 pandemic. One important thing for sure is the willingness and the ability to look at outliers or black swan events and to pay greater attention to them. In 2019, I was teaching the strategy course to our MBA students, and we discussed cases on companies like Uber, Airbnb, on the Indian airline industry, etc. And interestingly, in none of our discussions did any of the possible scenarios that panned out during the pandemic, none of these were discussed. None of them actually came up for discussion. So it just shows that our discussions were not perhaps rigorous enough in identifying some of the possible yet perhaps unlikely events that would transpire in the time ahead. So the first point I would like to underline is the importance of looking at these black swan kind of events and paying greater attention to them in the planning and strategizing process. The second point, which is important, is the need to be very conscious of some of the biases or some of the shortcomings that we know human beings suffer in decision making and judgment. Now, there's a whole body of work by Daniel Kahneman and others which outlines what these biases are. To give you a simple example, many of us suffer from confirmation bias, where once we have a hypothesis or theory in our mind, we only register data that reinforces this hypothesis, and we tend to reject all other data. Or many of us suffer from recency bias, where we tend to be more influenced by recent events and experiences than those that happened earlier. I think it's very important that we are conscious of these and make sure that we try our best to avoid or overcome these. Having diverse people in your team, having people who play the role of devil's advocate, opening yourself up to other stakeholders in an honest way. These are all methods of trying to overcome these biases. The third point I would like to underline, which is also related to the first 2 points, is the ability to recognize weak signals. Often there are impending signs of what's going to happen, but we don't recognize them. So while the pandemic might have started in full earnest in India only in March 2020, the early signs of the pandemic were visible much before that, or at least a couple of months before that for sure, by January 2020. And if only we had paid a little more attention to these signs, we might have been better prepared for what was to follow later. So many authors, including C.K. Prahalad and others, have drawn attention to the importance of both identifying and recognizing these weak signals, and of course, acting against them. A related point is the importance of scenario planning. Scenario planning is a technique that's used where you're not trying to predict what will happen in the future, but you prepare yourself for alternate futures by thinking through the consequences of those futures for you. Now, this is very important in the context that I just mentioned, particularly in the context of black swan events, weak signals, etc., because this gives you the opportunity to think through possible scenarios before they actually happen. And let me just underline once again, scenario planning is not about forecasting. Scenario planning is about visualizing alternate scenarios and how you would respond to them. The last point which I would like to underline, related to the pandemic and our experience in the last 18 to 24 months, is the importance of collaboration. What we have seen during this period is that wherever collaborative efforts have been successful, we have seen wonderful outcomes. You just have to look at the way vaccines were developed in such short time, maybe in less than a year, compared to the sometimes decades that it took in the past to develop vaccines, or the ability to rapidly scale up testing for COVID-19 and make testing facilities available across the country, or the ability to produce many hundreds of ventilators and make them available in hospitals. All of this was possible due to collaboration between the government and industry, between firms themselves, between industry and academia and research institutions. And we have several excellent examples and case studies of how collaboration made a difference. So it's imperative for all of us as managers, leaders, people who are going to lead organizations tomorrow, that we make collaboration an integral part of our approach to management. So these are a few points I would like to underline, which are related to your theme and which are also lessons from our experience during the COVID pandemic. Just to reiterate, you want to be more sensitive or more cognizant of possible black swan events. You want to avoid the decision-making biases. You want to be able to try and read weak signals. You want to practice scenario planning. And last but not the least, you certainly want to do much more collaboration than you were doing before. So I would urge all of you, those who are watching this, to please pay attention to these points. And of course, to all the points the speakers will make during the course of the conclave today. So once again, let me welcome all of you who are attending the Business Conclave 2021. Let me once again congratulate EPGP participants for putting up an excellent program. And we look forward to the events later today. Thank you very much and good day.
Thank you, Professor, for your insightful and kind words. Now we would like to invite Professor Ashok Thampi, Chairperson of EPGP program, to say a few words.
Good morning. Welcome to all of you this morning for the inaugural session of the Business Conclave event, and very happy to be here. Thank you, Professor Rishikesh Krishnan, Director, IIM Bangalore, for being here, and look forward to the speech from our chief guest, Sri Amitabh Kant. I just, reflecting back on the EPGP program, it's been a decade since IIMB established the EPGP program, which leads to a one-year full-time MBA. And the Business Conclave has been organized by the students of the EPGP program right from the beginning of the program. And it's a flagship event bringing together industry thought leaders and from policymakers to gain insights on how to navigate through the changes and emerging scenarios that business leaders face over their decision-making period, career, and professional life. And as the speaker just mentioned, India and the world is going through very, very challenging times and also very, very interesting times. Significant change is happening in diverse industries and sectors, and the pace of change, as Professor Rishikesh mentioned, has been very, very fast, and a lot of it was unanticipated. So this theme of the Business Conclave of, adapting, anticipating, and then proactively preparing for the events is very, very topical and very important as well. Now, change is not something new. Change has been happening from the very beginning, right? It's just that the pace of change has changed and sped up significantly. So, for example, it took 75 years for the landline telephones to reach 100 million users. The telephone was launched in 1878, and it took 75 years to reach 100 million users. Since then, in the telecom sector, the pace at which change has been happening has been increasing. Mobile phones, the wireless phones, which were launched in 1979, it took 16 years to reach 100 million users, right? And more recent platforms, such as in the social media, has taken fewer and fewer years to reach 100 million users. Our homegrown Reliance Jio, it took just about 170 days to reach 100 million users, right? So the pace of change certainly has increased, and change is something like waves of the sea. the waves don't stop and change doesn't stop, and it keeps hitting the shore. And usually the height of the waves is not very high, but it's relentless nevertheless. But sometimes you have waves that are very high, like in a tsunami. And when something of that kind happens, it has an impact on almost everything that is on its way. The change in technology, change in climate, change in the pace at which we need to react has increased significantly. And business leaders need to be cognizant of this and prepare their organizations, right, to identify the waves that are coming and to make the changes to their organizations so as to prepare to survive and thrive in the changing world, right? And some of the organizations have used these waves to ride the waves, right? Instead of coming under the wave. And it really requires you to be positioned properly to be able to ride these waves so that the lifting waters lift you up. It's not the effort so much of these organizations itself, but the positioning of the organization to ride the waves. So this event organized by the EPGP students, the Business Conclave, has brought together thought leaders, industry captains who have, over the course of their several years of experience, changed and has experienced several waves of change. And we look forward to learning from these thought leaders, decision makers, of how they have anticipated and made changes in their organizations and how they have thrived. So congratulations to the EPGP Business Conclave team for putting together a very, very impressive group of speakers and events that I'm sure is going to be very, very enriching for all of you. So look forward to a very interesting program and wish you all the best.
Hello, everyone. My name is Amit Sahu, and I'm here to extend our sincere thanks to the EPGP Chair, Professor Ashok Thampi, for delivering the address on this inauguration ceremony and for being the backbone of EPGP batch in supporting our endeavors and constantly motivating and inspiring us. Now, next to inaugurate the Business Conclave 2021, we have the globally renowned leader who doesn't need any introduction. However, I take it to my honest duty to introduce the chief guest of the event, Shri Amitabh Kant. Shri Amitabh Kant is presently the CEO of National Institution for Transforming India, that is Niti Aayog. He is the member of Indian Administrative Service, IAS Kerala Kata of 1980 batch. He is the author of Branding India, an Incredible Story. Mr. Kant has been a key driver of Make in India, Startup India, Incredible India, and God's Own Country initiatives. These campaigns have won several international awards and embraced a host of activities. Mr. Kant drove the ease of doing business initiatives and ranking of the states on outcome parameters. He is the chairman of the committee to implement digital payment in India as well. Mr. Kant is the recipient of Economic Policy Change Agent of the Year Award. He is the recipient of One Globe Award 2016 for leadership in transforming governance for the 21st century. He is the member of steering board of shaping the future of producing system of World Economic Forum. Mr. Kant is the recipient of Sir Edmund Hillary Fellowship Award by the Prime Minister of New Zealand. He is also the recipient of Golden Peacock Award for leadership in economic transformation. Now, I can continue the entire day and I'm sure the day will get over, but the list of initiatives and awards of Shri Amitabh Kant won't. And now, although we would have been honored with the presence of Shri Amitabh Kant, but because of an urgent meeting of national importance, Shri Amitabh Kant won't be able to present today. He, however, has sent his regards to inaugurate the Business Conclave through his video. We may now please play the video.
Director Professor Rishikesh Krishnan, distinguished guests and all students and staff of IIM Bangalore, it is a pleasure for me to be delivering the inaugural address at your business conclave today. I'm truly delighted to be addressing the business leaders and entrepreneurs of tomorrow who shall play a very critical and important role in shaping the future of not just India, but also the world. Firstly, let me say that these are truly tough and challenging times for everyone. And I must commend you for overcoming these challenges, continuing your studies and your hard work, and working towards earning your degrees. COVID-19 has challenged us all, and it has completely transformed the world as we know it prior to March 2020. Not many of us would have imagined that we would have seen such a terrible pandemic rage across the world in our lifetime. But it has happened, and it has taught us all many valuable lessons. It disrupted the status quo, and it has ushered a new normal that we are all learning to adapt to. Given such disruption, I must specially commend you all for choosing your business conclave theme, adapting to emerging trends. We must be more proactive and be able to better anticipate such disruptions in the future and the disruptions that it would bring. We also need to realign ourselves to adapt to the new normal, and once we've done that, we must strive to become the very best and lead the world in this new normal. Now more than ever, we need determined and passionate young people who are capable of taking on many challenges that have been brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic. We must all seize upon the challenges and use them as an opportunity to disrupt the status quo. Today, you are a part of an India that is witnessing a truly phenomenal and transformational growth story, a lot of which is being increasingly driven by technology and young entrepreneurs. There's so much disruption that is happening around us that we do not need to look outside of India to draw inspiration. On the contrary, the world is drawing inspiration from us today. You know, when I had just started off my career as a civil servant in Kerala, one of the jobs I got was to improve the lives of traditional fishermen. And we introduced a number of new initiatives, forming self-help groups, gave fishermen fiberglass crafts with outboard motors, and new fishing nets. However, it was the opening of bank accounts for fishermen, which seemed like one of the biggest challenges. It took 8 months for a bank account to be opened. Almost 8 to 9 months. We used to chase the bank managers, and know your customer was a nightmare. Today, a bank account can be opened in under a minute using the biometric. This has been the paradigm shift from 9 months to less than a minute. How has such a mammoth feat been achieved? It has been made possible because of what we popularly know of as the JAM Trinity. The Jan Dhan bank accounts, Aadhaar cards, and mobile phones. We have 1 billion plus biometrics, 1 billion plus bank accounts, and 1 billion plus mobile phones. We have brought services to the mobile phones of Indian citizens, payments, services, insurance. They're just a click away for millions of Indians. Look at the UPI platform, which was built on public-private collaboration model and on which so many payment solutions have been built. These various apps and wallets that you use on your mobile have been made possible because of the UPI platform. In August, UPI witnessed 3.55 billion transactions worth Indian rupees 6.4 trillion. And this is a record high from being launched in 2016 to crossing the 1 billion mark in 2019. And today, UPI has indeed come a long, long way. The number of transactions on UPI are almost twice that on American Express globally. And Amex is decades old. This is the true scale of transformation which India is witnessing. In fact, Google wrote to the US Federal Reserve applauding the successful implementation of UPI in India and recommended that the Federal Reserve System of USA should draw inspiration from India. Internet has become the greatest enabler for millions of Indians to scale their passion and produce into business and interact with customers globally. The intersection of e-commerce and internet have created a robust ecosystem for Indian products and businesses to thrive in, be it sports goods from Meerut and Jalandhar, tribal jewelry from Jharkhand, dry fruit from Kashmir, or textiles from Orissa. These are all finding buyers across the world thanks to internet. We also have one of the cheapest rates of data. We have over 700 million internet users, and every 3 seconds we add a new internet user. In the next 2 to 3 years, we'll have over 900 million internet users. Our consumer digital economy is expected to become an 800 billion market by 2030. Internet has been a facilitator in many ways, from public service delivery to e-commerce, and from financial transactions to providing opportunities for new startups to emerge. I'm sure that some of you would either end up joining a startup or already have ideas for your own startups. And you must, because 2021 has been a defining milestone for the startup ecosystem in India. From a record number of IPOs to a record number of unicorns, the Indian tech ecosystem has come a very, very long way. We have seen 24 startups enter the unicorn club so far this year alone, and this is truly phenomenal. IPOs will drive our startup revolution. Indian startups raising money in Indian markets from Indian public. This is truly a wonderful time to be a startup in India. Indian startups are projected to raise over 13.7 billion in funding this year. As future business leaders, you must understand the importance of disruption. As your business conclave theme states, you must anticipate, you must realign, and you must lead. You must think of a challenge as an opportunity to change or disrupt the status quo, and introduce changes for greater good. So many entrepreneurs introduced path-breaking interventions and solutions during the COVID pandemic. Be it the EdTech and FinTech space, be it contactless healthcare or e-mandis for agriculture produce, AI-based voice automation for banking customers, or OTT content, the common factor was the ability of these companies to see the pandemic as a crisis and their ability to realign themselves. Technology-driven disruption holds the key to rapid transformation of India. Technologies are horizontal now. They are enabling innovation across all sectors, be it finance, education, health, agriculture, water, circular economy, etc. As future business leaders and entrepreneurs of India, you must realize that the future lies in sunrise areas of growth. India's urban population will double in the next decade. More than 500 million people will live, work, and travel in Indian cities. The rapid growth will pose several social, economic, and environmental challenges. India must take the lead to build new industries that will accelerate growth and create jobs. This transformation is feasible when we advance technology, foster innovation, and become champions in emerging areas of global growth. Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, and in recent times, China focused on sunrise sectors and unleashed a wave of reforms and embraced innovation to grow on sustained basis for long time periods. In India, the key to disruptive transformation lies in the sunrise areas of growth. These are areas such as artificial intelligence and machine learning, genomics, clean technology and electric vehicles, advanced form of battery storage, 5G technologies, and green hydrogen. India, being the fastest growing economy with the second largest population in the world, has a significant stake in the artificial intelligence revolution. It is estimated that the economic opportunity from AI is expected to be in addition of almost 1 trillion by 2035. And the vast scale of data and the massive digital footprint is India's biggest strength for artificial intelligence development. As India moves from being data rich to data intelligent, it will use machine learning and AI to find solutions to a vast number of its challenges: water availability, learning outcomes, health improvement, and enhanced agricultural productivity. My belief is that the development of world-class product requires critical inputs in the form of data-hungry young entrepreneurs, AI algorithm engineers, computing powers, and the AI enabling policy environment. India now needs to nurture an innovative breed of product managers, AI scientists, product designers, and software engineers. Our educational institutes must be reoriented to produce AI engineers who can partner tech entrepreneurs to launch cutting-edge global tech companies. The potential is very, very vast in all these areas. The fifth generation mobile network technology will also radically transform the world of communication. Mobile technologies and flow of data. 5G will prove to be a paradigm shift, moving beyond the traditional cellular ecosystem to interconnect people, control devices, objects, machines, and ensure faster and better communication. It will be the backbone for Industrial Revolution 4.0, AI, blockchain, and emerging technology. Some of you may have a background or interest in automotive. Many of you would not know that India's market for EV batteries alone would be as much as 300 billion till 2030. New age lithium solid state batteries are challenging the hegemony of traditional liquid electrolyte based batteries. The government has provided a boost to this segment and many other areas by announcing the support through a production linked incentive scheme. There are disruptions which look beyond lithiums, such as advanced chemistry battery cells, sodium ion and zinc based batteries with unique characteristics. As the world moves from combustion engine to a shared, connected and zero emission world, we'll have to scale up new age chemistries which will advance battery storage. The UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change's first major scientific assessment since 2014, released just a few weeks ago, shows unequivocally that global warming is unfolding more quickly than feared and that humanity is almost entirely to blame. The Earth's average surface temperature is projected to hit 1.5 or 1.6 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels around 2030 in all 5 of the greenhouse gas emission scenarios, ranging from highly optimistic to reckless considered by the report. That's a full decade earlier than the IPCC predicted just 3 years ago. This means that as future leaders of the industry, climate change must be the heart of all decisions and initiatives which you take. Therefore, what we need from business leaders and entrepreneurs is a dramatic shift in mindset. We have to believe that we can build world-class products in sunrise areas. There should be a steep increase in corporate R&D and efforts must be centered around driving cutting-edge product investment in future growth areas such as green hydrogen, green steel, and cutting-edge technologies. Industries must reorient themselves and adopt a digital and a lean approach. India's brand has to be a brand of green, a brand of high quality, and one of high reliability. Ladies and gentlemen, it is very important that while you have vast number of opportunities available to you, The key lies in our ability to leverage technology irrespective of the profession that we choose to pursue in life. Today, the vast scale of data and the massive footprint, the digital footprint, is India's biggest strength for the technological leapfrogging. It is very important that in a large and diverse country like India, it is not only the introduction of new initiatives, but the ability to rapidly execute and scale up programs to reach out to our 1.3 billion citizens that is central to achieving success. Technology has been the key driver to achieve that. If India is able to innovate for its challenges of water, health, education, and agriculture, we will be finding solutions not merely for the 1.3 billion people of India, but for the next 5 billion people of the world who will be moving from poverty to middle class in the coming decade. My best wishes to IIM Bangalore and for this wonderful business conclave. Thank you very much. It's been a real pleasure and a delight talking to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, it's my privilege to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of this esteemed institution. We want to express our gratitude to the Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Amitabh Kant, who took out time for us and make his presence felt. I extend a warm thanks from the IIM Bangalore, the audience present today, the students, and the committee. Today, we had the opportunity to hear your thoughts, and this is definitely encouraging us in our future endeavors. Your thoughts have enlightened our minds and have provoked us to explore new paths and make India a global torchbearer. Thank you once again, sir. Dear audience, we may now have a small break, and I look forward to welcoming you all to a talk on building business in the post-COVID world by Ms. Shanti Ekambaram at 10:45 a.m. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. I hope all of you have had a chance to grab a breakfast. Under normal circumstances, we would have been having breakfast here in the beautiful campus of IIM Bangalore. But oh, the pandemic. The year 2020 brought significant changes with it. The COVID-19 pandemic has rapidly made business as usual a phrase from the distant past. There is no usual in these uncertain times. However, organizations who outmaneuver uncertainty create a resilience that they can count on no matter what the changes that come. The pandemic has brought forth tectonic shifts in the political, social, technological, and environmental realms. A strong understanding of these forces would help the businesses deploy the right tools as we move into the new normal. Now is the time for businesses to reassess their plans, redesign their organizations, and reorient themselves to capitalize on emerging opportunities. The C-suite executives have their work cut out for them. They need to do more than fine-tune their day-to-day task. They need to focus on strategies to balance their immediate needs of employers, communities, and customers with a focus on long-term competitiveness. In short, they need to step back, take a breath, and consider a broader perspective. But how do they do so? How do they build and rebuild their businesses? Clarifying all these questions and many more on how to build businesses in a post-COVID world, we have with us our keynote speaker. May I request Professor Ashok Thampi, Chair, EPGP IIM Bangalore, to introduce and welcome our keynote speaker. Over to you, sir.
Consumer Banking and member of the Group Management Council at Kotak Mahindra Bank. Ms. Ekambram has been associated with the Kotak Group for over 30 years now, successfully setting up and running several business units. She currently heads the consumer banking business at Kotak Mahindra Bank since April 2014. Ms. Ekambram has been recognized as one of the most powerful women in Indian business over several years in Business Today, and has also been featured in Fortune India as one of the top 50 most powerful women in business in India from 2016 to 2020. She is a member of the FICCI National Committee on Banking for 2021-22. Over the years, Kotak Group which began as a non-bank finance company, has transformed into a universal bank offering commercial banking, investment banking, insurance, and asset management services to its customers. The organization has successfully navigated the challenges and multiple crises that have affected the financial services sector over the years to emerge stronger each time. Having been part of this immensely transformative journey, we are very happy that you could join us for this talk on building business in the post-COVID world. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Shanti Ekambram to the Business Conclave keynote address. Thank you very much for being part of this program. Over to you, Ms. Ekambram.
Thank you very much, sir, for the kind words and friends. In fact, I was trying to communicate through sign language. Unmute, please. Unmute, please. Thank you very much. So, respected leaders and friends, I would like to thank you firstly for inviting me to deliver this keynote address today. I may from time to time mute my video if I find communication is not clear, and I hope all of you can hear me clearly. The world has changed in the last 18 months with the onslaught of COVID. In the first 2-3 months, things came to a complete standstill as individuals, corporations, governments, and the world tried to get a grip of what was actually happening. After all, it was once in a century event and was affecting the very basic norm, life itself. But as we came out of our stupor, we realized we started operating differently. In the last 6 months, this has actually galloped and the changes starting become clear, and the themes of the future are also emerging very clearly. I will outline a few of the themes, talk a little bit about some of them, and just narrate some of them. These largely relate to business and business models going forward. At the very core of all our businesses, there are 2 key pillars: employees and customers. And whatever changes are happening around these because of these, and we have to recognize it and take factor. There is a third pillar that is the bedrock that has emerged strongly, which is technology. And whatever changes are happening around us and the future will be an interplay of these 3 pillars as we go forward. So let me start with the themes of what I call new normal, or perhaps never normal, because it's going to be changing constantly. First, geography is history. What do I mean by that? We used to have, oh, my office is here, I have to report here to work, I have to go there. It's history. The future belongs to hybrid working. What COVID has taught us is we could all work from home very efficiently, very productively. I think this speech itself is a manifestation of that. There was no way I would have, traveled to IIM Bangalore or to Bangalore on a Sunday for sure to deliver a keynote. But here I am sitting and addressing people from wherever. You can have 1,000 people log in from 1,000 locations. We have today smoothly switched over and a very, very efficient manner of meeting. So I think work from home is a part of our future working. There will be people who will have to come to office every day. There will be people who may never have to come to office, but it's their choice to come once or twice. And there are some people who may have to come 2 or 3 times. So planning and creating offices that allow this flexibility is what is important. At Kotak, I can tell you, we started this last October and we are fully ready and have already operationalized on the new normal of hybrid working. Many implications in the ecosystem for this. For example, we are seeing a housing boom. Why? Because people have realized they need a room for the offices, husband and wife working. The kid needs a room for attending online a school. And if there are, in-laws at home, they need for their bhajan classes, which is Zoom. So people are wanting that extra 1 or 2 bedrooms. And there's a huge demand for homes upgradation as you see it. Commercial offices are adapting. Smaller offices, smaller formats, and they have to adapt to the new normal because the absolute space may actually become lesser. There may be lesser congestion in the cities. You saw what happened when the pandemic, and Bangalore is an example. Everybody went back to their hometowns, but they are operational. All the technology companies have been working, every company has been working breakneck speed, but people are sitting in their hometown. Somebody is sitting in Orissa, somebody is sitting in Varanasi, somebody is sitting in Srinagar, but we are all working. This has resulted into people purchasing more technology. There is such a huge waiting line for laptops. Laptops are not available. I remember in October, last festive season, all the dealers telling me there are no, washing machines available. There are no bartan machines available because people have suddenly realized that they need to buy these equipment to make their life simpler because help may not be there because of COVID. So demand for a different category of goods and products are changing, and those industries are likely to change into it. So this work from home or geography is history will have larger ripples in the ecosystem. I only narrated a few, there are many more, but we've got to recognize this, whichever industry we are in, and adapt accordingly. Technology. I think technology adoption and adaptation has leapfrogged 5 to 7 years. What would have taken us 5 to 7 years in the normal has now crunched 5 years. For example, we have now learned to pay everything digitally. Bread, milk, eggs, groceries, vegetables, all used to be in cash. Today you're paying 30 rupees, 50 rupees, 100 rupees. India's stack and technology has enabled that. But even the uninitiated are getting used to adopting to technology. AI and ML are making it much easier for businesses to take much faster decision, work on what customer wants, changing customer preferences, and delivery again through technology. So every aspect of the business, whether it is services business, including banking, manufacturing, trading, are all getting impacted by technology. We have to ensure we recognize it and we weave it into every aspect of our business. Yeah. Technology used to be an enabler or a support function. Technology is the core. It is the business driver. And the sooner we realize it and incorporate it into a business, again, it will have a ripple effect, but we have to listen. We used to have very physical models. Everything was physical. You had to travel, you had to go to your office. Today you have digital models. The future belongs to the phygital models. And again, I'm seeing very interesting trend. Completely physical models, take banks, for example, have now physical and digital. Completely digital models are now buying physical companies. You saw how pharmacy bought, Thyrocare. There were 4 deals in the last 2 months where completely digital companies are buying physical footprint because they realize that the consumers in India and perhaps in the world want a combination of physical and digital. So the future will be phygital. You will have to offer the customer a multitude of delivery options, completely digital, completely physical, phygital, call center. So you just have to offer the customer, and phygital is the way to go. If we don't incorporate it in our business, you're just physical, you're likely to fade or run in your businesses, etc. Talent. I think talent mix is changing, and there are 2 things happening. Since technology has come to the fore, many businesses have to incorporate new skills and upgrade the skills of their existing people who are not prepared for the new world, right? So technology today, the most in demand is a software engineer. And at Bangalore, you will realize that suddenly they're finding themselves so much in demand in India and in the world. They're wondering what's happening. It's a phenomena that will happen. We will churn out, luckily India churns out a lot of engineers to the core. But I think the skills are changing, and companies, and I can talk about ourselves, are upgrading people to understand digital, to adopt to digital, and we are hiring new talent. Talent is also getting younger because you're getting people who understand and who can make changes quickly. So there's a huge churn happening in the talent mix. More women, diversity, younger people, tech skills, upgrading. So there's a churn in talent, and any organization which has to succeed has to recognize this, okay? The other thing, longevity could be thing of the past. When Professor Thampi introduced me, he said, I've been with Kotak 30 years. I don't think, the new gen employees of today are going to be in any organization for 30 years. They are willing to experiment. They want to experiment. Suddenly, after 5 years, they will take a break, say, I'm going trekking, I'm going sailing, I'm going whatever. The future will be of people who will move more. Longevity could be a thing of the past, but we have to plan for that. You get 3 good years, you extract, and then, so the way you plan your hiring, you plan your talent, etc., is going to completely change. So the human resources function also need to adopt. Part-time workers, gig workers. India has a huge talent in some of its women, competent, educated, sitting at home because they have to look after home, and it's their choice. But if they could work 5-6 hours in a day, and if we can harness this capacity, just imagine what a kicker it can give to the economy. It started happening, and I think it will continue. Just a moment. Diversity will come to the fore, and gig workers as well as part-time workers will increase. Experience. Mobile is now the new personalized window to the world. Your mobile is your school, your mobile is your university, your mobile is your supermarket, your mobile is your bank, your mobile is your entertainment, your mobile is your shopping, your mobile is your dining, etc., etc., etc. Every app is in your mobile, and people are used to doing everything in their mobile. Yeah. Thus, customer experience is critical. Customer wants the same experience he has across all the categories I said. For example, when a customer goes, shopping on Amazon, orders food on Swiggy, and then he goes to his bank, in Amazon and Swiggy, you can do one click, but banks are mandated by regulation. You're dealing with money. Yeah. If you lose a food order, you may lose 200 rupees, but you can lose all your money in the bank. You need two-factor authentication. It's not the same experience. So there's a friction. So regulation, experience, all of that will change, but the customer is experiencing many things, many categories, and thus the world is blurring. What may happen in the future is you may have the customer and one platform offering all of it, including financial services. It could be a very different model as we go, right? Winning business models are those that will put the customer at the center and build journeys and experiences around them. The old model was have product, will sell. The new model will be have customer, will sell product, and any product. I can take an API and link with a travel firm and offer my customers travel. I can put an API into Swiggy and tell them, in my app, please come and order food straight. Today we have Amazon and Flipkart and all the flights and other travel, etc., integrate into a banking app. Customers don't need to go out of the app. Similarly, Amazon and others are trying to bring financial services. So it will be customer at the center and building products around it rather than the past where it was just product and this thing. And customer purchase experiences are changing, right? For example, we used to shop for groceries online is okay. But when we buy gold jewelry, when we buy very formal clothes, we'd like to go physically. Now that is changing. Thanks to augmented reality, right? And other kinds of technology, people can sit at the comfort of their homes or offices and buy jewelry, right? For example, I actually had a very interesting experience. This is next gen tech, and somebody was developing this tech, so they sent it to me for trial. And at 2 major jewelry stores, I just clicked the link. I chose a pair of earrings and it came onto my ears and I could turn left, right, and see how it is. Similarly on clothes. So tomorrow, the whole purchase experience is going to go digital of what used to be completely physical. And there will be customers who would be adapting to it, and it can be an amazing business. Marketing, the whole dynamics of marketing is changing. Yeah, social media, digital marketing, emergence of influencers. You have these young kids having followers and who are influencing. You never thought that they can change customer preferences. Good old marketing was about, oh, let me plan a campaign. I will have it on television. I will have it on, outdoor. I will do this. But today, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, and there are people who are influencing this whole buying of Gen Z. So I think brand loyalty could be a big challenge. People have spent crores of rupees building brands. Customers today are willing to experiment. So how you keep your brand young? How do you keep your brand active? How do you ensure that the customer keeps coming back? It's going to be a big challenge. So it's not just the human resource functions, the marketing talent and the marketing itself has to change to reflect how the future is going to happen. And there is going to be a big change. Constant innovation and experimentation will be the new normal, else companies can become dinosaurs. Data, enough is spoken, it makes the world go round. But thanks to being on digital, all of us are leaving data footprints all over. I talked about mobile being to the world. Every time you visit a mobile, any one of those apps can track you. They can track how much time you spent, what did you browse through, what did you spend a little more time on, and they will start nudging you, right? So if you went to a site and said, okay, I like this large TV, and you looked at it 5 times, you will start getting offers. You'll not get offers from one, you will get offers from 10 different, because everybody is watching data. Data is going viral. In India, we don't have data privacy norms as yet. It is likely to come and it must come, right? But we are leaving, when we go to Google Maps, we are searching. So somebody is tracking, Shanti is searching how to go from, where she stays to Andheri or to Nariman Point or wherever. So they're tracking. When I look at some goods in Amazon, they're tracking. When I go to my banking app and look at, Flipkart, they're tracking. So data is being tracked, and data is going to be the fulcrum around which customer product experiences, nudges, etc. are going to happen. The future belongs to hyper personalization. Earlier, any brand launch used to be, I'll address a young generation. I'll address the salaried customer. I will address the small business. Today, it is about, I will address you. You are different from the same person, although you may have a similar kind of profile, similar salary, similar job, etc. but hyper-personalization is the future. And the sooner brands, marketing, and companies realize that it is about nudging you, it is about communication to you, and it is marketing to the nth person, which is each individual. And technology will make it very easy. You'll wonder, boss, how can I personalize, zillions and zillions of customers? Very simple, artificial intelligence and machine learning. You just leave it loose on your data footprint, and you will be able to say, what does Shanti need? Where is Shanti spend time? What is she doing? Where is she spending her money? What is she reading? And they can zero in and market you that particular product. And that is a reality. It is already a reality today. Now, one thing that's happening, because everything is going digital, is that wherever there is business, wherever there is money, there will be crime. And the crime industry is one step ahead of every industry. So huge cyber crime has also, if people have invested in cyber crime, and the cyber security becomes a very, very key thing. Cyber security in the good old days was about firewalls and about perimeters and everything else. It is not that. Today, the fraudster is becoming very smart. Just like products are being embedded everywhere, the fraudster also is trying to embed everywhere. They will send you an innocuous link. Sir, if you buy this product, you will get 1 lakh rupees. Everybody is, wanting that 1 lakh rupees. Click. The minute you click, your entire phone data is gone. They'll get access to your OTP, they'll get access to your thing, and before you know, money can go out of your account, your shares can go out of somewhere. So cyber security is key, and organizations of any genre have to invest in it. Otherwise, they can lose their IP, they can lose their customers' money, and they will be compromising their customers' safety and security. Data theft is one of the biggest things. You've all read about how there has been leakage of data. Data theft is going to be one of the biggest things that companies have to, prevent. Otherwise, the customers will lose confidence in them. So cybersecurity is going to be the cornerstone. New technology will come in, and the companies of the future have to focus on cybersecurity. Leadership. Leadership has to change. Managers of the past used to be, I'll set a target, I will drive it, I'll have daily conference call, and I will get it. The future working class will not worry. Managers have to get more empathy. Managers just can't be push, have to have more creativity. And guess what? You may not need managerial layers. For example, if I can talk to 1,000 people, I can cut 2 supervisory layers. If I'm going to operate digitally, I save time on commuting, I save time on flights, I save time on this thing. Every individual can manage more. So I think the organizations of future will be flatter, leaner in terms of organization structure, and those managers have to manage with empathy. So the leadership of the future has to be those who can adapt to change very quickly, who are on the ball, flatter organization structures, but much more hands-on. And what will happen is they will have a closer feel of the customer versus today, where a hierarchical organization, the end customer is only visible to the front line. The manager sitting right on top is in a different world altogether. That will actually help understand the customer and deliver faster and in a much more interesting. Health and wellness. I think COVID has made everybody realize the mortality of our lives. You can't take life for granted. Thus, health is wealth was always a saying. But I think during COVID period, we realized it even more. And people are beginning to incorporate health and wellness in their daily life, whether it is exercise, whether it is food, whether it is sleep, whether it is digital detox, or whether it is spending time with family. I think this is core, and there will be lifestyle changes. If there are lifestyle changes, I talked about employees, businesses will have to start incorporating this. Businesses will have to start rolling out programs. So if you see, a lot of them are saying, okay, Friday afternoon, no Zoom calls on Friday, right? You will only work from your home. You will not do this. You will have yoga sessions. You will have mental wellness sessions. Mental illness is no longer something to be locked in the cupboard. And going forward, mental health will become as important as physical health. And as employers, we have to be cognizant of this and provide support for curing mental and taking care of the mental health being of our employees. And that's a critical change the organization is to make. Collaboration and partnerships are going to change. In the past, every company would grow its own, right? It is vertical. The future will belong to horizontal, right? Yeah. So anybody can tie up with anybody. What are you tying up for? You're tying up for customers and products. So those who have very good products will tie up with large platforms who have customers. Those who have large customers will tie up with product. Amazon has customers, has no product. So they will tie up with the bank, they'll tie up with the travel, they'll tie up with anybody, right? The travel company has a great product, but will tie up with anybody for customers. I see a connected ecosystem, and that will be entirely through technology, where you won't feel that you are moving to another company or an organization for a product. It will be so seamless. You will feel that you're on one platform, but you're integrating products and services, and that is the future. I talked about the fact that it's customer at the center and everything around it, rather than product, have product, will sell. So collaboration and partnerships are going to be the way to grow. And if you don't do that, you will continue to remain a pygmy. And the sooner you realize, the future businesses have to focus on that. And again, technology plays a role. I think efficiency and productivity will be the new mantra. I think each one can do more in the new world, because you have tech, because you don't have to commute, because you don't have to keep flying to the US. I do so many meetings in the US sitting at home, and I wonder, why did I spend 21 hours, spend 2 days, fly back 21 hours? Look at the green gas emission, look at the stress on my system, look at the time I'm saving. I can be more productive. Even if I devote 50% of the time to work, I'm still productive. So I think efficiency, productivity, squeezed margins. And why will this become important? Because as the world has more access and connected, business margins will collapse. And thus, scale on volumes with a smaller margin is very critical. So efficiency, productivity, efficiency, productivity. Last but not the least, the most important, ESG. I think environment, social, and governance has become very important. It's galloping in the other world. It's come to India. I think environment is critical. We are already seeing unseasonal rains, very high heat. You're seeing all kinds of changes in our, surrounding us. Now, that's not good. It can actually make us extinct, and we are all contributing it. So whether it is, change in a combustion engine, whether it is change, so that's transportation will move to electric, whether it is change in the way energy is produced, more solar, more green energy, and less, polluting coal. Every business, the way, you can power solar energy instead of having the energy in your homes. Small things, the way you dispose of waste. But if we don't take care of, and companies will be graded on how environment friendly you are. Investors will invest only in companies. Capital will be provided only to those companies. So it is not just because you are you are a philanthropist. You will need it to survive in business. Similarly, social, how you weave the social, financial inclusion, inclusion of diversity, inclusion of differently abled people, right? How do you, do good? How do you plan your CSR? The whole social fabric. Companies just can't, do good. They have to be good also. And I think that will be a very big difference that you go forward. And governance. Governance was always important, but going forward, there will be governance structures around everything. So friends, I would like to sum up. I can go on and on for the next 2 hours because there's a massive change. It's like a manthan, there's churning in the sea, and hopefully Amrit will come out of it, but there's massive churning happening. So to sum up, what got us here will not get us there in the future. We have to adapt to the changing new normal. Technology has become the core and not a support or enabler function. It's a driver. Every business manager must understand technology. They don't need to be a specialist, but they need to know how to use and what to use for furthering their business, right? Customers will keep changing rapidly. Their preferences will keep changing, and you got to keep in touch. Employees will have less loyalty. They want to keep experimenting. They want to change their lifestyle, and we must go with that. So it is an era of personalization, fast change, experimentations, and we have to be at the center. So be prepared for it. Constant change is the normal, but it holds enormous opportunities for the Indian entrepreneur and the winners of tomorrow. The winners of tomorrow will be very different from the winners of today. Many of you are on the cusp of entering a new world, which is changing, and you will all have to adapt and adopt while running. But there exists opportunity to create an enormous amount of value. Remember the key themes of pillars of focus. I will end with the same: employees, customers, technology. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your experiences, for your insights, and for your advices to our batch and our audiences. Now, there are a few questions that has come up from during the speech. I would go on and introduce each question, and I'll open the house. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So the first question is from our batchmate, Sapna. She asks, Shanti ma'am, you have been awarded most powerful women in Indian businesses for 5 consecutive years in a row. All the budding women leaders in our batch look at you as an inspiration. My question is, banking sector is adapting blockchain technology at a quick pace. How do you see the future of technology?
So Sapna, banking is not just adopting blockchain. Blockchain is only one small technology, which is today actually more wholesale. Banking is completely changing here to the mobile. Today, the branch is the mobile because the customer says, why do I need to go anywhere? So every aspect of banking, the future of tomorrow is you can do your entire banking on the mobile, and it is the option of the customer to go where they want. So the customer can go to a call center, the customer can go to WhatsApp, the customer can go to the bot, the customer can chat, the customer can go to the branch, can go to net, can go to mobile. And the bank winners of tomorrow will be those who ensure that this omni-channel experience is seamless. Second, the customer goes to the net and he drops, and then he goes to the call center. Technology is enabling that the call center executive knows exactly what the customer did on the net and where he or she dropped, and tell them, sir, this is what you did and this is where you dropped. Can I continue from there? Yeah. Blockchain technology effectively enables trade and transfer of money without movement of physical, documents anywhere. It is all one consolidated ledger where you can keep transactions that will change. Tomorrow, digital currency will come into existence, and that will be a reality. It may change the way we look at cash and currency and banks and everything. So I think it's rapidly changing every aspect of financial services, and there is no new normal. Like I said, our app has a shopping mall called K-Mall, and our customers shop for Amazon and Flipkart inside our app. They don't need to go outside the app. Tomorrow, they'll probably be able to do everything. I can get 100 merchants, order for Swiggy within the app. Banks are also changing and adapting technology in every walk of their business and service.
Thank you, ma'am. The next question is coming from Deepak, who is asking, Government of India announced the formation of a bad bank by clearing a 30,000 crore guarantee program for securities. What are your views on this? Do you think this will lead to a moral hazard?
So it is like this. This is not new. It's a global model whereby asset management companies buy out bad assets. And there are specialists who are in the recovery business. If you look at the banking system, there is a huge amount of NPAs and bad assets sitting, amongst the public sector banks and even the private sector banks. But the people who manage customer relationships are not the guys who best know how to recover money. Recovering money is a very different skill from giving money, right? So you need to move to where there is, expertise. Second, because the banks are sitting on these bad banks, the capital is blocked and they're not able to increase credit flow and demand from customers. By moving this to a separate entity, and there is enough global capital seeking bad assets and getting capital separately there, banks are freeing up their ability to do core banking business. Listen, bad debts is a nature of bad lending and, situation. Nobody imagined COVID. Now, COVID killed businesses. COVID killed people, right? Nobody could have in their wildest risk management thought that I will, have bad debt because COVID killed the key person of a small business, right? These are risks that happen. So you must assume that this will happen. But by creating a bad bank, what you're doing is you're refreshing, moving out the dead wood. It's like, in a small business, if you have dead stock, there's no point keeping it in your stock. You're taking space, inventory, right? Borrowing for it. Just get rid of it. So I think it's a good concept. In anything, the devil is in the details. It just come out. The detailed guidelines are just coming out. How it is executed, how it is marketed, and how the recovery happens, right, will be the real winner.
Thank you, ma'am. That was really inspiring. The third question comes from Vatsal, who's asking, with the growth of neobanks around the world and in India and digitization of the overall Indian economy, how can steady state retail banks and consumer banks position themselves to stay relevant?
So two things. If you know what neobanks do, I don't know how many of you have experienced, they're basically building a customer experience layer. If you heard what I said two things. It is about customer experience and it's about collaboration and partnerships. I'm picking two themes that I talked about. I talked about 15, 16 themes. Yeah. So neobanks focus on one segment. So let's say there's a neobank which said, I will focus on the salaried customer, but build such a great experience. Now the banks can't just say, I will only build salaried. Banks have to build 50 things. The banks will partner with the neobank. The neobank is not a bank. It can't keep customer data. It can only be a pipe to the customer. But they will work with the neobank to give that customer experience. But the customer has to get onboarded on the bank. The customer's money and everything will be in the bank. Transaction, he has to come to the bank app. But the neobank gets customers. The bank gets a great customer experience. Time to market is very quick. And if there is a partnership, there will be borderlines and there will be perimeters in the partnership, which is a very bilateral thing. But that is how I see collaboration and partnership between neobanks, fintech, big tech, financial services all happening. Is happening all around it. And that not just in financial services, it's happening in other areas too. And that's the future.
Thank you, ma'am. The next question comes from Sanan, who is asking, in India, fintechs have significantly reshaped the retail lending space by changing the approach of credit delivery through innovative products and real-time solutions. Can you please explain how these developments will impact traditional banks and how these banks are equipping themselves for the challenge ahead?
So firstly, the volume may be there, but the absolute size is still minuscule. Okay. And ultimately in any lending business, and I think COVID has taught all that, you can give money, but to recover money is a very different ballgame. And there again, I think what you're seeing is partnership between banks and fintechs. What do these fintechs bring? They bring two things. They are building reach through an experience, and they're trying to build alternate data on credit models. Banks still work, some banks work on touch and feel credit, other works on complete risk models. Like people like us, we work on complete risk models. We use AI and ML for underwriting, predictive losses, all of that, etc. So there will be partnership because, lending is a very phygital business. It's easy to acquire, onboard, and give a loan. But when you have to recover, digital beyond a point will not be able to recover. You need to get into the physical world. Recovery of money is where the real profits of the bank lie because your profits are in the last 5 EMIs. I don't know how many people, you are finance students, you may or may not realize that. So I see that as partnership. Second, banks are equipping themselves completely. Banks are creating platforms. They are creating direct pipes into customers. I can talk about the 811 experience. Customers download the app, open a banking account, ask for a credit card, and you become a customer. You don't need to go anywhere. You're on your app. So banks are adopting to, the new change. Banks have risk models. Banks already had risk models, but the delivery of that risk model and the delivery of credit is becoming very different. Credit and finance is moving to the point of consumption. I didn't talk about it because I didn't think it was financial services. It was a broader agenda. But the key change in financial services is credit is moving to the point of consumption. So when you buy a pair of Nike shoes, tomorrow you'll have 10 offers to say, buy now, pay later. Nike shoes, 25,000. You always used to buy 8,000 rupee shoes, but now you can buy a 25,000 rupee shoe and pay over 5-6 months, depending upon your cash flow. Yeah. So the point of what will happen is smaller credit, shorter tenors, bigger churn, because it's moving to the point of consumption. This is to the individual side. The business side will be flow-based, transaction-based, supply, receipts, etc. So it makes financing more efficient and probably better risk-oriented as well. So some parts of it will change, and that's how banks are adopting.
Thank you, ma'am. That answers a lot of questions that all the finance folks had in the past. The next question is coming from Kalyan, who is asking, transformational leadership to an extent requires the buy-in of employees to look beyond their self-work for the larger interest of the group. How should a transformational leader adapt his style then in a gig economy?
So I think, leadership, I touched upon it in what I said. Leadership has to change from two things. It's not just enough to focus on your business. It is also important to do good. And I think leaders have to incorporate, the ESG element also with their employees in their businesses, right? I think the employee is undergoing many changes. The employee is realizing that their skills are changing, their priorities are changing, their lifestyles are changing. Technology is also making it easier for them. Managers have to, in their style of management, incorporate this. It has to be lighter touch, more driven by, KPIs, KRAs, whatever you call, monitoring them, and helping them achieve it. I think constant feedback, for example, human resources in the past used to be one appraisal at the end of the year. I think it'll have to be 12 appraisals. It can be 52 appraisals. Every week you're giving the employee feedback. You know, you did this right, you didn't do this right, you made this presentation, it was great, it was not great, this is how you change. So there will be a constant interaction that will help an employee change and adapt rather than end of the year fine to say, oh, I did terrible and I had no clue. So communication, types of adaptation, delivery of the same, empathy, creativity, well, all this will have to change in the leaders of tomorrow. What does not change is you will still have to get things done by your people, right? I still can't see myself managing a team of 12 machines or robots, right? At the end of the day, the customer, it's very interesting. We've invested so much in technology, but the customer still wants to hear a human voice versus a robot. There are types and types of customers. There are some customers who says, I want to come to the bank branch. We said, don't, sir, don't come. Just sit in your home. We'll deliver cash to you. You do everything through mobile. No, but I want to see a human face. So you don't know which customer wants one. I talked about hyper personalization, right? So I think this is how I see the future, and leadership will have to be managing this complexity, managing the diversity of people, managing the diversity of employment. So it's not going to be easy, and leaders have to transform themselves for it. But empathy, EQ, rather than just IQ is going to be very important.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I think all the budding leadership or leaders in our batch would be listening to this and taking cues out of this. We have the last question for this morning, and probably the most important one. Naimisha is asking that there are so many changes happening around us. If you have to keep 3 sectors or areas where transformation is expected, what would be they and why?
I think very difficult to pinpoint 3 sectors. I think every sector is undergoing change, whether it's financial services, whether it's healthcare, whether it's consumer staples, the delivery models, the customer experience, and technology is changing all of it. So if you think any business has a safe mode, forget it. You'd be living in, cuckoo land. So I think it's important to realize some will be faster than the others. For example, what got fast? Before COVID, it was a 1585 model, which means 15% of consumption was happening through digital mode and 85% physical. In 6 months, it moved to 70-30, 75-25, 75% digital. People started seeing how to do online. What did the Kirana shops do? They didn't die. They quickly said, we will home deliver. We will give you our bank account. You can pay through GPay. So they gave delivery at home. They organized for delivery. They organized for payment digitally, right? They made sure that they offered the entire service, and they survived. So it is about survival instinct and strategy that is important. So I don't think any sector has a safe mode. Maybe the government of India, I don't know. But no sector is, business segment is invulnerable or non-vulnerable. Every segment has to. Some may be faster, some may be slower. The consumer segment, whether it's a Hindustan Lever or a bank or a service provider, will get, digitized, or will have the highest change and transformation, because customers are changing preferences and adaptation. But everything is linked backward from the consumer, right? The manufacturing, ultimately a paint company is selling to a consumer. If the paint company thinks that they are in manufacturing and I will be what I am and not know what the customer is doing, not adapt to the kind of stuff customer wants, sorry, you're not going to survive. So the whole change will change. The change will start with consumer, but you'll have to work backward in every segment. I hope I answered that question.
Thank you, ma'am. With this, we come to the end of our Q&A. Ma'am, any parting words for the audiences?
No, I think all I would like to say is that as you guys move into the real world from the unreal world of education, sorry to say that when I left education and moved, I realized I had to unlearn everything and learn. It's constantly changing. And what you have to do is you cannot stop learning. And learning doesn't have to be in textbook. Learning is from everyday examples. Learning is around you. You can learn from the people below you. You can learn from the people by you. You can learn from the people above you. You can learn from customers. You can learn from employees. You can learn from your maid at home, how to manage, right? So I think it's about learning. adapting, and adoption. Don't be a stick in the mud. If you are, you will lose out. So adapting, adoption, running, learning, and being open to change and changing is the only new normal. So be flexible.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That really opens up the mind and horizons of all the listeners. I'll just take a minute to extend my vote of thanks on behalf of the entire batch. So, ma'am, thank you so much for sharing your experiences and insights with our audiences. I'm sure the budding entrepreneurs and young leaders amongst us have got valuable takeaways from the session and would contribute in reviving the Indian business segment in the coming future. Your ideas on building a hybrid future, adoption of technology, talent upgradation, and building an immersive customer experience through constant innovation have greatly inspired and encouraged all of us. Once again, on behalf of the Business Conclave team and IIM Bangalore, I extend a heartfelt gratitude to you for gracing the event with your esteemed presence. We wish you good health and all the good luck for your future endeavors. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
For
and
our
bye-bye
viewers-
to everybody. All the best. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. For our viewers, we will be taking a quick 15-minute break, and we'll see you on the other side with some thought-provoking discussions on why doing good is good for business. Stay tuned. Bye-bye.
Good morning, Professor Jose.
Good morning. We are ready to start, I think. And Anirban, just give us a little time. I'm waiting for.
Sure, PD.
I don't know whether PSN has logged in.
I joined. Good morning.
Good morning. There you are. So we wait for Amit to tell us what Pariti is it? I can't make out who that is. So to tell us when we should start.
Good morning, everyone. I am Pariti Saxena, EPGP batch. Now we are going to begin our session. Respected Director, IIMB, Professor Rishikesh Krishnan, EPGP Chair, Professor Ashok Thampi, Strategy Chair, Professor Jose, and all my dear friends. I am grateful to all of you who joined. My special thanks to those who had been part of last conclave too and have joined this webinar today. I can see many alums here too. Big thanks for joining. Now for those who could not enter the room because of technical glitch or participant limit, good news is we are streaming live on YouTube. So let's start. Why sustainability panel? Well, we live in a fossil fuel civilization. So should we be happy? US use just 8% renewable resources and we use 11%? Not exactly, right? Our food chain pollinators are declining. Polar ice is melting at 9% this decade. Delhi air pollution, Ganga Yamuna going black, lakes on fire. It's a daily news now. World at times mock on us that our efforts are not a drop in the ocean, but a drop in the plastic ocean. As we are using water at double the rate of population increase, and even Sadhguru's efforts to save Indian rivers fell short of support. 50% of solid waste that we are generating is non-biodegradable. Just imagine. If this do not alarm us, what will? We set carbon footprint targets. Calendars change, but targets remain unmet. What meaning is education if we cannot break the change? This session today is so that all the leaders, thought provokers, students who will be leading corporates soon be sensitive and commit themselves to carving a pathway to accelerate sustainability transformation across each stream they join. We will try to make this session as stimulating as possible. Today, we feel privileged and grateful to Mr. Anirban Ghosh and Mr. P.S. Narayan for accepting to grace this event as panelists. Mr. P.S. Narayan is the global head of sustainability and social initiatives at Wipro and managing trustee and head of Wipro Foundation, the social initiatives arm of Wipro. Since 2008, he is stewarding Wipro Sustainability Charter. My friends, he's also a visiting faculty at Azim Premji University and takes deep interest in sustainable and inclusive cities and is actively involved in sustainability advocacy as a member of several industry forums. Wipro had been 11-time member of Dow Jones Sustainability Index and 10-time member of Ethisphere's World's Most Ethical Companies that we all know. We are so proud to have you here, sir. Next, I would like to introduce Mr. Anirban Ghosh. He is Chief Sustainability Officer at Mahindra Group. Under his leadership, Mahindra has developed an award-winning sustainability framework. If you read the news, you might be aware of it. He became the first to have a certified carbon neutral factory in India, doubled the energy productivity in a company, and enabled 21 locations to become zero waste to landfill. He has, in partnership with World Bank, facilitated the creation of Sustainable Housing Leadership Consortium to accelerate the spread of green buildings in India. Mr. Anirban has led a shared value project that doubled per capita income for 50,000 people in rural India. Can you imagine? So he is here. Big thanks, sir, for taking time off for this event.
Thank you.
Professor P.D. Jose is our moderator today. As we all know, he's chairperson strategy at IIMB and take electives on corporate environmental management, sustainable enterprises also, and is by far students one of the favorite professors on campus. He has been a visiting faculty at Cardiff Business, IIM Kozhikode, Gothenburg School of Business, and was a Fulbright fellow at MIT, Boston, and Canon Flagler Business School, North Carolina. He was also visited Kennedy School of Government, Harvard University as a research scholar on a UNDP Government of India fellowship. He was also an ESRC visiting fellow at the Center for Business Relationships, Accountability, Sustainability and Society at Cardiff University twice. We are thankful you agreed to moderate the session, sir. It's bound to go interesting. Over to you, Professor Jose.
Thank you. Thank you for those beautiful introductions. And welcome to all of you for this session. So the title of the session is Doing Good is Good for Business, or is it? And I'm really happy. Thanks so much for introducing our distinguished speakers today. One of the advantages of having a very distinguished panel is that as a moderator, I can step back and let them kind of spar it out. We just met a couple of minutes ago and they had such a fascinating discussion, and I realized the best thing for me to do is just stay out of the way and let them talk to each other, which is what I'm going to try. But just to set the stage for this, this question of the role of business, the purpose of business, has always been debated for a long time. And I just want to add one bit of information about Wipro to the group here, that Wipro was adjudged, I think for the 10th time this year, as among the most ethical companies in the world. So if we had to have someone to speak to us about the role of purpose, running a business with purpose, then we could not have had anybody better than Mr. P.S. Narayan, who's been managing and stewarding this journey for the last more than 2 decades, as far as I know. Similarly, I'm sure you know about Mahindra, of course. Mahindra has been one of the most innovative companies in the area of sustainability. And so I think we just have a fantastic panel, and I'm as much looking forward to listening to them as you are looking forward to listening to them. One of the questions that comes up at any point of time when you discuss this is, is capitalism unleashed good? Because it has created tremendous wealth and progress. But on the other side, we say that, look, it has also created enormous inequality, terrible social conditions, and somewhat of a tough situation for our planet. So can we manage better? The answer is a no-brainer. And so what kind of additional risk business will face? How do we look at future opportunities? How do we build better resilience into our system to deal with issues such as maybe climate change or pandemics and so on? These are all some of the issues that we are going to look at. The issues that we are looking at today are not issues of the future. They are actually issues of today. One would argue that for many decades, we said, for instance, climate is an issue for us to manage in the future, and so future leaders need to be aware of it. Today, we are saying we're already experiencing the impact of climate change, and so on. So I could go on, but I don't want to stand between you and the panelists. The format we have is each of the panelists would speak for about 10 minutes or so on their perspective on sustainability, their firm's achievements and strategy towards achieving a sustainable growth, and then we will open up for questions subsequently. So we'll start with you, PSN, right? Over to you.
Thank you, Professor Jose, for that introduction and setting the context. I must start by saying that being at any IIMB event is a matter of great pleasure and privilege, because I think the quality of the conversations is uniformly very high, and it is uniformly very high because of the quality of the participants, the quality of the moderators like Professor Jose, and the kind of issues that get discussed. So I think between me and Anirban, what we're going to try to do in the first 15-20 minutes is I will try to give a sense of where we are today and what has been the trajectory that has led to where we are today. And then Anirban will try to give his perspective on what does the future look like over the next few decades. And then we can move on to diving deeper into some of these issues. See, if I have to characterize the journey of business and sustainability, or business and responsibility, responsible behavior, in India at least, over the last 2 decades, we must go back a little bit more in history and see what has been the social contract of business, or how is business engaged with society. So I will summarize it in 2-3 lines like this. Let me use the term green at the risk of using a very cliched term, and say this, that what a company does outside, the good that a company does outside, which is commonly called CSR or social responsibility, or your green outside, is one part of the story. The other part of the story is how do you behave inside? What do you do inside your company, right? So green inside your company and green outside the company, or being good inside, being good outside. If we use this very subjective categorization, then I would say that before the last 2 decades, let's say the larger part of the 20th century, most businesses in India were very cognizant of the fact that they had to engage with their communities. They had to earn the goodwill of the communities, or they had to earn this license to operate from the communities, the societal license to operate. Now, they didn't pay too much attention to what it meant to be good inside, or what it meant to be green inside, right? So you have all the marquee names of of Indian companies doing a great job on community welfare. I don't need to get into examples and details of that. We know that. What has changed, I think, in the last 2 decades is that there has been focus equally, if not more, on what it means to be responsible and green inside. And that, the framing of that, in many senses, has reflected or has been a microcosm of what is happening in the world outside. So the world is facing a climate change crisis. Then what can you do as a company to reduce your climate footprint? The world is trying to enhance or increase diversity and inclusion in society. Then at the workplace, what are you doing on inclusion and diversity? In India, as a country, there are certain water-stressed areas. And as a company, what are you doing on water inside, right? There are human rights issues of child labor and so on, discriminatory practices outside. As a company, are you paying enough attention? So I think in the last 2 decades, what has happened is, very importantly, companies have started taking the first few steps on being responsible as a corporation, or being green inside, as well as looking at outside. Now, this inside outside, is it a dichotomy or is it a continuum? Right? Is one of the questions that is debated, because you can have various combinations. You can have a company that is green outside, red inside, green inside, red outside, and so on, right? So that is one of the things we'll sort of debate a little deeper. As a company, I think Wipro, as an example, is very typical of many of the larger companies in India. And I'm using the word larger deliberately because there is a difference in the story between the larger companies and the smaller companies in India when it comes to sustainability. But Wipro, as one of the larger companies, has followed this trajectory of trying to reflect within itself what it means to be a good society. What it means, to be
I think we've lost Mr. Narayan for a moment. Is it only me?
Yeah, which is very
Pearson, you might have to repeat the last one or two.
Yes.
Maybe 30 seconds. Yeah.
Sure. So I was saying that what Wipro has been doing for the last 15, 20 years is therefore reflective of what society has been going through. So our formal sustainability journey is about 15 years old now, but our CSR journey goes back even further, which is very typical of what I was talking about. And what have we been doing? we have a strong program on climate change and water and country for the planet. We have a long-running program on inclusion and diversity, be it on gender or persons with disability or nationality or people with sexual orientation more recently, which is again reflective of, at least, 2-3 SDGs we have. So I think the most important characterization of the last 2 decades as far as business goes and as far as Indian business goes is that we have here as a corporation, right? Does that mean that we're not doing enough of the work outside? Of course not. We all know that in India, especially, there is regulatory requirements to do CSR that also is going on, and both are sort of two arms that are going together. But to me, as I said in the beginning, and I'm going to stop here, CSR has been there in some form or the other, but sustainability inside the corporation was largely absent. And to me, that's the most significant thing that has happened. Thank you.
Thank you, Pearson. Over to you, Anirban.
Thank you, Professor Jose. And pardon me if I end up referring to you as PD from time to time. Old habits die hard, you know. So I'm delighted that we're having this conversation and that you are all a part of it. I gather from PD that the average age of this group is about 30 years, which essentially means that you will both be victims of what's going to happen over the next 30 years and drivers of what's going to be happening over the next 30 years. If you think things have changed, you have no idea what change is likely to be. Or maybe you have some idea of what the change is likely to be. We are on the verge of massive technological and social transformation. The last time I had a conversation like this with a group from an IIM, we were face to face in one classroom in one of your typical IIM classrooms, and I was like walking around and asking folks like you as to what you think will be the change that you will see in your lives. It was so much fun. I don't know whether this platform will be that much fun, but whatever it is, let's do what we used to call in my business school kite flying, which is thinking about the future without, really having too much to go by, but imagining the future, because that's the future you're going to be in, and it's going to be very different from the last 30 years that PS, PD, and I have lived through. So let's take some obvious ones. Let's take transportation, for example. A lot of conversation around electric vehicles and all of that. But you must have also noticed these little things about India is going to be a leader in drone technology, and Amazon is going to send things by drone. Extend it a little bit more, and you will find there are already conversations of drone-based taxis, right? If you're finding that too much of a stretch of imagination to believe that this could become mainstream, okay, let's take a step back and let's look at the ad that was released in the papers today. It was by MG. It was certainly in the Bombay edition. I'm hoping it will be there in the Bangalore edition of the Times of India as well. And one of the features was autonomous driving level 2 or something, right? Now, if you talk to any auto industry guy, they'll tell you, or why the auto industry, talk to the ministry or something, they'll tell you, no, autonomous driving will not happen in India. Sometimes I think the only way to bring discipline in traffic in India is autonomous driving, because you put a fellow behind a wheel and he goes crazy. And if he's on 2 wheels, well, less said the better. So this business of autonomous driving stretch it a little bit more, and it is not difficult to imagine our roads having electric autonomous pods guided by something like the ATC, which guides planes. And you and I not needing to own any vehicle, because there are pods moving all around and we just step into the one which is most convenient for all of us. It is ridiculous today, just like
Anirban, I think we've lost you too. I'm not sure why.
That's right. I think
Yeah, so I think he's,
everyone is frozen.
yes, we have to wait, I guess, for a moment, otherwise.
Yeah.
To the audience, we're very sorry. This normally doesn't happen. I'm not sure what exactly is the glitch. Okay, I think he's going to sign in back again. So wait for a moment. So, while Anirban is signing in, I have to tell you something interesting about our speakers for today. I'm not sure whether you know, both Anirban and PSN have both actually not been traditionally sustainability people. And the reason I would like to emphasize this is, sometimes we think that environmentalists are born and not made. Well, environmentalists are sometimes made and they learn. For instance, Mr. Narayan was the head of Wipro's global head of information systems for IT services, very conventional business and very successful in a global role. Anirban headed Mahindra's tractor business in the US. So these are not people who have been, groomed in the sustainability thinking and then, rose up the ranks and then, are trying to be evangelists. These are people who run real businesses with real costs and benefits and have made hard choices in running these businesses. And that's why I like to listen to them, because when they talk about sustainability, they talk fully with the awareness of the trade-offs that you need to make between running a business and looking at sustainability. So it's not, what shall we say, some kind of an evangelist wish talk. These are actually hard-nosed businessmen, very successful in running normal businesses, who have then discovered there's greater value in running a business sustainably. So sorry, PSN, for putting that, but I think
No, that's absolutely accurate. Absolutely accurate. That's my view too. My view too, in the sense that I do think that having gotten your hands dirty in business and being part of the dynamics of business makes you that much more sensitive to some of these issues in certain ways. Yeah.
Thanks. Anirban, you're back. We lost the last 1 minute of your talk. So, sorry, you're muted now. So you have to, hello? Yeah, you have to unmute.
Yes. Okay.
Go ahead. Yeah, so.
What was the last thing you heard me saying?
The last sentence. We're going to run a test for the audience now.
Oh, this is fun. Niru, you're on your
The classic IIM class, right? You're put on the spot.
Niru, we can't hear you. Your microphone is on mute. It's still on mute.
I was
there.
able to unmute myself. So we were on the part where, we might be moving in the pods, not really purchase cars. So that's where we were. And I think we lost you around that point.
Okay, awesome. Okay, thank you for reminding me. So I was painting a picture for you where transportation would be very different from what it is now, and trying to suggest that there will be a stage, or there could be a stage in your lifetime when we would have autonomous, remotely guided pods powered by electricity or batteries, moving from place to place as our dominant means of transportation. We'll probably be somewhere in between, if not at the extreme. But these are not difficult to think of anymore. And you probably didn't hear me saying that when we were kids, we used to read these comics called Jetsons, which had these crazy technological possibilities, but which don't seem to be crazy anymore, because more and more of that is becoming real. And so even as I paint this picture of transportation, however incredulous you may be, consider the possibility that you could be in a business trying to make the most of this, just like Ola is trying to make the most of electric scooters, or somebody else is trying to make the most of autonomous vehicles, and so on. So this is one big area where we're likely to see change. Let me talk to you about another possibility, which you might find ridiculous today. It is about Wi-Fi traveling through light. Some of you may have already heard it, and I don't know if any of you have seen the advertisement of a Halonix bulb, which has a Bluetooth speaker. Now you might ask, it's already being advertised, so it is real. You might ask the question, why do we have to have a Bluetooth speaker in a bulb anyway? Good question, but that's not what bothers me. What it tells me is that the probability of light being used for other things, such as Wi-Fi, such as even for electricity to charge phones and stuff like that, is not an impossibility. And when I read about it, it is not science fiction, but science probability. And remember all the time that we are talking about the next 30 years, which is the major part of your working life, and the possibility that you will have to deal with these technological transformations. PS mentioned circular economy. I want to take that a little bit further. What does it really mean for us? So suppose you're in any manufacturing organization, or you make any product. Today we look at the materials which will make that product most effective. We usually don't look for recycled material, reused material, and so on. Now, it's not very simple to take virgin material and replace by recycled material. It's a completely different ballgame. And any one of you who gets into a sector where using repurposed or recycled material becomes very important, will have to figure out ways on how to deal with that technology. Can you imagine a possibility that cities will not have landfills? That the landfills which catch fire in Bombay, the Bilandur Lake which catches fire in Bangalore, will either be very clean or will not be there, depending on how we are managing our circular economy. How real is it? Here are a couple of numbers. When the landfill caught fire in Mumbai, and articles were written about it, two numbers remained in my mind. 59% of that landfill was pure energy, food to waste. And 24% in addition was completely recyclable, which means in today's lifestyle, 83% of that landfill has no business being there. Now imagine a city, no landfills, far less pollution, all those rivers and canals and creeks which we have in our cities, which have gradually become sewage, places for sewage, being clean once again. And you will see the impact it will have on water availability, on the cleanliness of cities and so on. And also think of the impact it will have on the creation of value from what we call waste today. There are many, many, many such possibilities. We'll run out of time talking about them. And this is why I enjoy doing this session face to face, because the brainstorming in class is so much more powerful. And very often I find that guys like you have such wonderful perspectives on how the world is likely to move. But let me close these opening comments with one thought about society. We get very worked up with inequality. Consider the possibility that the inequality will increase in the world, and that we will have to seek equilibrium in a far more unequal world. Why do I say that inequality will possibly increase? You know that inequality has always been there, but I have seen in the 2008 financial meltdown, post that, a radical change in inequality. And now, post-COVID, even further change in inequality. And there is something that we've actually done in our system where people now don't get rich on salaries. They get rich on stocks. And if this is the social model that's going to continue, there is no way you can reduce inequality. Because those few who will have access to stocks, ESOPs, own companies, those values will go through the roof. And you know most of the population in India will not have access to stocks. How much increase in value will they have in what they earn, even if they do very well? So a possibility of a world with far higher equality and yet trying to maintain peace and equilibrium. So that's the sort of world that you are going to spend most of your working career in. A world where there will be technological transformations, some of which we've talked about. A world where there will be social transformation, and a world where there will be inequality. No point beating our breast about it. It will be there. Question is, what do we do with it? Depending on your specialization, you will need various kinds of skills. But let's get into that in the question answer session, because I can see we're almost half an hour into our conversation already. So PD, over to you. Guide us. What would you want?
So, actually between the two of you made several very important points. And I just wanted to add something to what you said. When you talked about Amazon delivering stuff through drones, now just add 3D printing to that. And as we were talking just a little while ago, you can order stuff at the click of a mouse from the comfort or privacy of your home. So instant gratification, instant manufacturing, instant delivery. So what will that do to the whole? Of course, we become retail addicts, but there's a whole range of other implications for economics and so on. But I'm going to leave that aside. So I think it's just not technology, it's the intersection of multiple technologies that we really need to look at. But I want to go back to, I'll come back to Anirban. Before that, I want to go back to PSN, because you said something very interesting. You started by saying that, look, the definition of sustainability has now kind of enlarged a little bit. So traditionally we saw it as green. Then, people talked about green, clean, and maybe sometimes climate, but you used many other things. You talked about inequality, you talked about diversity, you talked about LGBT rights. And I think this is really interesting because the definition of sustainability has now widened to encompass a large number of other issues. And as you rightly pointed out, this is giving rise to a huge, the decision problems are more complex. I was just wondering whether you would like to elaborate on some of them.
Right. I think, when these issues are looked at a larger societal level, at a policy-making level by the government or by city administrations, it has a certain level of complexity. When corporations look at these issues, it assumes a different kind of flavor and dimension because corporations have never done this kind of thing in the past. I mean, they've never thought about rights of minorities, in terms of whatever dimension, and so on and so forth. So I think that has been the biggest challenge for corporations, for people inside corporations, to see how do you engage with this in all its complexity that it comes with. So I think certain areas are relatively more straightforward than the others. Wherever there are resource efficiencies involved, along with clear returns on investments and cost takeouts, I think it's that much easier for the CEO and the CFO to say, okay, of course we should do this. And I think, in the climate change programs that companies have adopted over the last few years, this has been the low-hanging fruit that everybody has first, adopted, whether it is energy efficiency or resource efficiency and so on. I think there is a slice of that cake for everybody, larger or smaller, but there. So that's relatively easier. But in the same environmental domain, if you go into something like biodiversity, it becomes a little bit more complicated. If you choose to look at it from a business lens alone, why should I conserve biodiversity, whether outside or inside the organization, has no clear-cut answers in terms of a standard business template. You don't even know how to measure the value of biodiversity. I mean, there are so many debates on it. So how will you therefore arrive at what is a good IRR to achieve and so on, right? There, I think it is largely a matter of, the culture of the company, the mindset of the company, bearing on your decisions, because there are no universal templates. And that's true even for inclusion and diversity. While most companies would like to say that, we are an inclusive company today, that wasn't the case 15 years back, right? But what do you do within your inclusion and diversity program will differ depending on the culture of the company, right? So the kind of conversations that happen at the senior level, the kind of conversations that the senior leaders want their middle managers to have, it's not enough for me to have targets for gender diversity or for, doing ABCD under, inclusion and diversity. It's important for that to be part of the way you think and behave.
I think we lost Mr. Narayan again.
Rule seems to be he who is speaking will have difficulties.
So, these are very uncomfortable conversations sometimes, and I think so that's. But Anirban, do you want to continue on that? Because I think one of the points that Pearson was making is that the role of values and top management vision. I think implicitly you are alluding to that in driving these changes. So do you want to respond to that before I come back to a question directly addressed to you? But
sure.
You want to build on
before PS comes back,
yes.
I want to build on some of one thing he said about impact of biodiversity. We are all struggling to find the answer to that. All of us want trees, right? And all of us want a prettier, greener world. But when you put on a business lens and you ask, okay, so should the business get involved? How does it benefit business? Very often we can't find clear answers. So I want to share with you a couple of answers that we've discovered. We discovered that having great biodiversity in a factory brings down dust levels by anything up to 50 to 60%. We also discovered that having great biodiversity at a location
Okay, this is really strange. Both of our speakers have kind of frozen. I'm just going to build on what they said.
Air conditioning and therefore lesser emissions.
Anirban, we lost you for the last.
Okay, I'm going to go
seconds.
off video then. You'll probably hear me then.
No, we would like to watch you too, Anirban. So that's okay. I think we can take care of this. So you were basically talking about biodiversity. And I just wanted to say one of the problems with looking at things is the science is not very clear and the impacts are not very clear. So for instance, if you take biodiversity, what is the value that you will apply to maybe a species that is about to go extinct when you do not know what future use it can be. So there it comes to, your discount rates and, whether you have an ecocentric or an anthropocentric view. But, that's, you're basically saying, well, you don't have to look that far ahead. You can see great business payoffs right now. And that actually leads me to the question that I wanted to ask you, because you said you've actually painted a beautiful picture of future transportation. And that's true. And I would love to have a day when I can just walk into a pod and reach the airport, because right now you never know when you reach the airport. Bangalore is completely messed up in terms of traffic log jams. But Anirban, you're also a company that is built its success on conventional transport. And I see your CEO and Chairman often tweeting about this transition, but your electric car business is a small part of it, right? Because we just moved on. Would that be okay? And just yeah, okay. So and this transition can't be really easy for people because that's a small part of the business, and you have your stockholders and investors, all of them telling, look, this is growing but small and potentially kind of risky. So the transition from fossil fuel to electric is going to be quite a challenge. And of course, electric itself has its own challenges. How does a firm manage this transition or a transformation? What are the pain points? Who do you need to convince? What kind of things do you need to look at?
There comes a time for every industry and technology where the risk lies in not making the transition. PD, you would have taught case studies of Kodak and Nokia and RCA and various other organizations which did not make the technology transformation in time. In the automotive industry today, not making the transition to electric is far more risky than trying to make the transition to electric. We have to figure out a way. Similarly, in the energy space, not making the transition to renewable energy or hydrogen or whatever is far more risky than not making the transition, which is why you are hearing even Reliance saying that I'm going to be the largest renewable energy company in the world, and NTPC will probably be a very large renewable energy company in the world, and so on. So in short, that's what I would want to say, that transition is critical for our survival. If we don't make the transition, automotive will not be our main business. It may be software, it may be something else, but not automotive.
So, my question then to both of you, both of you are actually let's say the champions, the stewards of sustainability in your companies. And as Mr. Pearson also said, you are both heading very large companies. How do you manage this within the organization? For instance, there are two aspects that I would like to, I would like you to both talk about. One, of course, is what future competencies do you need to build? Two, how do you measure performance? How do you integrate sustainability as into the performance management system? Because the results are not often visible instantly. So we would like both of you to answer it, and you can go in whichever order you prefer. And by the way, Pearson, before you answer that, would you like to just complete your argument, because we lost you somewhere in between when you were talking about biodiversity and protection of that? You are muted now. We can't hear you. Yes.
Yes. Sure. Thanks, Professor Jose. So I was just concluding by saying that, there are, excepting for a few cases where the business case is very clear, there are a number of issues in sustainability that don't have universal templates for decision making. And that is something that the leaders of companies have to navigate their way through. Some of it is experimental in terms of what you try, what you not try, what risks you take, and a lot of it is to do with the culture and the mindset of the organization. So competencies. I think one can have an entire session on that. What competencies are required for managing these trade-offs that sustainability typically poses. One way of characterizing it is that, you should be comfortable looking at the mirror and liking what you see. And when I say looking at the mirror, the picture that you look at the mirror is not, the assumption is it's not very pretty. Okay, so companies should be ready to comfortable with that self-scrutiny and debates, and constantly sort of nudging and pushing and catalyzing themselves into first acknowledging that, okay, this is not a very comfortable question. Okay, so how do we engage with it? So that's a key competency. And I think where it might come where it is at variance with a typical leadership competency, which is the imperative of being confident, the imperative of taking quick decisions, and so on. That sort of runs up against this particular trait of being self-reflective and doubting yourself. And when I say doubting yourself, not as an individual, but doubting, what you are thinking about or what you think is the right thing to do.
Sorry to interrupt you. You're telling us our business education is not appropriate for this at all.
The traditional business education, but I'm aware that IIMB and other folks are reforming, which is good, right? That is one. The second important competency would be to have what is typically called systems thinking, or the ability to see the larger picture. And the problem with that is, or the challenge with that is, the moment you are able to see the larger picture or join the dots, as it's called, you will realize that many of these issues are long-term in nature. And what you do today may have outcomes 10 years down the line, 15 years down the line, 30 years down the line. So the assurance of seeing results in the short term, which is a quarter or a year at the most, it just vanishes. So that is another area of ambiguity that traditionally business managers are not geared up for, right? So those are two examples. And therefore, in some way, it reflects in the kind of performance criteria you have. Again, things that are very hard, let's say the hardware of sustainability, like resource productivity and so on. You can have targets that are quantitative, that are clearly defined, but a lot of other things you may not be able to have, including, let's take the classic example of inclusion or gender diversity. It is not sufficient to have a target for increasing the diversity of women in your company. We all know that. That in itself doesn't mean much, unless it is accompanied by a transformation culturally in the mindsets of people, in terms of being able to recognize the various life cycle stages that women go through in their careers, and some of those key inflection points where they need additional support from the organization. So that. The other example is, of course, biodiversity, which you can't put a numerical target. So how do you include that into your KPIs on your dashboard is something that I think is still emerging. It is still being debated. And it's a little fuzzy, and that's what makes it interesting also. So I'm going to pause there.
Thank you. Over to you, Anirban.
A lot of interesting thoughts. So let me try and do more nuts and bolts stuff. So let's say you're in a finance function. And I know many of you guys will be majoring in finance, right? So let's do finance and let's do marketing. Let's say you're doing capital allocation and you're looking at the business portfolio for the future. Here's a question for you. How will the carbon footprint of your portfolio of businesses or business 20 years from now be different from the carbon footprint of the business or portfolio of businesses that you have today? Typically in strategy of finance, this is not a question that is asked today. Why should it be asked? Because it can throw up growth business opportunities of the future. So effectively what we are doing is, along with all the wonderful things you've studied for 2 years at IIMB, we are adding another lens, that of climate or sustainability, to try and answer the core question of where should we invest in the future, where will growth be in the future. Let's use the same lens for marketing. You know that all consumers have brand choice parameters, attributes, as the case may be. Okay, depending on the product category, all of us who are consumers, we choose a brand on the basis of certain attributes. Today, green is not an attribute which is used by most people. It is used by some already. So there are a few brands like that. But if you are going to be a marketing expert and you're going to have a career in marketing, it's not going to take very long for many product categories to have a very important brand choice parameter, which is in the space of green or sustainability or planet or something like that. Now, if you go only by the conventional models, you will find that, hey, there is some other brand, new brand is making more headway than I am. The issues of incumbent brand trying to make a shift to a new position will remain and you will have to deal with it. But that new position will become important. So as a finance professional, there is a way of using the sustainability lens to look at capital allocation for the future. For a marketing professional, there is a way of using a sustainability lens to build the brand for the future. We could go on and look at each individual function. Today, if you were to join operations, if that's your calling, then, and if you were to join a factory which has been very successful and has been around for 50 years or 40 years or whatever, you will find that there are some motors which run very well, very efficient. They have been maintained beautifully. But there are now alternatives available which do the same job with 1/3 the energy. And if your only controllable cost in operations or manufacturing is 70% is energy, that's what my peers tell me, that, you know, most of my costs are decided before the product even gets manufactured. So 70% of my controllable costs are energy. So wherever I can, I try to reduce my energy costs. And the motors that are sitting in the factories are a huge opportunity. They're not the only ones. Keeping the place cool. Now, factories are not usually air conditioned. Some kinds of factories are. Usually have fans. Today, there are wonderful fans, far better ventilation, and much lesser energy consumption. We've discussed value from waste. That also falls in the space of the operations person. So in this way, and we must not forget that average temperatures are going to rise. So these non-air conditioned factories or these spaces where people are working in regular outside temperature, we will have to make sure that those conditions are not oppressive. And therefore, as an operations manager, there are many new tricks that you will need, which an operations manager of today probably doesn't need. PD, I hope that kind of addresses some part of your question.
Greatly, Anirban, thank you. And both of you have addressed different things also. In a way, you are saying that let's look at what can be done in the here and now in bringing down costs and increasing revenues and so on. And you're also saying let's do an opportunity. People say opportunity sizing. I am inclined to believe it's more like opportunity seizing from the future. You know, there are many more questions I would like to ask both of you, and I could spend the whole day asking you questions. But I think there's several people who might have questions for you. So we'll take questions from the audience. And then if there is still time, I'm going to come back again to you. So I'm going to request our, coordinators from the enclave to please ask the, let's get
am I audible, sir?
Yeah. Yes, please.
Yeah. So I didn't expect it. This actually, we are flooded with questions on mental.
So you know what? I want to suggest asking the toughest, the most provocative questions.
So shall we start with the repetitive ones? So many of the questions are asking, many of the people are asking about circular economy. Just so I'll take Sudhanshu's question first. What are some of the steps that your organizations have taken in tackling increasing scarcity of resources and growing waste, and any end of life cycle or circular economy initiatives?
So how do we play this game? Who goes first?
Anirban, I think this is much more aligned to what.
Yeah, this is more manufacturing than IT, I guess. So some quick examples. We've invested in a business for responsible recycling of automobiles. So this is an end of life project kind of a thing. Why have we invested in that business? You know, automobiles cause pollution. Older automobiles cause more pollution. Reselling the older automobile is of no use at all. It continues to cause pollution. So the best thing to do is get it off the streets. But then you don't chuck it into the river or leave it lying in some police station. You recover all the useful materials in that. Therefore, responsible recycling of automobiles. That's one business we've got into. The second business we've got into is creating energy from food waste. So you keep reading that Indore is India's cleanest city, best city, and so on. So we have a business there which helps them take their food waste and convert it into compressed natural gas, which is then used to run their local transportation. Another business discovered that the scrap steel, which it was just selling as scrap, could be used to make transformer cores. So it became another revenue stream for them. So 3 examples of how new businesses came out, we invested in new businesses from a perspective of circular economy. But the way we drove circular economy was by starting a program called Ensure No Waste to Landfill. People identified with that call. We started the program when these reports of landfills going on fire and Belandur Lake catching fire, all of that was very hot. So people identified with that call, took many steps, ensured that first they identified what was going to landfill and why, and then figured out ways of repurposing, reusing, recycling, or better ways of disposing so that it doesn't go to the landfill. Today, since the time the profile was written, we are now at 25 locations which are certified as being zero waste to landfill. One of them is an integrated city near Chennai, the Mahindra World City. So there are some 500 plus industries over there, people living over there, but that whole area sends nothing to landfill. So those are some of the examples of how we have dealt with circular economy. But perhaps what is most important going forward in circular economy is figuring out how to use lesser material to make the same products. So our vehicles now weigh something like 300 kilos lesser because we figured out how to design that product with lesser material. That then adds to fuel efficiency, which causes lesser emissions. So you can see circular economy you can approach from a resource efficiency perspective, both at the beginning of the pipe and at the end of the pipe. Long answer to a short question, but I hope it sheds some light.
Right.
So, Mr. Pearson, do you want to answer that? Or
no, I think that was that covered all the points. So I don't want to say anything at this point.
That was a very extensive answer, and because I belong to steel industry, so I could connect with that steel scrap thing. Thank you for that. For people who don't know, United Nations Chief Antonio Guterres last year appreciated Mahindra Group's initiatives. So in a lighter vein, one of the person in Menti has asked, do such incidents make corporates complacent? On a lighter vein, I'll leave this question. I'll go to the next. So this question is for Mr. P.S. Narayan. Miss Kiran, she says, no check book philanthropy is the new norm. What he also mentioned just now, that green outside or red inside. So that really touched me. Maybe you also felt the same. So the question is, no check book philanthropy is the new norm. So corporates do CSR as they believe in it and not just for sake of it. So she appreciates Wipro for this and asked what impact Wipro's Earthian education program has actually brought. The impact that Earthian education program of Wipro has brought.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the question. So just to give a high-level summary of what Wipro Earthian is. So Wipro Earthian is a decade-long program of ours that was started with this overarching purpose of fostering improved sustainability thinking and acting in schools and in colleges. So that's the essential purpose of the program. And over all these years, we've worked extensively with, I think, hundreds, if not thousands of schools across the country. Now, I would like to call out, a couple of interesting things that we do at the college level, because it directly goes into, the conversation on competencies that we were having some time back. So Wipro Udayan at the college level does not have one template to work with, because there are different streams. So the way you engage with engineering colleges has to be different from architecture or, of course, the management schools. So we've been working with, a few management institutes, including IIM Bangalore. IIM Bangalore was the first institute we started working with, and we continue to engage with them very closely on some of these issues of what needs to change in business education, or it could be in engineering education. So let me take IIM Bangalore's example itself, and Professor Jose is here, and he's been very much part of this whole engagement from day one, right? So he'll be able to add his own important perspective on this. We do 2-3 things with IIM Bangalore. One is we support 2 doctoral fellowships where the doctoral thesis theme is on an important area of intersection between business and sustainability. That way, we think that, hopefully we will be creating capacity in the system, in future, where students can, when they become faculty, they can bring those perspectives into their teaching, and that has a cascading effect down the line. We also have supported faculty research programs on themes like business and human rights, climate risk assessment and disclosure by companies, basically themes that are difficult or intractable, relatively speaking, for companies. So we are supporting those kind of programs. We work with Professor Jose on, again, a capacity building program for faculty of other business schools and how they can design online programs on sustainability. These are some examples. We've also worked with IIM Ahmedabad and Xavier's Institute of Bhubaneswar and so on. But the underlying common theme here is, how do we work with institutes in higher education to bring about reforms in what is taught, how it is taught. So that's a college example. I'm not going deep into the school examples. I'll stop here.
I just want to add, actually,
Thank you.
Mr. Pearson has been, Wipro has been a big supporter of IIM Bangalore. And that's a hint for you, Anirban, that we could have more people joining in. But, the part I like about Wipro's engagement with IIMB and others is it has never been about putting the Wipro name first. In fact, you would have discovered even in the conversation right now, Wipro is very understated in its engagement with, institutions like ours. So one of the first things he would say is, we don't really worry about the Wipro name, but we worry about outcomes. And I think that's not something very often you hear from corporates, right? So just thought I would mention that.
Thank you, Mr. Narayan. Thank you, Jose. Next questions. We are flooded with questions and we are running short of time. I would like to take a catch on time. So the next question is, Aditya says, partnering with rivals for bigger goals. Why is it not so common in corporates? Despite that, collaborative efforts may bring wonders, as we saw in COVID.
So Aditya, there are 2
sustainability initiatives particularly need collaboration, and at times with rivals. So that's a smart question. Thanks, Aditya, for the question. Anybody can address.
So I was saying that there are 2 areas where rivals do collaborate. Earlier, the area was the practice of TQM, total quality management. You'll find that the quality professionals across companies are thick friends, even if they are competitors. The second area is sustainability. I've learned a lot from my peer in Tata Motors at one time. And so I've learned from many people in BMW and various other companies, So sustainability folks are good friends. Marketing chaps may not be, but sustainability guys are good friends. So collaboration is happening over there. You know, PS can turn around and say he doesn't want to talk to me because I also represent Tech Mahindra, but he never does. And both of us are quite happy learning from each other and pushing things forward. In fact, PS, I was delighted to learn about your climate risk assessment program. I'm going to write to you and ask if any of our chaps can enroll in that program and learn.
Sure, certainly, Honorable. No, I concur with what you said broadly. At some level, sustainability folks, are philosophers, or at least they turn into philosophers. So, they can't resist talking to others, whether they are rivals or not, about what is running in their heads. But that's one. I think on a more serious level, engaging seriously with companies, whether they're rivals or otherwise, requires a lot of bandwidth, attention, and energy from the people involved. And so you need a coordinating agency, right? So which is why you will find, companies of all use, whether they are competitors or not, come together under common platforms like CII and happily working towards, common objectives. But if you ask, company A to work with company B, which is a rival, directly, I think it's less of, hesitancy in doing so, more rather than, the coordination efforts that are involved, So that's how I would put it.
That's true.
Yeah.
Shall we move to the next question?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. In between, I would like to admire Mr. Anirban's background. It's lovely. Okay. Next question. Next question comes from Amitesh. He says, no matter how much we try to live our life our way, we all are deeply interconnected. Every human on the globe is, and COVID highlighted this effectively. Now, the biggest concern in such pandemic was food security, particularly during first lockdown. How differently could corporates have handled this? How differently could corporates have handled this when food security was a concern in first lockdown during pandemic? Because we talked a little about the landfill and the food recyclability. I would like Mr. Anirban to address this question in particular.
This is my personal view. You may disagree. I thought one of the things we did well during COVID was to ensure that everyone got food to eat. We heard of a lot of disasters, of shortages, but very rarely did we hear of shortages of food. It's not that you didn't hear when you had migrants walking back home, long stretches. Maybe there were times when they didn't have access to food. But if that was happening, even in a non-COVID time, the poor fellows would have faced the same problem. So I'm not sure we should blame it on COVID. One of the good things that happened as we were struggling with COVID in urban India is agriculture actually grew. Farmers got time to work on their crops. All farming resources were abundantly available. I can say that because our tractor business had a bumper year. While automobiles had a horrible year, tractors had a bumper year because the agriculture sector did very, very well. When I look back on our nation and the way it has grown, one thing we have done well is to keep our people well fed. Shortages of food at any time have never been because of production. They've been because of distribution. And somebody as great as the Nobel Prize winning economist Amartya Sen wrote in great detail about how famines are caused not so much by the lack of supply, but the lack of distribution. COVID was a test to see whether we could keep our agricultural distribution going. I thought we did a pretty good job, actually.
Okay. Mr. Narayan, would you like to add on that? How corporates could have handled it a little better?
No, I see. I tend to largely agree with what Anirban said. I think the distress that people are talking about, was the migrant distress. The migrant distress and the distress of loss of livelihoods and incomes that obviously hits your food security first. So I think the question could have been rephrased a little in a different way. What could corporates have done better to have addressed livelihoods distress among its workers or whoever, right? Now, the fact of the matter is, because there was loss of income, obviously food was the biggest crisis for all the workers, migrants and otherwise. But what happened was that civil society and business came together to address that gap. It may not have been uniform across all cities, all parts of the country, but I think they did a pretty decent job on that. Could we have done better? Of course, we could have done better. And there are nuances to this, and I'll give a couple of examples from Wipro and then close. From our philanthropic perspective, Wipro as well as Azim Premji Foundation focused for the first 3-4 months entirely on humanitarian aid, including food relief. And I think the efforts were very intensive and very large scale. But along with that, one of the things we did was most of our employees were not coming to office. So we converted our kitchens in Bangalore, in Pune, and in Kolkata to be able to supply cooked meals twice a day, particularly to migrant workers. The reason is, you're a migrant and you're out of the job. Even if I give you dry rations, rice, pulses, and so on, you may not have cooking fuel to cook, right? So therefore, for them, the need was for access to cooked meals, right? So that was a nuance that, one had to recognize and make sure that certain segments needed cooked meals, other segments could do with dry rations. So we repurposed our kitchens to be able to do that, right? So things like that, those examples.
I'm glad you mentioned that, PS, because not just our factories, I know many companies kept their canteens going and distributed cooked food to migrant laborers. In fact, our colleagues in the canteens probably cooked more food during COVID than they do when we normally, go to office. So that was one very large thing that did happen right across the country.
So,
very true. The human side of Indians, it was very visible this time in COVID. Yeah, that
I just feel, just one thing. I just want to say that I think corporate India did a lot and could have done a lot more. But that's always true of anything that you look at. But I feel we should publicize these positive stories. Others need to know that great things have been done. And so sometimes there is diffidence and unwillingness to talk about our achievements. In this case, it is inspiring for others. And therefore, there is a need to talk about how civil society and corporates came together. And, so many of these issues were dealt with. I have not seen too many documentation of that. Maybe that's something that you should maybe ask CI or somebody to pick up and, highlight.
Sure.
So I would thank that person for the question, because we saw the 3 sides of the same question, like 3 people with 3 different views. And this is the beauty of this session. Okay, shall we move ahead?
Please.
We are towards concluding the event. I'll take just one last question. So this question is from Mr. Aniket. And he says, because Mahindra is dealing one side with the Ghazli cars and another side with the EVs. So in present times, I'll make it short, make the question short for you. So he's simply saying how difficult it is for you to convince your stakeholders at times. Do you find it difficult?
Short answer, no.
Okay, interesting.
So slightly long answer.
Yeah,
if we
that I would expect.
If we don't do conventional vehicles today, the business will be in trouble, employment will be in trouble, transportation will be in trouble, lots of things will be. So we have to do that. But if we don't do EVs at scale or don't invest today, then our business sustainability, endurance, existence will be in trouble anywhere between 10 to 15 years from now. So we have to do both. And I think all stakeholders understand that very well.
Right. So now it's already 1 o'clock. I would like to conclude the session. And can't thank you more. Before concluding, I would I would request every of the participants to reflect on what we touched in this upon in this session. So Mr. Anirban touched on drones, EV, even halonic bulb, Bluetooth speaker, to landfills, food recyclability, how to search for equilibrium in a growing unequal world. We also touched about on biodiversity a bit. Professor Jose tried to touch on 3D printing quickly. Then Mr. Narayan, he said about the financial dilemmas in sustainability initiatives, and even how to start things when there are no templates in the corporates. How to start such initiatives, how to craft such endeavors, be it gender diversity, anything, self-scrutiny and the debates, how important they are today in the corporates regarding sustainability initiatives. Now, I would appreciate everyone who had been actively absorbing the insights of these legends all through this session. I would just take a minute to conclude, and I want you all for just 2 takeaways. Can I get the support from you? Louder. Yes? Thank you. So first, world's 5% population is indigenous, Adivasi as we call in India. So they are protecting 80% of global biodiversity. They inspire us to be close to nature for sustainability, and we do our bit our ways. Vegan diets, vertical farming, discouraging plastics, rainwater harvesting. What we can do in our own lives, the list is long only if we get conscious, right? Secondly, India has its own problems, as we discussed today, and these can't be solved by imitating Western ways. Roadside trees in Indian tradition were mango, banyan, or peepal, but now we grow aesthetic British ornamental, like gulmohar, which do not add much biodiversity to value chain. So with this pledge to solve Indian problems, the Indian ways, in corporates and society, wherever we live in coming days, and with a pledge to save our planet and be in harmony with Mother Earth. Let's conclude this meeting. My heartiest thanks to the panelists and to Professor Jose for facilitating and organizing all this. I think such positive vibes our audience got with Mr. Anirban's sense of humor and Mr. Narayan's optimism overflow. It was fabulous. Thank you all. For BizCon lovers, next session coming up is at 2:30, and it's a panel discussion on evolving consumer preferences, the challenges, innovation and opportunities in retail, with speakers from Amazon, Spencer, and more. Yeah, it's hard to miss, so stay tuned. Let's catch up at 2:30. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you and goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Oh, thank you, speakers, for joining us on time. We'll start the session at 4:05 p.m. Sorry for this inconvenience. I think all the people are back. We can start the session at 4 p.m. itself. So thank you, audience, for being with us until this time. And it's evening now. So good evening. Hope you are progressing well since this morning. And now we have come to the most exciting part of today's business conclave, the startup world. Dear friends, India is the third largest unicorn ecosystem in the world. In the global startup ecosystem, India is creating a hallmark and setting a path for future entrepreneurs. And all of it is made possible with the support of some esteemed founders present among us today. Today, IIM Bangalore EPGP Business Conclave brings you the thoughtful discussion on what it takes to ride a B2B unicorn, to be moderated by our revered Professor K. Kumar. Professor Kumar is the faculty from entrepreneurship area and the Dean of Alumni Relation and Development at IIM Bangalore. Professor Kumar has over 16 years of experience in the industry, holding positions of CEO, President, and Management Consultant in reputed organizations. He also started 3 companies before joining IIMB in 2001. So entrepreneurs with entrepreneur. Now coming to our panelists, we have our first panelist of the event, Mr. Nitin Jain. Mr. Nitin Jain is the co-founder at Op Business and also a CEO at O Agri Farm, a unit of Op Business. He is a silver medalist and a computer science engineer from IIT Delhi. He has worked for 7 years as an investment banker in London, taking care of the credit derivatives desk for the Royal Bank of Scotland. He came to India in 2015 to pursue his entrepreneurial ambitions and is one of the founders at Op Business. Let's go to our second panelist. Our second panelist is Mr. Rahul Sharma. So Mr. Sharma is the co-founder at Zetwork. He graduated from IIT Roorkee in 2012. After that, he worked on oil rigs across the world for Schlumberger, which is the world's biggest oil and gas service company. He plunged into the startup world by joining Blackbuck, which is a unicorn in logistics. Then going against the wave, he started Zetwork along with Amrit, Vishal, and Srinath in 2018 to transform the manufacturing industry. Let's have our third panelist, Mr. Souvik Sengupta. Mr. Souvik Sengupta is the co-founder at Infra Market and a board member at Equipment. Souvik is a certified chartered accountant, certified company secretary, and an alum of IIM Bangalore. In the year 2016, he started InfraMarket, a one-stop solution for every category of construction materials. His startup is now valued at $2.5 billion. It is a pleasure for all of us to have such a great team of unicorns among us. We all are keen to hear from the panelists about their journey, knowledge, and success mantras. Thank you for taking out time for all of us from your busy schedule to share your thoughts with us. Once again, I welcome you to this event. Over to you, Professor Kumar. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me start by complimenting the EPGP batch for putting together such an excellent panel for discussion this evening. So what I intend doing is, we didn't have an opportunity to meet each other before this discussion. So we'll, like true entrepreneurs, we'll take it on the fly as it goes. What I intend doing is to maybe spend the first 10-15 minutes getting the entrepreneurs to introduce their businesses and companies very briefly. And the second segment, I'll probably pose one or two questions to each one of them about their specific business models and the kind of insights they can provide in addition to what they say during the introduction. And then I'll come back to the theme of the unicorn, which is what seems to have brought all these three entrepreneurs together today. And I'll focus a little bit on the unicorn status and ask them to speak about that. And then I'll throw the floor open for questions from all the members of the class and other guests who are present here, so that you can have a kind of direct one-on-one with the panelists. Thank you once again for all of you for being here. My first question is like this. I noticed that all of you have started pretty much in the last 4 to 5 years, 2016, 2017, around the time frame. So if you can very briefly in about 4 to 5 minutes, tell us what was the epiphany or the inspiration which got you to start this particular business, and then very quickly cover what you have accomplished in the last 4 or 5 years and where do you stand today with respect to each of your businesses. Maybe we can go in the same order in which you were all introduced. Nitin, can I call you to start this, please?
Yeah, thank you, Professor Kumar, and thank you so much to the IIM Bangalore batch for getting us all together. I'm sure this is going to be a very, very fruitful discussion. So to answer your question, Professor Kumar, 2015 is when we started. So there were 5 of us who basically essentially got together and said that B2C ke andar kafi kuch ho raha hai. There is Amazon, there's Flipkart, there's Jabong, there's Myntra, and so on and so forth. But there's no real platform to address the problems that are being faced by the SMEs. Right. So you had your ITCs or the Reliance of the world that were still doing very, very good, but the SMEs were not able to get to that level. They were not able to compete at that level. So we said that, listen, we need to do something for the SME business in India, because ultimately most of the GDP in India is being controlled by the SMEs, and the SMEs are sort of like the backbone where more than 6 crore people are being employed by the SMEs. So essentially, if you don't look after them, right? So we essentially, follow one motto that India was never built by one, it was built by many. And these backbones, these SMEs that are there are the backbones essentially on which the entire foundation of manufacturing or other industries have been built. So we said that we are going to get them to the level at which ITC or Reliance operate or L&T operates and so on and so forth. And that's the motto, or that's the idea that we started out with. When we started out, we never knew that, we are going to get into lending or we are going to get into aggregation, or what are the kind of raw materials that we're going to aggregate. We had no idea. All we knew was that B2B ke andar kuch banana hai, kuch bada karna hai, and that's essentially was our plan. Then what happened was during our initial few months, we sort of, tried to understand various markets, including pipes and including paints and so on and so forth, where we each individual, all 5 of us, they traveled on the ground, and then we saw what was the problems being faced by the SMEs. Because as I said, we did not have a clear agenda of what we were going to do, right? It was just a blank slate, and we said that we're going to just write our own journey, and we're going to pave the way forward, just looking at the problems on the ground. So while looking at the problems on the ground, we figured out that many of the SMEs, there were 3 problems that they were facing, right? So the first problem that they essentially faced was that of raw material. It was so opaque. The procurement of raw material was so opaque that these guys were spending between 5 to 7% more than the big guys or the big guns of India in procurement. So the entire profit margin was being subdued and heavily subdued. And these guys operate at very small or very tiny profit margins. The second problem was obviously around working capital, right? So these guys are small guys. they have very limited assets to securitize to the banks. I mean, if you look at the SME ecosystem, on an average, 30% plus minus 5%. So this is the median on which they essentially get working capital from the bank. So if they need 100 rupees of working capital, 30 rupees is provided by the bank. 70 rupees is just open, right? They go to local money lenders, they go to your traders to essentially get raw materials on credit. They go to various other NBFCs, but NBFCs only capture about 10% of this requirement. So there's a huge gap, and they get essentially fleeced by the middlemen or the traders, the distributors in the middle, because they overcharge, and they overcharge like crazy, right? So ITC and Reliance and all, they don't have these problems, right? L&T does not have this kind of problem because they are the big guns. They can actually directly go to the manufacturer, or even if they have to procure from the distributor, they end up squeezing them left, right, and center because of payment terms, because they have the buying power. So we said that we're going to address this as well, right? And the third most important point is, how do the SME sell? A guy who's sitting out of Faridabad in north part of India, he does not have access to buyers from, let's say, a Hyderabad or a Kerala or abroad, right? Abroad is just too far out for him. Let's talk about India itself. He does not have access to buyers sitting out of Punjab. So that's only 300, 400 kilometers away. So they struggle because there's just one promoter with his son or daughter managing the entire show. So you have a very small ecosystem. They have to manage finance, they have to manage procurement, they have to manage production, they have to manage everything. So how can they actually spend time on business development? It's not possible for them. They have just been servicing those clients that have been existing for the past 10, 15 years since they started, and that's it. They have no time to add new clients. So that was a problem that we saw the SMEs facing massively. They had no time, no resources, no energy for business development. So they were stagnant. One obstacle or one road bump like a COVID would have destroyed them completely. So these are the problems, that we analyze, that yes, we need to solve all these problems. So that's what our business model is sort of, based on. Professor, you're mute. Cannot hear you.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Nitin. Thank you for that introduction. I'm sure there'll be more questions as we go along in terms of the specifics of your business model and how you go about solving these three very important problems which you've identified. So let me now invite Rahul to talk about his inspiration to get started with Zetwork and where he is today.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, Professor Kumar, and thanks a lot, guys, for calling me over. To be true, when we started in 2018, our intention was to create a marketplace in manufacturing. We are very clear on that. Of course, the journey that we are here today is very different from what we started. Started as a complete SaaS platform. I used to go out and sell software, realize that in India, value of software is little low and people don't want to pay as much. As well as whenever we were a customer, he would always ask, software is good, but can you give us a new supplier? And that to a cheaper one. That was their primary question. And that's how we decided to become a marketplace in the first day itself. We started introducing our suppliers to customers. Now, I'll just give you an example. For example, today, JSW Bellary is expanding and Tata Kalinganagar plant also expanding. Both of them are in expansion mode. They ideally would give the contract to a EPC client like L&T. Now, L&T has 10 divisions. For a SME who is in Rourkela or for an SME who is in Trichy, who can probably supply to JSW Bellary or to Tata Kalinganagar, doesn't know which L&T division it is. Even if he knows the L&T division, he doesn't know which office of L&T is it, because L&T has probably offices in Bombay, in Bangalore, in Delhi as well. Even if in the office, he doesn't know which department in that office. Even thereafter, he needs to know the purchase guy as well. Now, while he figures all these things out, he also needs to know that his capacity, availability, and the requirement the plant has to match. And it might match someday, but he needs to click and write a mail to that guy on that particular day. So there is this huge problem that Nitin also emphasized, where the access to demand itself was a problem. Secondly, working capital, of course, is also a problem, as 70% of the cost of manufacturing is raw material. But besides that, L&T, or for that sake, Tata Kalinganagar, won't work with a SME who is producing 200 tons per month, because the requirement is 10,000 tons per month. So they can't really work with 100, 200 SMEs. Even though they have the capacity, the capability, they will not be getting the orders because the management of these guys alone for a client like L&T, Tata becomes difficult. That's where we came into picture. We said we probably solve for working capital. We're going to solve for the availability of demand and matching it with the availability of capacity that's there in the ecosystem. Along with it, how do you do parallel manufacturing at the same time in 10 locations, probably smaller, but 10, so that the same benefits can be transferred without adding more capacities? Now, to generate 10,000 tons, I can't create 10 facilities of 1,000 tons when I have 210,000 capacities already available. So how do we plug in the inefficiencies in the system by introducing technologies so that manufacturing can be done parallel, and we can enable the manufacturing, which is not only the financing part as well as demand part, but also the system quality process of the right product reaching the customer at the right time, because the cost overruns of delay is far higher. So you need to be on time, in full, all the time. So that's what our model is today. We're doing it across different supply chain. One of them being infra, which is fabrication. So we are in railways, solar. You talk about building in factories. That is one vertical. Then we are in Apple, as well as consumer electronics, where we're trying to bring supply chains from China to India. The reason it's a once in a lifetime opportunity where there is a China plus one strategy getting pursued across the world. While that is happening, how does an SME in India figure out how Chinese have solved for it? The government is providing high import duty so that they can do something by themselves, but the knowledge and the pace at which it has to be done is limited to these guys. So we are the ones who are working with the SMEs, creating an ecosystem so that a lot of supply chains across different consumer products can be brought to India. We've already, for example, become one of the few ecosystems providing solutions for smartwatches and wearables, something which we are wearing today. So yeah, this is where we are. Exciting to hear questions from you guys over the course of the session.
Yeah. Thank you, Rahul. That's a very brief and very pointed introduction. We'll come back to you with more questions. Shovik, now it's your turn. So I remember speaking with you way back in 2017, I think, if I remember right, when you were just contemplating this business. It's impressive the way you have progressed today. Please share with us, how did you start and how did you land up here?
So I think, yeah, so I think the first question was that, all of us have started in the 2016 sort of, 17 sort of time frame. We started in 2016. And I think one of the reasons that sort of period motivated us to start is also the way the ecosystem changed before that. So if you look at the venture backing ecosystem, you had a lot of success stories coming out of India. You had the Flipkart, the Snapdeals of the world. While they were not part of the B2B ecosystem, the fact remains that if you're a young entrepreneur who doesn't have a family business sort of a structure where you're not building on top of something, it's very opaque in India whether you can actually build something large. And you're not, there's a lot of lack of confidence in first generation entrepreneurs on what they can actually build out, and the kind of risk taking capacity you need to have is immense. And this changed, I think, in early 2010, 11, when a lot of these large unicorns of B2C got funded. So you had the Flipkarts, the Mahindras, all the large, B2C companies, which showed us the path to actually passing out of college, going out and having some experience and then starting something. And there was money chasing good entrepreneurs. And I think that changed. So by the time 2015 came, I think, and I'll include OFB sort of in that list. I think they were the pioneers in sort of starting B2B. So I think OFB, Power to SME at that time, were sort of the two people. They started 2015, maybe only a year before us, but a year is a long time in a startup. Right. So they started in 2015. I think I'm one of the first few people who sort of went after the B2B commerce platform sort of business. And that motivated us also to, in essence, to start, because we had seen a lot of success in the B2C ecosystem. And we believe that if you build the right businesses, there was a possibility of creating a large outcome. In essence, both the founders, me and Aditya, had a lot of experience in the construction domain. And the idea was to start something in the construction material domain. We didn't want to be a marketplace or a distribution platform. Our idea was a house of brands sort of a structure where we had multiple brands in construction material within us. And we sort of could actually build large brands depending on the manufacturing capacity that is ideally sitting with small time manufacturers. I'll give you a brief statistic. Cement capacity in India is 550 million tons. Cement consumption is 270 million tons. The same holds true for a lot of manufacturing that happens in construction. Most concrete plants in India are 30 to 40% capacity utilized. Their capacity utilization is less than 40%. Paint and chemical companies have a capacity utilization of less than 30-40%. These companies, the medium-sized SMEs, have a lot of difficulty in competing with the large distribution and sales force that the large players will have. For example, a small paint company based out of Bangalore will find it very difficult to compete with the Asian paints of the world and build out a sales channel. Our business model essentially was that if we can build out a supply chain, if we can build out the sales distribution funnel, and we can plug in multiple companies, so we can actually create a horizontal construction material brand. We can buy out the manufacturing capacity these small manufacturers have. So say I want 100 tons of capacity, I'll buy out 5 tons of capacity in each factory instead of buying 100-ton capacity, which also reduces my logistic cost because I can be closer to the customer. I can deliver from the nearest location, and I can actually get my products contract manufactured and create a brand around. Today, effectively, we are a category leader in a couple of manufacturing products. So we are today with 2 of our brands in concrete, category leader in India. So Ultratech does 2,000 crores of concrete in India. ACC does 1,200, and us and RDC, a brand we own today, we do 1,700 crores of concrete. Okay, in India. So we are now positioned to perhaps category lead in other brands. We are slowly, we want to create a house of brands within all the construction material space in asset-light manner, where we can actually own large-scale brands and create large-scale impact across entire value chain of construction. So not just in single products. We don't want to be a single product company. We want to be a multi-product, multi-brand company in construction materials. We are both present in institutional and retail. So we do a lot of retail sales. And in retail, we have a lot of franchisees across Maharashtra, across Bangalore, across Karnataka. And the idea is to create an asset-light version of what Home Depot has done. So we have a lot of institutional sales across these product categories. And we have a lot of sales across the retail value chain. Again, we don't own any of the assets, so it's asset-light. But the idea is we own the brands and we own the entire supply chain.
Thank you, Shuvik. I think that's pretty innovative. I'm sure the students will have a lot of questions as we come back to you. Now, let me delve a little deeper into the businesses which you have outlined so far. So let me come back to Nitin first. Nitin, the way you explained what you're trying to do, there seems to be 2 different set of problems you're solving for the SME clients. On the one hand, you're talking about procuring materials for them in a very economical way so that they become very cost effective as far as material procurement is concerned. On the other side, you're also trying to solve their working capital problems. One can obviously see a synergy between solving these 2 problems because both problems ultimately belong to the same customers and same group of target customers you're looking at. But the way you do the solutions can at times be conflicting, right? What is good for solving the material problem may not be good for solving the working capital problem. How do you handle these tensions? In addition to that, even from a regulatory perspective, these 2 businesses can pose a different kind of challenges for you. So how do you deal with that?
Yeah. So thanks, Professor Kumar. And that's the most 2016, we sort of pioneered the fact that we were handling a commerce business plus a finance business as well at the same time. And that was the time when we struggled to actually get this, this idea through to the investors that both of these businesses can coexist, right? Mm-hmm. So many people have this this weird mindset that these are completely disjointed businesses where, you need to build a very separate expertise in the financing part of the world, and you need to build a very separate expertise in the commerce part of the world. But if you actually deep dive into the business, they have a significant intersection and overlap if you draw the Venn diagram. Mm-hmm. Now, if you're doing commerce, a commerce company cannot exist unless it's a B2C company. It cannot exist without giving credit. It just cannot. Right? Because an SME, who do you give credit to? Even if you give, guys like ITC and Reliance or a DMart of the world, they actually take credit, however small or large it may be, right? So they actually require credit starting from 1 day, going up to 45 days, going up to 60 days. A company like an L&T, which is sort of one of the biggest construction companies in India, they also need credit from their vendors, right? So when you're doing commerce, you can't just say, I'm just doing commerce. It's actually a combination of commerce and financing alone. What we did is that we neatly kind of separated out the 2 businesses and made them coexist with each other, right? So when you're doing commerce, there is an inherent finance angle that we studied deeply, and we said that, listen, we can just create a finance company out of this as well, which will be an NBFC providing the credit. and then we can neatly separate the commerce company, which need not give credit, which can just plug and play into our financing ecosystem and supply whatever raw materials that these companies need. So that's what we did. Initially, we started out with just commerce. Then we realized that financing was probably the top of the agenda for all the SMEs, and without financing, you cannot do commerce. That's how we came up with an idea of starting our own financing company, which has over 2,200 crores of book as we stand, and that was the essential idea, right? That both of these have to coexist, but you have to create value in each of them separately, right? You cannot look at them as completely disjoint businesses. So that was the value that we got into the entire ecosystem. Now, if you do financing, there becomes a huge play that when you're doing financing for a customer, so we don't do long-term loans, right? So long-term loans is out of question. We only do working capital financing. Now, when you're doing working capital financing, you're actually giving them money to procure, right? As Rahul mentioned, 70% to 80% of the entire revenue goes into procurement of raw materials, right? So when you're giving financing for procurement of raw materials, the idea comes, why can't you go and procure those raw materials yourself? So when we started off with steel. Now we are into a variety of other businesses. We are into non-ferrous metals, we are into textile, we are into chemicals, we are into a whole range of agri products. We are into, we're starting off with other products such as leather, etc. Because the entire industry works on this particular concept that they need to procure raw materials on credit, right? It's as simple as that. So there is value to be made just on the financing side. So what we do in financing is that we give the customer an option to actually go and procure from wherever he wants, right? It need not only be from us. So we are sort of a marketplace in that particular way. But that gives us that particular platform to develop the ecosystem that we can capture many more supply chains. Right. So when we started off with steel, we were expertise in steel. We're probably number one in TMT and flat products by a distance. But in other product categories as well, we started off with just financing, getting to know the ecosystem. Then we dwelled further into commerce, and now we are picking up. We've become quite big in chemicals. We become decently big in textiles. We become decently big in agri products. And this is just under a year. We're starting to do about 200 crores per month in each of these categories. So that's the kind of level that we achieved, that just because financing was our base. Financing was the platform on which everything kind of resides. So that was the value addition that we did, that start off with financing, deeper into the aggregation element to bring about further benefit to the SMEs.
Yeah, that's pretty insightful, Nitin. Thank you. Rahul, now I have to probe you about your business model to some extent, right? You have chosen a very interesting space in terms of providing manufactured inputs to the industry, right? Both sides, that's what you're trying to do. As you try to scale up these kind of businesses, what happens is the variety keeps creeping in, right? You may initially look for a very homogeneous kind of products, but then if you really want to scale, you have to have more customers, more variety in your products. Yeah. And then that variety challenges you considerably. And then you start looking at various gaps that are available even in the capacity horizon, which you're talking about. I even noticed you have also started your own captive manufacturing facility. Yes. That adds one more dimension to the platform itself. It's saying that, you have people coming in looking for business, and they say you're also taking away some business because you have your own captive facility. So how do you balance these kind of dynamics in sort of how is the business model evolving, accommodating all these kind of, I won't say contradictions, but also the pulls and pressures in different directions?
To totally agree with you, Professor Kumar. The best part about this is that, all these problems, when solved with technology, drive crazy amount of efficiencies. Luckily, the first business that we started was the most complex one. It was a make-to-order item. So we never got one item ever to make. So the customer would give us 1,000. In those 1,000 drawings, each drawing will have probably 20 parts. So we'll have to make 20,000 different parts. And each part is as different from the other. Started with that problem, so we never actually had same part getting manufactured again. So we built a technology stack completely for make-to-order diversified manufacturing. So today, if we get any part to make in any supply chain, what we do is we have a technology stack where we can modularize the manufacturing flow, And thereafter, it is just the guy on the ground, like a Swiggy guy, going out to the facility and checking out whether these 5 steps have been done, which are required for manufacturing. And that's how we have been able to streamline and give a little vertical nature to the horizontal manufacturing ecosystem. So despite we are in Apple, despite the fact we are in, say, fabrication, despite the fact we are making railway bridges and building structures, all of them are on the same technology stack, which enables us to switch anytime we want and make the process of visibility of what's happening on the ground, ensuring quality, ensuring on-time delivery is not on a person, but it's on the software, which is evolving time and again. And of course, that's still a work in progress. So that's how we have been able to, bring homogeneity in the diversified manufacturing ecosystem. And talking about having our own facility, I think these are owned and operated. We don't own real estate. And the reason we do it is in areas where there are no existing supply chains.
Okay.
For example, today, there is no supplier in the country who can probably make smartwatches from scratch, right? Including the design. Now, there is no manufacturing plant for making solar modular mounted structures in Rajasthan, which is one of the biggest areas for making the modular structures, as there are large solar projects going out there. So these are the things that we are trying to set up shops for, where there is no existing supply chain. So you can't really generate efficiencies out of the available capacities, but you have to co-create. So what we do is we don't do it ourselves. We get an entrepreneur. There are a lot of entrepreneurs in the country who are waiting for certain kind of help, as Nitin talked about, in terms of working capital, in terms of demand. So we give them visibility of the demand and working capital, judge the capability, and ask them to become entrepreneur with us. And then these facilities sort of become our captive facilities, as they're completely dependent upon us.
Thanks, Rahul. I think that is very insightful. Now, Shuvik, the last question to you, as far as your business model is concerned. See, when you talk about the creating branded products for the construction industry, there are 2 questions which I want you to clarify. One is, you are looking for scale, right? But you also have defined your customer industry as construction industry. Okay, one, how much of pressure does that create? That's one part. The second part of my question is that if you talk about the construction industry, as much as the products, they also look for a lot of services. So are services also part of your offering? If they are not today, is that something which will help you to acquire the scale? So how do you look at it?
So currently we are primarily products. We have some service capacities, but capabilities, but that would be like 10% of our total business. As a division, it's very small today. The idea for scale, I don't think. I think a vertical platform in construction. I think there's enough opportunity there. When I say construction, I mean the entire building material sector. I mean, we need to look at the large construction brands in India. Category leaders. So if you look at Asian Paints, it's a $30 billion company. You look at a Kajaria, these are all multi-billion-dollar companies in each product category. So if you can actually build a horizontal brand, which hasn't been done yet in India. In India, you don't have a platform like Home Depot or a brand where which sort of sells all products. So if you can do a horizontal brand, I think there's enough opportunity for us to sort of create a very large outcome even within construction, and both retail and B2B institutional as a combination. With respect to whether this is there's pressure because because we're only dealing in one, at this moment there isn't. We have enough headway, and whether in the future we will diversify into other product categories, we are not sure yet, and it's not a call we have taken. But for now, it's a no. We are very much concentrated on the construction supply chain. And service capability is something we intend to build. So I think the next phase of growth, perhaps a couple of years down the line, is when we build service. We recently acquired an equipment rental company, which is sort of building a peer-to-peer sharing platform for equipment rental within the construction material space, within the construction ecosystem, right? So if a construction SME construction company or a large construction company sitting on idle equipment, they can put that up for rent, and a person who requires that for a couple of days can rent that in. So we've bought that. But like I said, the small initiatives we are taking on, and it's not the core business we have today. With respect to the core business, we are still very much a product company where we want to essentially focus on the material part. We will go into the service parts, but that will be later down the road.
Thank you, Shuvik. I think that's quite insightful. And I just have one supplementary question for you, because I want to get on to the unicorn part of it. One question is, do you worry about the cyclicality which normally affects this construction industry?
There is a cyclicality, but I think we are diversified into construction material products. So we are into a lot of tiles, granite. We export a lot of granite globally, where we export to likes of Home Depot. So Home Depot in the US buys a lot of granite currently from India, and we do a lot of that exports. We are in the paint industry pretty active, where we are currently selling paint. We currently have our own brand of paint out in the market. So we've sort of diversified this into product cat where there will be less cyclical. With respect to, I think as an overall sector, there is some certain amount of cycle, but we are not only dependent on Indian construction. 20% of our entire sales is today exports. So we are very much trying to diversify that and become a more global company.
Thank you, Shobhit. Thank you. Now I'll get on to the real topic, which all the students are very interested in listening from you, because what brought you all together is your unicorn status, right? Apart from the fact that you all have built very compelling businesses in a very short period of time. I have a couple of questions on that. In the interest of time, what I'll do is I'll lay out both the questions to you. You can sort of cogently answer that before we take the discussion over to the floor. I have two questions. One is, at what point in your journey you got identified as a unicorn, right? And what in your opinion was that secret sauce in your business that made the investors look at you and say, okay, this is a unicorn material and this company is a unicorn company? That's one part. The related question to that is, now that you all have acquired these unicorn status, you're being noticed, you're being talked about, you're all over, you are here in the panel today. How do you relate to that, okay? In the sense that in what aspects is this unicorn status advantageous to you? In what way does it help your business? And are there any flip sides to this unicorn status? Does it bring any kind of pressure which you can live without? Or does it make any kind of demands on you which you didn't envisage before you got this status? Not that you went looking for it, but you got it, right? So I think that aspect would be very interesting to everybody. If you can briefly reflect on that, maybe 3-4 minutes each one of you, and then we'll sort of transition the discussion to the audience. Nitin, over to you.
Yeah, so this is kind of the hot topic in the recent few months. But Professor Kumar, when we started off, so each one of us, we actually come from very humble backgrounds, and we don't come from very extravagant background. So all of us were very, very grounded. So first principles that we laid down in front of us were the following: that one, we are not going to spend any kind of money with respect to marketing activity or kind of awards or getting yourself shown in the media. We are going to be concentrating on the quote unquote, don't mind my word, but unsexy part of the business where you have to go very deep into the SME ecosystem, go to the tier 3, tier 4, tier 5 towns if they exist, right? So so as to say, go very deep, go very go to the places where other people like NBFCs and banks have not gone. Go and work with those kind of people and essentially work in the background, right? So that was our philosophy. So you don't need to actually showcase whatever you're doing to the entire world or have a lot of media reports written about you. So that was one of the principles that we laid out. And third principle, and the most important principle that we said, is that we're going to be focusing on profitability. And unicorn that's actually besides the point, right? So we never ever chased valuations. In fact, till 2020 odd in the beginning, we were just valued at about $250 million, right? I mean, that's a huge amount, but still in the context. So now our valuation has actually gone up. Now we have got term sheets for in excess of 12 times that. So, in that sense, we never ever chased. That was just a vanity metric for us. What did matter was that how are you deriving real value by creating that ecosystem, by creating profitability for yourself as well as your partners, whether they are your buyers, whether they are suppliers, whether they are any kind of service providers that are in the journey with you. So that was very, very important for us. So these are the principles that we sort of put our entire focus on. And we never ever varied away from these principles, right? So we realized that once you start to create this real value for your investors, initially it may be slow to get off the ground, but ultimately you are going to be market leaders, right? So you are going to be right at the top, and people will start to notice you, and then people will write a lot of reports about you. But that's fine. I mean, that doesn't actually bother us. So we rather remain out of the limelight and do a lot of work on the ground. So that's what we are known for, and that's what we do. So till now, all the founders and all the founding team, they hit the ground. So none of us sit in offices, none of us like to sit in offices. So we've got a very clear process laid out, and we got people really sticking to those values that we've laid down in the beginning. So that's actually very, very important for us. So to answer your point, does Unicorn have a lot more pressure on you? The answer is actually no, because whether you're a 40 million company or a 400 million company, you've still taken money from VC investors unless you're bootstrapped. So even if you've taken one, is the same to perform and generate returns for your investors and make sure that you're generating real value, right? So becoming a unicorn, I mean, it's sort of, it's fine, but the pressure does not increase or decrease, right? It was the same when we raised our first round from Matrix Partners. It's the same today when we are sitting on X billion of valuation. And so it does not really change for us, because we stayed grounded. We said that, listen, no matter what, we're not going to be chasing valuation. No matter what, we're not going to be chasing after. So we're going to be chasing after profitability for our ecosystem and for us. That was the major point that we stuck on, right? So that's essentially helped us stay grounded in our journey. That's helped us really create value for each and every partner, including us.
Thank you, Nathan, and thanks for those candid remarks. You made my day. Yeah, Rahul, yes. I'm waiting to listen from you. What's your case?
So what I would say is, one thing which is very clearly called out is adding value, right? Wherever you are, whatever scale you are, you need to add value for your customers, your suppliers, your investors. That goes without the fact whether you have taken funding or you have not taken funding. Now, about being unicorn, what it makes you a unicorn. First of all, India, for example, has 2-3 big sectors: agriculture, infra, real estate. These are all big sectors. There are evident problems out there. In agriculture, there is visibility of supply chain, commodity, perishable. All these things are definitely problems which are identifiable. Same in manufacturing, where there's so much capacity but not getting utilized. One is in raw material, Chintan has talked about, where the procurement cost is very high. Third is financing, where the cost of informal financing is very. All of these are evident problems and very large size problems. So if someone will solve it, they will definitely become a unicorn. That's probably the first step to it. But there can be 1,000 people at the same time trying to solve for it. And we wish best of luck to all of them, that they all succeed. However, the team makes a difference. That's what, makes a difference in terms of how you get and solve that problem. Besides that, as you start growing, there will be multiple companies who keep on coming in the market. But network effect, the companies who are able to develop the network effect while solving those problems are the ones who are able to scale faster, are the ones who generally end up getting the larger share of the funding. The reason being that you see that they will be able to scale faster. The VC money, which is what has given the unicorn status, not that it wasn't there before. Tata's and Birla's were unicorn before even we knew of it. Yeah. So it's not like a unicorn company has been created for the first time in the country, but the VC money has created them faster. And if you don't have network effects, it's very difficult to scale fast enough, which is the expectation out of the VC money. So that's where we feel generally unicorns get created. People with a good team, with a clear business model in large market size, in the end delivering network effects. All of that being said, unicorn is just a tag. It doesn't change the fact that we had to add value when we started up. We have to add value today, and we have to keep on adding more and more value in the future. What has helped is today we called a panel. I could have never imagined myself talking to the IIMB guys if I wasn't part of a unicorn status. See, that's a big benefit. Yeah. Besides that, see, all of these people know us today, and tomorrow when we go out for hiring, which is the biggest thing to become a unicorn, right? Talent. Having the right talent, it becomes easier when people know and identify. There is some kind of competence required by the candidate in terms of stability of the job. Even a bootstrap company doing $1 billion pipe with no PR might not be able to get, not good enough. Just that's how human psychology works. So that is one area where we feel unicorns, it has definitely helped getting limelight in the media with the right kind of talent, and sometimes with the customers as well. Customers realize the scale that you're working at, and they call up and ask more details around you and try to see how you can work strategically. That has happened to us at the same time. In terms of pressure, I don't think there is any decrease or increase in pressure. The pressure is just to keep on adding value.
Oh, great, Rahul. I'm amazed by the congruence of the kind of responses both you and Nitin have provided so far. Shrivik, it's your turn, please.
Yeah, so I think, like I said, when I started in 2017, I think the focus was to make money. B2B companies which are not making money will always find it difficult to survive, irrespective of any VC money, right? So 2021 was our 4th year of being profitable. And I think that was the focus area we always had, make money, and at the end of the day is one of the core areas we focused on. We turned unicorn in 2021. Before that, we were valued some close to 200 million. So nothing, but that was also pretty high value. But I think unicorn is a function of multiple things: the opportunity, the scale, the liquidity. So there are a lot of things, macro factors that are beyond you. You could be running a great business, but if you are stuck in the middle of COVID, you may not be able to raise money at a unicorn status. And you could be running a good business, but if there's enough liquidity in the system, you could get there quicker. So I think unicorn status or no is just a function of sort of standardizing it. That okay, if there are 3 companies who have reached that area, they're pretty much on the same level of operations. So you sort of are benchmarking companies. It does help in hiring a lot. It does help in vendors associating with you, customers giving you large orders. So when they give you large orders, they're expecting you to perform, and they're not sure whether you have the financial capability to perform, whether you have the capacity to perform. Being in the media, being your unicorn does add that. In terms of pressure, I think the pressure starts. Pressure primarily to any company comes from 4 quarters, right? So it's the external stakeholders who are customers, vendors, there are employees, and then there are investors. So I think the investor pressure starts from that first rupee coming in. But obviously, as you grow larger and larger, the pressure does increase. At least for us, we felt that because we are hiring more and more people are taking a call on us. More experienced people are leaving perhaps jobs in very established organizations and joining you. So I think that pressure does exist, where they are essentially drawing up their life aims or life or employment dreams based on your dream. Because as a startup, what you are promising is not where you are, but the promised land, right? You're saying this is where I'm going to be, and that's your dream. And what you're essentially getting is a lot of people to ride you on your dream, to basically change their lives, change how they are working, believe in a model which they have not seen before, based on a vision you have. I think that pressure is the highest, and as you grow, that pressure keeps increasing because you bring more and more people on your dream. More and more people, you convince them that is what you're gonna achieve. That I think that definitely is a pressure as a founder, and I think that's what motivates you. That's what keeps you pressurized. I think it works both ways.
Excellent. I think it's wonderful the way you said it. The pressure is more on delivering on your dreams rather than any other kind of a pressure. That's pretty insightful. Okay, there were quite a few questions from the class. I have not been able to raise all of that in this limited time, but I thought it will be better. I think it will be better now by hand over the session for the questions to be raised by the audience. Are one of you going to curate that, members? Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, sir. So it's just, I can say just wow. And after half day into the conclave, the audience still looks quite energetic, and probably this can be seen from the question that have come up. And this effect was obvious after the course EPGP batch has taken with Professor Kumar. In fact, midway through the session, we can read the chat that it feels like a supercharged version of EM class that you had given to us. So now we although have little time left, but let's take the first few questions we have received on Menti today. The very first question goes to Rahul from Zwork. So the question is from Sudhanshu. How do you ensure quality and consistency across SMEs for a specific product required by a large company like L&T? So hope I am clear, how do you ensure the quality and consistency across the SMEs, for L&T?
So that's a very valid question that we've always asked time and again. That's one of the core value props that we deliver on time in full, OTIF, right? On time can be good, but if you don't deliver the right quality, nobody's going to appreciate you. But is all the parts that we're making today have a clear quality defined before we actually take up for manufacturing. There's something which is QAP, a quality plan, which is given by the customer, which we all work with our suppliers. Now, how do we do it? Before we give the order to the supplier, we do a thorough check of the supplier. We go down, sit with him, write on all the machineries that he has. It's probably a 6-7 hours check that we do with the supplier, onboarding him to our platform, getting to know him in terms of the machineries he has, the capacities that he has. But see, if you have a pencil and a paper, doesn't mean you become an artist. So if you have all the machines, doesn't mean that you can make the part. So what it means is we also go on and check whether they have similar parts in the past. And have they made it for a company as reputable as L&T, or probably a company even more reputable than L&T like Mitsubishi? Because the quality concerns of Mitsubishi are far different from the quality concerns of L&T. Besides that, also see what is the largest order they have done. Can you paint the whole house in one day versus a whole building in one day? Depends upon your ability to do it in the past. Do you know the nuances of doing it at the same pace? And then we also see the financial capabilities in terms of how they are, what they're doing. Now, when we do all of this, it gives us a good sense of the quality and ability of the supplier. And what our matchmaking engenders today, when a order comes in, it tells us on the basis of all these parameters, how do we give this to a guy, a supplier who will be able to deliver this on time in full. While all of this is happening, we also have a proprietary project management and quality inspection module where the quality in charge goes there on a weekly to a bi-weekly basis to check on progress of the work. And instead of giving a feedback at the end of the cycle, when the product is ready and saying you can deliver to the customer, the quality gets evaluated every week, which ensures that there are no surprises at the end of the day. So this is something which we are still working upon. It's not like a problem completely solved. We want to make it in just in time. For example, today you know what's happening wrong. We have reached. It's not as real time as we'd want to be, but that's a work in progress for us. And luckily, we have been able to deliver probably more than 10 million parts to our customers with almost zero rejection rate. So talks that we are in the right direction as of today.
Oh, thanks a lot, Rahul. And when you said when you have a pencil, you don't become an artist, and it's like hearing a lot of time we hear if you have an MBA, you don't become a businessman like that. So yeah, we could correlate that thing, and we are really working how to use that pencil to really make something out of it. Yeah, thanks. Now let's get into our next question. Next question is to Souvik from Ridul. So he is a banker. So there are many construction companies who still procure material on cash. As a banker, I have found it difficult to convince them otherwise. How to persuade them to adopt technology? Do you see a shift in the near future?
I think we've already seen that in COVID, right? So I think, for example, in COVID, it was extremely difficult for construction companies to go out and source new vendors. Construction is one of the few sectors where you have to keep changing where you're working operationally, unlike a manufacturing sector where your expansion can be in the same geographical area. So a manufacturing sector person who has a fragmented buying from fragmented amount of suppliers can still expand or sort of continue to rely on the same number of suppliers because there is a consistency from where he's buying because his manufacturing location is the same. When you come to construction, one of the key things is that you have to keep operating in new areas. Today, you could be building a road in Bangalore. Tomorrow, you could be doing in Mysore. Tomorrow, you could be doing somewhere else. And beyond a certain point, if your logistics area sort of, the kilometer to your site increases, your cost becomes so irrational that you cannot keep procuring from the same vendor. Hence, you cannot rely on the same suppliers. In COVID, we had a lot of construction companies which had to start using technology. Digitization was discussed in every boardroom. And what was essentially decided was that if they had to source new vendors, if they had to go to new manufacturing locations in the midst of COVID, where they did not want to go out and meet people, have physical quality checks, it was very much required that they sort of shifted to digital solutions. And we are seeing that. And construction ecosystem has changed post GST implementation a lot. Post GST implementations like GST have strengthened B2B commerce companies, whether it's Rahul, whether it's Nitin, whether it's me, we've all benefited from this because at the end of the day, a construction company who's operating tomorrow cannot keep doing work the same way, and there are benefits that they get from changing the way they are working. So I think that there are a lot of policy changes that are happening on day-to-day basis, which are changing the way the ecosystem works. And I think we are seeing those changes every day across all startups. I think all startups are benefiting from that.
Okay. Okay. Thanks, Avik. So just a follow up on that question. When you talk of this convenience factor, when you spoke about delivering the materials from across India, and when I see convenience as a factor, the scales can be achieved in B2C. How do you see that as a margin factor that you include in a B2B? Because the cost of it would be higher, and whether you would be able to recoup those.
Well, I think so. B2B companies, you have to look at how B2B companies in India have made money. Ultratech Cement, whether they make money, whether Asian Paints makes money, because you're essentially operating the same model. The only difference is that you don't own the manufacturing. You're basically relying on manufacturing from small manufacturers, getting your products contract manufactured, ensuring quality and creating a brand. The only difference between you and Ultratech will be that you don't own the manufacturing. Hence, there will be a certain amount of manufacturing margin that will go towards the contract manufacturers. Apart from that, there is no change in the business model per se. And hence, I think we should be evaluated on whether traditional companies are making money. If Asian Paints can make money selling paints, if all paint companies can trade at, can make 10 to 20% PAT, then you should be able to make that money irrespective whether you're contract manufacturing your products or you're selling them online, selling them in a digital format, or whether you are doing it physically like Asian Paints or the Ultratech Cement. So I think that is, if B2B companies can make money, because it has been done before. B2C was a new area. It was sort of you were reinventing the wheel. You were sort of understanding. You're creating a new ecosystem. B2B companies are using technology as an enabler, but the essential technology is for scale. Essential business has to make money, and then you put a layer of technology to then scale it up. It's nothing to do with. I don't think the essential business changes just because you're using technology. Right. Yeah. So if like I said, if the traditional companies make money, you will make money.
Okay. Okay. Thanks, Avik. Quite insightful. Now, next question goes to Nitin, and this is a question from Paridhi. Now, Nitin, you are working in an industry which is cyclical in nature. And the question comes to from some supply chain experts that how difficult it would be in dealing with procurement negotiations in cyclical market. What's your inventory strategy in such cases?
Yeah, okay. So construction to me is not as cyclical as it seems to be, right? So the construction activity actually goes down during the monsoon period. Apart from that, from September onwards to March, it's at a boom. And maybe after, March, April, May, June is slightly down just because the government projects take a little bit of laxity. Because the funding essentially has to be deployed till March. So after that, there's a little bit of down. So it's not that cyclical. It's not as if koi event aata hai to upar jata hai and then it comes down and so on and so forth. So it's not as cyclical. So it's very easy. It's very, very, very predictable when the construction, obviously COVID aside, right? COVID, no one could predict when it's going to go up, when it's going to go down. But apart from that, it's very, very, very predictable, right? So when the markets are going to go, when the activity is going to rise, when the activity is going to fall. So it's not as cyclical as people pointed out to be. Yes, the major cyclicality in our business comes in the agri division, right? Because agri division, what happens is that a few of the products, so wheat is actually grown in certain parts of the year, right? The dal or the pulses is grown in certain parts of the certain time frame during the year. That is the time when you have to be at a very, very you need to have a very, very strong strategy when the pricing is going to go up or down. We have maintained very strictly that we're not going to maintain any kind of inventory. We're going to be very, very asset light with respect to inventory. That actually keeps our costs very, very low, and we don't engage in speculation. What we do, however, is work with suppliers to essentially help them sell off their inventory at the best possible rate. So when the prices are actually going up or going down, for us, it does not matter whatsoever, because remember, our base is financing, right? So what we do is that if a person wants to buy when the prices are at 100 or at 50, for us, the financing part is the same. We charge X amount of interest rate, and we do supply chain aggregation where we earn a certain margin, and we try to enhance the margin for us and reduce the cost for the buyer, and at the same time get the supplier his pound of flesh. So for us, it doesn't really matter. The cyclicality part doesn't matter. We are not inventory focused at all, and we will remain very, very, very low inventory focused going forward as well. So our part is basically to solve the supply chain without getting inventory on our books. That's very important. And focus on that financing bit. Introduce multiple suppliers to the buyers so that he is also happy that he does not have to worry about, or he or she does not have to worry about procurement from only one supplier or one particular counterparty, and they have about 1,500 or 2,000 counterparties that they can pick and choose from, just because we've opened up the financing angle for them, right? So for us, that focus will always remain, and that helps us minimize our inventories, that helps us minimize the speculation risk, that helps us in maintaining a very clear value proposition to the SMEs. Whether the pricing goes up or down, we are here to support you in terms of your procurement of raw materials. We will actually give you a lot of reports on when the prices are expected to increase, prices are expected to decrease. That's where the service angle comes into account. So that we are going to help you with. But for us, we are going to remain very, very low inventory.
Okay. Thanks, Nitin. So just a follow-up question now that we have spoken around the supply chain. There's another question from one of my colleagues around the financing part of it. And I think Professor Kumar also touched upon this. Now that we are seeing a lot of NPAs happening, bad banks are developing, and this B2B industry already works on a thin margins, so to say. So how are we really working on this? How are we able to predict this, given that data is there, but there must be some notional aspect on which you would be lending to these MSMEs. So how does that really work?
Yeah, so there are two parts to lending, right? So one, if you do long-term lending, and one you do working capital financing, right? So working capital financing is always short-term loans. So there are 60-day, 90-day, 120-day loans, which are basically rotated, or which are basically, so once the customer pays back, you open up the line again, and then you basically, it's like a CC or OD, which can be secured, which can be unsecured. Now, if you do long-term lending, there is a higher risk of NPAs. The reason being is that the touch point with the customer is not that much, right? The only touch point with the customer comes when he stops, or when she stops paying their EMIs. That's when the touch point comes. But when you have working capital financing, every month or every 2 months for procurement of raw materials, for the utilization of limit, and in case the payments are not coming in, we go and sit with the customers to figure out, and then we help them rotate the limits accordingly. So the touch points are many, many more. So with each of our clients, we're not a pure play financial institution. That's where the element of commerce comes into play as well. We have that commerce mindset, very strong commerce mindset, along with our financing mindset. A financier, let's say I lend money to my friend, right? I will only follow up with him when essentially they stop paying me the relevant amount that we've decided per month. Otherwise, I will not chase him or her, right? So for us, we keep engagement with the customer very, very high, because we provide a lot of services to the customer. We provide a lot of products to the customer. We provide financing to the customer. We work with the customer to enhance their outreach in terms of selling their products. So we have a full stack play in that particular sense. Even in terms of services, what we do is that we have a proprietary platform, which is called Bid Assist, where we list down all the public and private tenders across India into one place, and then we give them the relevant tenders that they can bid on, right? So that's also a touch point that we've created. So for us, the NPAs are below 1% or in and around that 1%. The reason being is that we have those multiple touch points, right? So that's how we've differentiated ourselves with respect to other NBFCs and other banks who have NPAs, let's say 4 or 5%, or some of them have NPAs in double digits. For us, we've been very, very lucky. During COVID period, our problem was the opposite, because utilization came down. Our NPAs actually did not blow up. Our NPAs went from 1% to 1.5%, and then now it's come back down to 1%. Our problem was different. Our problem was that we were not able to deploy cash because our customers did not want the money. They did not have orders at that point of time. So they were returning whatever money that they did not use back to us. So that was the opposite problem that we had. And so it's good to have that kind of problem, because it's very rare for your money to get stuck. But once you have multiple touch points, it just enhances your capabilities of collections, right? And obviously throughout these 5-6 years, we've increased our underwriting capabilities to a very high level. Although none of us had that kind of background before, but we learned it from scratch. And we believe that yes, we are one of the best underwriters at the moment in the market.
Wow, great. So you have been able to identify an opportunity out of the problems you have, which actually makes the unicorn that you are today. And now now that we are moving towards the end of the session, there are a few questions that my colleague would like to ask, as they would like to become an entrepreneur at a later stage. So this question goes to Rahul. So Rahul, how easy or difficult is it to come up with an idea for a startup in India that can scale up to a unicorn level? Share experience, please.
There are probably 26 unicorns, and probably in a year or 2 years from now, there'll be more than 200, 300 unicorns per year. So definitely the scope for coming up with ideas which can turn them into $1 billion company are plenty and many. And the reason for it is India itself is a very big country with so many sectors which are blooming. And if India is to become a $6 trillion economy, there are enough places where these opportunities would come out. Now, can you come up with an idea which will become a unicorn on day one? Maybe yes, maybe not. But if you figure out the right sector and the right problem to solve, you might be able to reach a stage where you want to be. What differentiates one person from another can be the grit and the resilience to be at it. Because sometimes the solutions might not come up to you immediately. Your immediate model to solve the problem might not be the best one. But while you are solving the problem, you are close to the customer, you're close to the supplier. You are able to figure out problems. You're able to figure out the actual way of solving it. And as soon as you start pivoting more and more, you become closer to the right solution, which might eventually lead you to the outcome that you want, which in your question's case is becoming a unicorn. Case in point being Zetwork in itself. As I said, we started as a software company, did not work out. We started introducing suppliers to our customers. So what we do is L&T would ask for a supplier. We'll tell them, hey, you go and talk to the supplier. He is the right one for you. But we realized that it's a manufacturing order. It's not a buy and sale of product. So now if the supplier is going to not deliver goods in time and in full, L&T is going to never talk to me ever again. So that means this model is also not going to work. So I went to L&T and said, hey, you give me the order. I will take care of fulfillment. You don't worry about the supplier. Let me be one of your suppliers. And that's the time when we realize that that's what's gonna work in the Indian market in today's concept. To probably tomorrow or a year later or 2 years later, it might not work out, and we might have to go back to the marketplace where L&T just wants to know the supplier, and Zetworks software is the one which runs the show. But that is something which you have to adapt to. And you know, the market, the idea, the team, and adaptability, resilience, grit. If you combine all of it in some form or shape, definitely there is scope for at least 1,000, 2,000 more unicorns coming out of the country in next 2-3 years.
Wow, great. Thanks, Rahul. Looks like everyone wanna become a unicorn after Professor Kumar's lecture, and there is a next question on unicorn. So this question goes to Souvik. So Souvik, how easy is it to raise capital? Do you think that difficulty in raising capital is keeping many startups from becoming unicorns?
I've rarely seen a good business not get capital. So that's my take on it. So I think you have to be persistent. We didn't raise any money from 2016 to 2019, 3 years.
Oh,
right. So I think you have to be persistent. Right. You have to have a vision in mind of what you want to build. And the fact remains, what you want to build cannot change. Capital can only increase the speed at where you reach the destination. Right. So if without capital, I would have built something in 20, 30 years. With venture funding, I'll build it in 5 years. So I think you have to just keep walking on that path. And once you reach your right stage, you will get money, you will get capital. And once you get that capital, you can then go quicker in your journey. But your journey cannot be determined because whether you will get equity capital or not, is my take on this. So you create a journey, you create a path. And if you don't get capital, you build it in 30 years. So, you know, whether you're unicorn at 20 or whether you're unicorn at 30 or whether you're unicorn when you reach 60, I think that's not the idea. Is to reach the journey. You should be fascinated by the journey and the destination. I don't think it matters. And then if you get the capital, you reach there quicker. That's it. I think that's my take on this.
Thanks, Souvik. It helps a lot. Now, this is the last question for the session, and this session is to Nitin. Question is, how is the scenario for a startup is changing due to inequalities in wealth distribution? Now, as I understand this question, the startups are moving from tier 1 cities towards Bharat, so to say, towards the tier 2 and tier 3 cities. So how the startups can really leverage that wealth inequality or wealth distribution? And this doesn't only go with the B2B sector that we are talking about here, but in the entire startup arena. So Nitin, can you shed some light?
So I think the question really is that are startups actually solving the problem of wealth inequality? Is that the question? Now, how are they able to solve?
Yeah.
Now, okay, so they are able to solve, in my opinion, they're able to solve through two means, right? One is economic inclusion and one is financial inclusion, right? So let's say before 2015, if you looked at a lot of markets and if you looked at how startups were growing, they were not really doing a lot of financial inclusion, right? So digital growth was never really the top of our agenda. Economic inclusion was never really the top of the agenda. It was about how to get your metro cities really visible to the outside world, to the global world. But now what is happening is that with Paytm and other PhonePe and BharatPe and so on and so forth, all these people coming into mind, and with us also in terms of our lending capabilities, the first and foremost agenda that we have in our mind is financial inclusion. Reach those people who do not have access to capital. As Souvik mentioned, right, venture capital actually makes your journey much faster. What you would have achieved in 20, 30 years, you probably achieve in 3 or 4 years or 5 years, right? So it's the same kind of scenario for the SMEs. Now, the SMEs typically in the far-flung areas, in tier 4, tier 5 sort of towns, in far-flung areas. Now, they don't have access to that kind of capital. Probably an SBI would be there, probably a PNB would be there, but your new age NBFCs or new age banks will not be there. So our idea was very simple. Now, instead of concentrating on the metros like Delhi, Bombay, Hyderabad, Bangalore, and so on and so forth, go to those areas. Go to your Durgapurs of the world. Go to your Bhimandis of the world, or your Nagpur, Nasik, Hindanghat, and Anand, and so on and so forth. Go to those areas of the world where the banks are not really penetrated. Go and figure out how to get financial inclusion going. Automatically, what is going to happen, an SME, which would probably be growing at the rate of 10% year on year, would be able to grow 20, 30%, 40% year on year with your help. So that's the first thing in it that we try to do, and that actually automatically creates that wealth equilibrium or that wealth distribution, because you are getting more people involved, right? Earlier, let's say you were about we were able to reach 2,000 SMEs. Now we are able to reach about 20,000 SMEs plus, or 40,000 SMEs. So that is very, very important, right? So get them at the same level to an ITC or Reliance in terms of procurement. Get them at the same level in terms of getting orders. Make sure that they have 100% capacity utilization. Make sure that they're able to expand in the right manner, because the SMEs don't actually know how to expand in the right manner. When you handhold them, when you actually tell them the right way to expand, they actually are able to create a lot more wealth. Now that's one. The second thing is obviously economic inclusion, right? Economic inclusion. So one is financial inclusion, where you get access, all these people access to money, where you get them access to banking services. The other is obviously economic inclusion, where you get them actually orders, when you actually fulfill orders to them, when you actually get them access to suppliers from other parts of the country, right? So a person sitting out of North, get them suppliers from Hyderabad or Chennai, if logistics is optimized. So that's exactly what we did. So economic inclusion is also very, very, very important. People sitting in villages, etc., need to have that power to set up an infrastructure, or to set up or be at the same level as that of the metros. That's economic inclusion. So these two areas, if we focus on, automatically there'll be wealth redistribution in the country, and that's very, very important in our opinion.
Oh, great, thanks. That was a lot more insightful. And now I do not want to close this session, but before I end this session, I would request Professor Kumar to say a few words on this amazing session you have taken.
Oh, thank you. As I did expect, I mean, having these three energetic entrepreneurs has made a lot of difference. And I must thank all of you, first of all, for finding the time to be with us on a Sunday evening, 4 o'clock. It's a very difficult time, right? You still managed to be here on a Sunday evening. And more importantly, I particularly like the candor with which you all responded to the specific questions that were posed to you. I think to a great extent, you have unraveled the mysteries of being a unicorn founder in the minds of our students. Because to be very honest, there is so much of information, celebration that's going on around in the popular media. Very often the hard work and the kind of unwavering focus which you all talked about, that gets missed out in all this rush, okay? I'm so glad that you all came out here and then emphasized at the basic philosophy is all about creating value and being focused on that. And everything else that comes on the way is more incidental. I think that way we have had very insightful lessons today. I think some of the quotations which we'll remember forever, like Shuvik said, if you have investors' money, you can do it faster. How does it matter whether you become a unicorn in 30 years or 3 years? It doesn't really matter, right? Similarly, what Nitin said in terms of the kind of inclusion you're talking about, that's what you need to be focused on. And what Rahul, you were also talking about the inclusivity, the way you increase options for your customers, and that in turn increases the value, and then everything else becomes a byproduct. I think I'm glad that you all came back and reinforced the fundamentals of business, okay, which seem to be somewhere going up in the air in the background of all these kind of exuberant public coverage. I think you have brought some sense to all of us, saying that what you need to focus when you're in business and everything else that happens around it, you need to be able to discern what is core and what is peripheral to that, right? So it has been a very, very enlightening learning experience for all of us. And again, thank you for being here today. And we hope that we will continue to converse with you in different platforms. And one of the endeavors from IIMB side, in fact, we are very, very committed to the entrepreneurship education. And when we talk about entrepreneurship education, we also talk about it in a very inclusive way. It's not just about everybody who gets the entrepreneurship education needs to go and do a startup, but also they'll have to behave entrepreneurially whenever they are managing business. That's the way we approach it. And we are creating a lot of supporting educational material content for educating our students. And I'm sure you will give us enough opportunities from your own experiences to transfer some of what you have learned into materials which you can share with our students and then make it part of their curriculum. In that context, we'll continue to converse with all of you. And on a personal note, I'm very happy to see Shuvik. We talked about his venture about 3-4 years ago. And I'm very, very happy that it has taken shape, the kind of shape it has taken today.
Thanks, Professor.
Thank you very much. Thanks for being here. Okay, over to you guys, EPGP guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Such a fantastic discussion it has been. I'm sure that a lot of audience who have turned out here today will take these thoughts with them and will become great founders of the future. Over this session, we listened to some encouraging journeys. For example, Nitin started off business looking at problems like problems in procurement of raw material, accessibility to different parts of the world. Zetwork willing to bring an ecosystem for smart watches, and Inframarket has already become leader in concrete with the likes of age-old businesses like Ultratech. Now, I deem it a great honor and privilege on the behalf of IIM Bangalore on this memorable occasion. A special thanks to Mr. Nitin Jain, Mr. Rahul Sharma, and Mr. Souvik Sen Gupta for taking out time and sharing their learnings with us. I also take this pleasure to thank our beloved Professor Kumar on behalf of EPGP batch and the Business Conclave Committee for taking out time and moderating this panel. Now, dear audience, we may now have a small break of 15 minutes, and I look forward to welcoming you all to the fireside chat on intersection of policy and economic growth of India with Mr. Arun Maira at 5:30 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. Thank you, Rahul. Thank you, Shuvik.
Thanks.
Great
Thank
meeting
you.
all of you. We hope
Bye.
we'll all meet in person soon at IIM.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Look forward to, Professor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Shuvik.
Ashok, Ashok,
Good evening and welcome to all. Next, we have a fireside chat on intersection of policy and economic growth in India. Are they really at crossroads? For this, let me extend a warm welcome to Mr. Arun Maira. Mr. Arun is a thought leader on social and economic development and transformational change and leadership. He's the author of several books that you might have just observed on the screen that he was sharing. Shri Arun was a member of India's Planning Commission from 2009 to 14, prior to which he was the chairman of Boston Consulting Group India. Earlier, he had worked with the Tata Group in India for 25 years, and for another 10 years with Arthur D. Little, INC, and Innovation Associates in the US. Presently, he is the chairman of HelpAge International and an advisor to several civil society networks. We have all observed that Shri Arun Maira has an unique combination of experience as a hands-on leader. He has been active in almost all aspects of business, whether it be a large corporate, policy making, or social work. It is a true privilege to have you with us today, sir.
Thank you.
Next, to moderate the session, we have our professor, Mr. M.S. Sriram. He is the chairperson of Center for Public Policy at IIMB. Professor Sriram is a distinguished fellow of the Institute of Development of Research in Banking Technology, an institute set up by the RBI. Before this, he worked as an independent consultant. Professor Sriram has taught at Solvay Brussels School of Business and Economics, SP Jain Center of Management in Dubai and Singapore, and developed sessions in various academic institutions in India. He served on several committees set up by the Government of India, RBI, and NABARD. We are really looking forward to what direction the discussion takes us and what Pandora's boxes open up today. Over to you, sir.
thank you. Thanks a lot, and welcome Arun to IIMB's Business Conclave. It's a great pleasure and honor to have you here and host you on this fireside chat. So since this is your show, I'll start with the first question, which is an obvious question. Is there a meeting point between the way a corporate works and the way policy is made and the government works? Are there some principles which are common, or are these two completely different? And if you can explain using your long experience as to the complexities that are involved in possibly running a large government program or even formulating a large government program, that would be useful, and then I'll come back.
Thank you, Sriram. Such a delight to be with you and to be asked such a provocative question at the very beginning. So I'm looking forward to a good discussion with you, and I'm so glad that IIM Bangalore is hosting this discussion between us. You asked what are the similarities between corporate management and governance and country management and governance, and what could be dissimilarities between them. I have worked a long time in the corporate sector and also consulted to corporations to help them to be more effective, to produce the results that they want. And then before I joined the government, I was already observing, as were many people in the corporate sector itself, that somehow the system around them wasn't functioning very well in many respects. One of them was from the corporation's own perspectives, that the economy wasn't growing, so they didn't have markets, that the regulations seemed to be the wrong regulations, and they would rather have them changed or removed to make life easier for corporations, for ease of doing business. At the same time, many people within the corporate world itself, and of course, generally people outside, were noticing that the well-being of people generally wasn't improving, and especially those who did not have the same opportunities that those who were on top of the economic system had.
And so there was this concern about what could the corporations be doing to help improve the well-being of everybody and to improve the health of the whole system and not just their own corporate well-being and their corporate health. So this is therefore the setting within which one has to, I think, answer this question, the one that you have asked me. Now, corporations are run for maximizing results for themselves. They are required, even by law, to produce better returns for their own investors. And that is why if you're on the board of a corporation, even as an independent director, like I've been on the boards of several, it is our responsibility to assure the shareholders who really have elected or appointed us that we are doing the best for them. And if as an independent director, I were to advise a corporation to take a decision which may not improve its own profits, but might improve the conditions of people outside the corporation, I could be and have been accused of being not discharging my responsibilities, my fiduciary responsibilities to the corporate shareholders. So we come to this conflict between the purpose of the corporation and the purpose of a government. The corporation's purpose is to, and the governance of the corporation must serve, first of all, and maybe only, the interests of its own shareholders, whereas the government must look after the interests of everybody in the system and not only the corporations. And so when we talk about, rules for making, or reforms for making it easier for corporations to do business, we must be mindful that actually the purpose of our government is to make it easier for people to live securely, to live with dignity, and live well. So ease of living of the poorest citizens must be the purpose of a government, its governance and the rules and policies that it develops. And thus you can see at the level of purpose itself, the two institutions, the institution of the corporation, the capitalist corporation, and the institution of a government, whether it's a democratic government or a dictatorial government, the government better be satisfying the needs of all the citizens. Otherwise, either it will be democratically elected out, or people will gather on the streets and stuff and throw out their dictators because they feel that the government is not serving their interests. So with this backdrop, we come to what good chief executives are very good at is improving the results of the corporation. And they are judged by the business press and generally by how much the share values of their corporation go up in the tenure of the chief executive. And to make the share values go up, of course, primarily the profits that the corporation makes for itself must go up during the rule of the CEO. So this is again a self-referential judgment of what is good. That is, the corporation is doing well, its investors are doing well, but therefore and thereby, is the rest of society doing well or not? And recently, for the last 30 years particularly, it's become more and more clear that the condition of the world is deteriorating. Firstly, the climate change and the environmental conditions are deteriorating all over the world. It's become alarming. And the second is inequalities in societies have been increasing, and they have been increasing even more sharply in the last 20, 30 years, as Thomas Piketty has written. So the health of societies from the perspective of nature and the environment, as well as from the perspective of the people, and especially those people who need the benefit of economic growth, has not been happening, And so what is it that corporations could learn from good governments is how to care for the whole, and especially concern yourself with the conditions of those who have the least. And they're never your owners. The people who have the least have no power over you, but those are the people whose condition you should be most concerned with. Of course, governments should, they're required to be, and corporations, for the sake of helping the whole system to be a healthy system, they should also be paying the most attention to those who have the least power in the decisions that the corporations make.
Thanks a lot, Arun. I would like to move back to the government a little bit, because that, from what you described, seems to be a little more complex in terms of the objectives it wants to achieve. So in one sense, we have multiple institutions that hold the government accountable, independent authorities like the Comptroller and Auditor General, there's a parliament, there's a legislators, the parliamentarians, and so on. But is it, let's if we were to take the performance of the government and take one policy or one project, is it possible for us to identify in advance who are the stakeholders and what are the deliverables that a project or a policy expects to deliver, and hold it accountable on the same broad framework, which is measurability, which is available for the corporate world? So is it possible for us to do that, or is it too messy and we cannot be very precise, and we need to sort of incrementally keep redefining the progress and the performance of the government? How do we deal with that?
Very well said. Very well put the question. See, the title of your this discussion, our fireside chat, is Intersection of Policy and Economic Growth. Why are we giving primacy just to growth, economic growth? And therefore, we would be measuring the effectiveness of a policy or the effectiveness of a government by its contribution to economic growth. Economic growth. So we're giving a primacy to economic growth, and therefore GDP is, of course, the supreme measure that is being used about the performances of a government. Now, we know as managers that you manage what you measure. So if you're going to keep focusing on one part of the system, its well-being, its health, that is the economy, and the economy also defined in terms of its size, that our objective is to keep growing the size of this thing, and thereby we hope that everything around it and everyone within it will be all right. Now, in 2008 or so, just at the time of the financial crisis, there was, a concern about a growth, that the growth could be slackening, and what could economists suggest would be ways to increase global economic growth. So a commission was set up with Nobel laureate Michael Spence as its chair, and there were 200 members, several other Nobel laureate economists. They were all economists, and there were people from many countries, including the deputy chairman of our planning commission, Monte Ahluwalia. So these 200, then they did their whole discussions amongst themselves to figure out what needs to be done to increase economic growth. And the report that they gave, this Commission on Growth, was very interesting. And I was here in Delhi. I was in the Planning Commission at that time and invited to the so-called launch and explanation of the report by Michael Spence himself. And Montek was there and many others. Our economists from India were there. And what Spence said, it was in the report too, but his summary in a sentence was that we economists have figured out how to make growth faster, but we still don't know how to make growth inclusive at the same time. Some of the phrases that we use, the statements that we make, that, for example, you must first grow the whole pie before you can redistribute it, is wrong. Because we are keeping on growing the pie, but the benefits of the growth are not trickling down and reaching most people, in especially the developing countries like ours, and even in the richer countries also. So we need a different a measurement of what we want to achieve, not just the growth in the size of the measured economy, but we want to grow, like I just said, the incomes and the security and in the lives of the poorest people or all people. We want to ensure also that the environment is not damaged. And in fact, if it can be, it's improved by the process of economic growth. Whereas the model that we have of economics is based on the efficient use of resources. And the more resources that you can throw into the economy for the use of the economy, the larger potentially the growth of the economy will be, and the more efficiently you use those resources, the better are the returns to whoever is interested in the growth of the economy. And so, converting the earth into all the assets of the earth into raw materials for the economy is the way economies grow. And taking human beings and thinking of them merely as labor to be used for the growth of enterprises in the economy and the economy is, again, putting the primacy to the economy and those who control the policies of the economy, their views of what should be done, as well as the benefits that they would get, the corporations, for example, out of that process of growth. So this was very important, that a point has come very, very clearly where we as humanity need to change what we are trying to grow. We cannot be just growing the GDPs of countries and trying to grow the GDP of the world, because the world is a system. Nature is part of the system, an essential part of the system. The people are a part of the system, and their well-being and expectations are part of the system. So the time has come to say it's not society and nature in the service of the economy, it's rather the other way around. The economy must be in the service of nature, and the economy must be in the service of society. And therefore, if it is the well-being of nature and the well-being of society that is the objective, and not just the economy, then all three, the growth in all three must be measured together. So I have to ask this question. It is the intersection of policy and the well-being of society and the well-being of in the environment, as well as the well-being of the economy, that we should see. Have our policies been producing that? And if I could give you a startling statistic, when I was in the Planning Commission, we were getting concerned because our plans, the previous one before I had joined the commission, its title was India towards faster, more inclusive and more sustainable growth. And we were doing the midterm review of the plan, of the 11th plan. And it was clear that we weren't achieving it as a country. And so we'd asked for, some measurements. How would we know whether our growth is contributing towards, as I say, the improvement of the inclusion of the people and their growth of their incomes and the environment? And there was an international framework called SEDA, the Sustainable Economic Development Assessment Framework, which in fact BCG had developed and was, deploying and helping governments to use to assess how well they were doing. And so BCG, at our request, did look at the data about India, and through their framework, gauged whether economic growth was contributing to the well-being of nature and the well-being of society. And what they said to us is, look, we can tell you how you're doing compared to Finland and Sweden and so on, but everybody, your policymakers will say, but their conditions are different. I mean, they are richer countries, smaller countries, etc. So let's compare you in greater detail. We, at our request, we said, please do so, with respect to the South Asian neighbors that we have, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka and Nepal, as well as the Southeast Asian countries, and just throw in also the BRICS, since we had become that a new configuration. So this is the set of people against which you should compare the progress of India. We were at that time, before that, if you remember, the fastest growing economy, large economy in the world, short of China only. And we're very proud of it and said we're the fastest growing democratic economy in the world. But what this result, the survey, the study these people did, showed us was that actually our growth, though faster than others, each unit of growth was contributing less to creation of jobs than the economies of other countries. Each unit of our growth was damaging our environment, our water resources, our land, more than a unit of growth in other economies was. So it is the pattern of the growth and not the volume of the growth that must be assessed. The pattern is the description of a system. Yes, so like we said about the economy, it's about society, it's about the environment. We need indicators and measures of all these being assessed at the same time, and then you should gauge whether your policies are effective. And I just mentioned to you, our policies were not being effective, and more recent assessments, I haven't seen anything through SEDA yet, but now they're universally being described, that India produces very little jobs, and a country which has so many young people, and we expect a demographic dividend because we got so many young people. We would get the dividend if they are gainfully employed in respectable, dignified work. And if they can save, in fact, having not just earned enough to roti, kapda, makan, ghar mein, but save some, and that is what produces, as you know, the savings and the demographic dividend. And our economy is not generating enough employment. And during the pandemic, it showed us even worse. We have been, Sriram, through a trend in the last a few years where, for making it easier to do business, we have informalized regulations of labor. We've said, you don't need to be keeping people on your employment. You don't need to be investing in their training. If they're not useful and you don't wish to pay them or can't afford to pay them, let them go. Let them go. So these people outside are then struggling and suffering. They don't have anyone who's taking interest in their lives and every day, teaching them while they work how to be more skilled and effective. So, how are they even improving their own abilities to participate in the growth of the economy? So you can see very well how this ideology that a corporation, a business must look after itself. And if every business looked after itself, then by some invisible hand, everything will be all right. It is not happening that way. So let's wake up and change the ideology. Change the ideology. Must care for the whole system and use measurements which say how well is the whole system doing. And the corporate world has been urged, and I've been part of those movements for the last 20 years, to please apply a broader scorecard to itself. Otherwise, it'll be imposed on you by society. And I think it's about to happen. It needs to happen, perhaps, because working always in your self-interest and trying to, dodge the rules or try to greenwash and explain that, I'm generally observing the rules, but actually in spirit you're not, is damaging the world.
So, Arun, before we start taking questions, I'd like to, since you're involved with civil society organization, HelpAge, and you're wearing the non-profit hat as well, I'd like to sort of push you a little further and ask you about the role of civil society organizations, because largely if we were to look at the role of civil society organizations, they are intervening either in the markets, if they are operating in the economic sphere, or they're doing possibly more efficient or more precise or more targeted welfare activities like HelpAge does, or they might be in the rights business. If I were to broadly put them into the three buckets, and if you were to go back and look at what the civil society organizations are doing, they're essentially doing what the state ought to do, in one sense. So do we then say that if we have a very active and a vibrant set of civil society organizations, the state possibly is not doing adequate welfare? Is that a good conclusion to arrive at? Or I know I'm being provocative as usual.
No,
so
you're
please.
not. We talk in a democracy that you need to have institutions and checks and balances. So civil society performs broadly, many functions, but let me highlight two important functions. One of them, I think you already mentioned by saying, they deliver more efficiently in a targeted fashion. They are, good at the last mile because they connect with people, as people are, where they are, and they are very good for the last mile. So they are, then, in that sense, can be made and are made by governments as an extension of the government function. And corporations also in CSR engage the civil society organizations for the implementation of their corporate CSR program, because the civil society organizations are more effective connecting with realities and people on the ground. But that's one function. Now, I talked about democracy and the checks and balances. In democracy, what we want is a check on power, a check on power, because institutions are given power like the government. We elect them and give them power so that they can be, putting discipline into all of us and using the money where, by some parliamentary discussion which takes place or doesn't take place, it's decided that that's what should be done with the taxes raised. So we give them power to do that. And corporations, in the process of the economy, because they are very effective at grabbing resources and then using them efficiently for maximizing their own selves and enlarging their wealth. And with that comes the political power that they get. So these are the two power actors in the system. The principal two power actors in a capitalist system, which has governments, is the government and the corporations, especially the larger ones. And thus we also say, they're in cahoots, the crony capitalism. They both are served by a certain set of rules which helps them both. Okay, so now someone has to check this power. So that is where civil society has the other role. It is like a voice of the people, reminding these guys up there that we also exist, and whatever you're doing as a corporation or as a government is not serving the needs of the people. You use the word organization, civil society organizations, and that's what I've been learning, that this concept of an organization and how an organization should be run better be kept to perhaps the corporations, which need tight organizations to tightly manage efficiencies. Government also needs to manage its resources efficiently and to deliver efficiently. So some corporate ideas of organizing, how you organize, form focused verticals, and each has their budgets and their metrics of judgments of how they're doing. Just like you have in a corporation, you have them within ministries in a government. Maybe there's a relevance and utility of that idea. When you come to a civil society organization, I already used the word organization, a civil society activity, and you want to organize it, what you do then is start to adopt the ideas of organization from the big guys. So that's where, my old profession, the consultants came in, that yes, we were enabling corporations to be more effective and to grow. And governments then began to take the advice of consultants to say, okay, help us to be more efficient. And mostly it was for efficiency, not effectiveness. Because effectiveness would say, are you delivering against the needs of people? Are you helping to improve the environment? No. That the business consultants don't know, because the corporations don't do it. So they don't help the corporations. So far, haven't been helping them much in that regard. So consultants coming into government make the government operate like a business corporation. Increase its size in terms of, whatever it feels is important for it to increase its own size, and deliver like efficiently. Let me say, deliver vaccines all over the country. It's delivery, which a corporation knows how to. Hindustan Lever can make Unilever soaps and shampoos available in the rural villages. And so the government also needs to do such things, which are delivery of services. But when it comes to the governance, which is where you have to test it, are you being fair? Are you being just? Now, this is not in the calculus, either of the corporation or because of the ideas of corporations. As governments as corporations, it becomes not even the idea in the calculus of the government. The civil society has to keep reminding both about the calculus. And when the consultants start coming into civil society to help them to scale up the impact of their efforts, they're bringing organizational ideas from those sectors. And they would ask these questions. Can you show how whatever you're doing is in a linear fashion, by some logical fashion, producing the result required. Now, if the result required, I need to deliver more food, midday meals, then yes, if that's my civil society organization's purpose, just delivering something in the last mile, corporate ideas can help, definitely can help. But if my purpose is to improve the governance of the whole system, then I can't prove very easily that all my activities have got some linear logical impact on the improvement of the governance. So then in the calculus of management, and efficiency, you must drop these things. They're not helping. They're not helping you to be larger and effective, but because you're forgetting what is effectiveness. Yes. And so I'm realizing that what we need in civil society, and it's happening, is the concept of movements and not organizations. So what is the construct of a movement? Movements also have direction. The movements involve many people. In fact, at a time, much larger numbers of people than any corporation does. And like Mahatma Gandhi showed, I mean, a movement of all the citizens included corporations as citizens of the country, not as corporations maximizing their own interests. I mean, you could topple an empire which had much greater power, both legal power over you and resource power, without using violence against it. Okay, so what makes movements strong rather than what creates large organizations is the ideas that civil society needs. And I'm beginning to say that even corporations are talking of becoming social enterprises. It's a good word, enterprises, but they start measuring their enterprise by the same methods that used to measure organizations, its size, its revenues. And so I sit on civil society boards, NGO boards, and have many large international ones, the world's largest. And the board meeting will start with the trustees meeting. So what has been our budget last year compared to the year before? How many more donations did we get, or the grants did we get, and how many individuals did we reach? So it is talking about a large bucket, and then the little pipes delivering efficiently to people. But that's what a corporation would do, I guess, and a government, if you make it a corporation, also wants to do.
Arun, one more question. I mean, how do you see the concept of trusteeship, which Gandhi sort of, since you brought in Mahatma Gandhi, I was provoked to ask this question which is sort of elucidated so well in Hind Swaraj, on the corporate world. I mean, wherein he's saying that you please go ahead and run your enterprise, but run as trustees and intergenerational trustees. Would that sort of change the paradigm a little bit? Is that a practical way of looking at it? Is there an alternative measurement that the corporations would resort to if this was a cool word as we went forward?
Let me connect this word with what we've been talking about. You must be a trustee for the health of the whole system, not just a trustee of your own balance sheet. And so this is Mahatma Gandhi was saying it in that spirit, that, be wealth creators. Your methods are how to use resources efficiently. Please keep doing so, because we need to learn how to manage the scarce resources of the earth more efficiently. So good. You're not evil people. Mahatma Gandhi was a capitalist, but you must operate as a trustee of the wealth of society and not a just trustee of the wealth of your investors. Okay. Now, if you have to be a trustee of the wealth of society, you must measure yourself. Are you doing well by everybody who's a stakeholder? Or are you just measuring how well you're doing with respect to the wealth of those that has been entrusted to you? And so the method by which a board operates and the measurements that it uses to judge its effectiveness is where the change must come. We need broader measurements of society well-being, and the many measurements required in that about equality, the levels of income rising, opportunities to learn and earn well, etc., within society, and many things to do with the environment. It's not just the carbon in the atmosphere, it's the water on the ground, and there's circularity in all these matters. You could be looking after the, reducing carbon going to the atmosphere, but using technologies which have a second order effect of, causing more problems to people in their lives with respect to other environmental matters like water, for example. So systems thinking required. So let me say, I find that 3 disciplines that need to be introduced into governance generally, whether it's the corporation or it's the government or even civil society. And the 3 are, one of them is this ethical reasoning. And this was from Gandhiji's point. And every religion says, look after others and not after yourself. Even secular morality says the same. Yeah, be compassionate to others and don't just be selfish and look after yourself. So ethical reasoning is where trusteeship, Gandhiji's thing, came. And if you want to be effective in being a trustee, then measure the well-being of the others, which then requires you, number 2, is to listen very well to those for whose sake we all exist. The whole system exists. So others, don't just keep listening to your types. So we have so many conversations which are people within the same paradigm, talking to each other, talking about how well they're doing with respect to each other. These discussions of the stock exchange, and which is all over our business press, they're very self-referential and within a very narrow set of measurements. Okay, and yes, you say so-and-so is good and so-and-so is good, and a unicorn is a great thing because a unicorn is someone who's made a lot of money for himself or a few shareholders in a very short time. It's a very selfish view of what an entrepreneur is. Whereas we want entrepreneurs, social entrepreneurs, who are improving the well-being of the whole system. And of course, looking after themselves too. So ethical reasoning. The second is the listening, which I already pointed to. Learn to listen to people who are not like yourself, who don't apparently think like you do. We get into these bubble chambers, and the business world is full of it. If business people talk to other business people, management schools teach the case studies of successful business people. It's become a bubble chamber in which you're not listening to people outside your world at all. We are taught in business how to speak well, to brand and to propagate our brand well. It's we speaking outwards, but are we listening to people inwards? We say we try and do it for marketing reasons, but even that we very quickly selected, this is not a segment I want to go to. So we again focus on a few part of the whole system which will maximize our results. We're not listening to the whole system. So deep listening to people not like yourself is a discipline. It's a skill all human beings must cultivate. And the third, government especially, because the government is supposed to be looking after the needs of the poorest people. Therefore, Mahatma Gandhi's phrase about an antodaya, that every policymaker must first ask that the policy that you have in mind, how will it and how soon will it improve the life of the poorest person that you must bring into your sight? How will it do that? Think of that, then you'll know whether you got a good policy or not. And the last is the systems thinking. We have made knowledge into silos. The whole Enlightenment, the European Enlightenment, the scientific Enlightenment has just fragmented sciences into sub-sciences. And in every science, there's sub-sciences, and the people within the sub-sciences don't talk to each other. So within physics itself, which is a very mathematical, objective science, you got the people with string theory who hate the people who say it's to do with some other view of it's all forces. And you come into the social sciences, the economists look down upon other social scientists like anthropologists, like psychologists. We know we've got a mathematical models, and so we are superior to the rest. So knowledge is becoming fragmented. So when you come to policy, as you say, who is dominating the policy discourse is linked to the title of this talk, that the people who've been dominating the policy discourse are people who can tell you how to make growth, GDP growth, faster, larger. Whereas we need many knowledges to combine to say the health of the system in many respects and policy must be derived from that. So two connections. One is an individual poor human being, that person's whole life, and then is this big system and many things in it. Make that connection, and that is what policy has to be.
Thanks a lot, Arun. We have another 5 to 6 minutes left. Are there any audience questions?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. So such a great and insightful session. Just a couple of questions. So first one is from Jyotish. So his question is, given that startups need to be either bootstrapped or have growth hungry VCs backing them, how do socially focused startups avoid being exploitative?
You know, we've got a classic example here in India, and there are many, about SKS Microfinance and Vikram Akula. Now, Vikram was a genuine social entrepreneur. He cared for the conditions of the lives of poor women and poor people in Andhra and in the southern states there. And so Vikram developed, and others had, of course, there was in Bangladesh, BRAC and Grameen and so on, but Vikram in India, there were others too, Vijay Mahajan. So Vikram's SKS Microfinance became quite a star in the microfinance world. Now, Vikram was being successful and needed more resources, financial resources, because what ultimately a microfinance business is about passing on money to people. So if you have more in the pool, there's more that you can pass on to people. So he turned to the natural place that you go to is to, well, venture capitalists and the stock markets. And so they came in and they gave money and they gave money. And then what happened? Okay, then what happened? Now they have different metrics to judge whether they are getting their money's worth out of this. And so they were then pushing Vikram Akula, who was a great management consultant previously and a good guy, and had his heart was in the right place, but pushing him to change some practices in the organization to make it more efficient, let's say, recover loans faster. Don't let them give a person a chance to say, well, at the moment my life is hard, and so give me some more time. Because, well, the model point will be, but that person is then an inefficient person is keeping the resources. And so if the person were forced to pay back, we'll have the money back in the system to give to someone else who's more deserving. This is how the banking system is run generally anyway. But in microfinance, fine, okay, he came to. And what happened? The whole thing blew up. And he got himself into so much scandal and controversy because poor people were being squeezed out, the very people who needed the money to help. And by the way, the returns on the loans in microfinance were higher than in the corporate banking world. Yes, and yet for the sake of that marginal efficiency, you start looking like a good manager to say, that's 80-20 rule. Who are the few guys who are not paying on time? Let's go after them also to make the efficiency even more. So I find this, that when people who wish to improve the health of a whole system get to the world of finance and venture capital and the stock markets, the very narrow metrics, short-term and narrow metrics of that world, and mostly financial, money measured metrics, start to influence what the genuine social enterprise is doing and wants to do more of to do this. So you can get here to say why I feel that the financialization of economies, which has been a big trend in the last 20, 30 years around the world, is really, if you will, destroying the health of whole societies and economies themselves. Yeah, money is being put into other ventures which are just producing only money for those who invest money. They're not touching the real world. So most of the wealth of people that has been growing in the last 20 years, as Piketty's pointed out, are people who have money invested in stocks and in all these, if you will, lucky guys who invest in the some stock market thing because before it becomes an IPO, and then they invest it in something else for the same purpose, that I want my money to grow. And so you judge them and say, my goodness, how successful and clever this guy is. Look how much money is made. But what has the money done for the people of the world?
Okay, makes sense. So next question is from Ramachandran Iyer. So the question is a bit long, but it's really relevant. So his question goes like this. the Indian government is working to develop favorable climate for adoption of electrical vehicles, right? But however, Tesla is still like playing coy to manufacture in India due to high import taxes. Ford too has just shut down operations, and there's a genuine concern that electrical vehicles are much simpler to make with fewer parts, thus reducing the wider tier 1, 2, and 3 supply network. So how can the Indian government balance both the environmental needs with minimal hit to employment while still ensuring the country stays attractive to businesses?
Yes, thank you. I'm going to duck the question which was implied by Tesla's coming and the government is not changing the rules to benefit Tesla, because there is a deep problem exactly there. But let's duck that question. Or the relationship between large multinational corporations and their governments on one hand, vis-a-vis the governments of less developed, poor countries like ours, which is happening in the whole agriculture WTO negotiations, as you do know. But let's stay with the impact of new technologies. Now, a technology should be gauged with respect to its all-round benefits. The person asking the question is so right, that its impact on the environment must be considered, as well as its environment on the social well-being, the societal well-being generally, in which the matter of the number of jobs, opportunities for employment it creates must be judged. So we got an interesting situation here when we're saying, coal, which is the fuel that India has, India should be allowed to continue to use it until it finds an alternative, because so many people's lives depend on it. They use it for cooking, or the power that comes out of it is used for powering various things. So if we just make us stop coal use so sharply to meet the targets that are being set, the lives of Indians will suffer very, very badly. Okay, so keeping in mind that any change we make for the sake of suiting one part of the system, like the environment, we must consider the impacts on the rest of the system. Now, in the case of the electric cars, what the new technologies are going to create in terms of other jobs, we don't know exactly yet. It's an innovation. It's going to be creating changes in many systems that provide support to the auto industry. There are battery manufacturing systems, and there are people who produce chemicals for batteries rather than people who produce raw materials for steel, which is a larger material used in the internal combustion engine based automobiles. So the whole system is going to evolve differently. The point is, we can't and should not stop innovation, but we should be mindful that innovation success must be measured with respect to its impact on all aspects of the system. All aspects of the system. So therefore, the discussion in policy, which is happening now, which is a good thing, that look, the way we see the the electric vehicle policy being implemented doesn't seem to be cognizant of, the impact on creation of opportunities to earn. So then the government has to apply itself to say, well, what are the trajectories that the development of electric cars could take, whereby there will be more jobs created? And I'm saying more jobs within the country, because you can be introducing technology which seem very good and being forced to buy what is required for those technologies from outside. This happened to us in India with respect to solar energy. When the US itself made the big rule, because it dominated WTO, the trade, that when India is going for its solar energy policy, the import of the panels required should continue to be allowed. At that time, the US was the largest producer of the panels. The Chinese were there, but they were supposed to be poorer quality coming up. So they hoped that, the US hoped that we would grow and government make investments in solar energy, and the beneficiaries would be large US corporations who provide the panels and the input. Now, the story didn't turn out like that. The government did want, originally, I said, to produce solar panels in India. But they said, no, don't do that, because your technology will be backward, your scale of production will be small, the costs will be higher. Since you do want just solar energy, buy the inputs from us, we produce with better technology on larger scale. So we didn't initially put sufficient power behind generating the capabilities to produce the panels in here. And meanwhile, because we said, well, free trade should be allowed, the Chinese began to benefit, and not the US actually. And the Chinese panels began to flood the whole system. And now we are stuck here. We said, look, we wanted clean energy, of course we wanted, but we also want jobs within our own country and not helping Chinese companies to be growing because there's a solar energy growth around the world. So I'm leaving this again as questions. And policy questions are complex questions. Many factors need to be considered together. And that is why shaping policy requires deeper deliberations between experts who represent many points of the system and many ministries, and the stakeholders of all those aspects. They're stakeholders of labor policy, they're stakeholders, if you will, of environmental policy, and they do overlap, fortunately, as citizens, but they are at the first level not the same, because the auto companies will appear to be the stakeholders of an automotive energy policy, and not the people themselves, right? When you talk of labor policy, it seems only the labor is the stakeholder and the companies are not. So a conversation between, I'm using the word conversation, is too soft a word, democratic deliberations between many stakeholders who are part of the system, for them to comprehend together the impacts of policies on all necessary parts of the system to be considered. This is democracy at work in shaping policy. We want a democratic process of shaping systemic policies.
Thank you so much. It's really interesting how just a simple question, you framed it and gave it a 3D angle and you analyzed it from so many perspectives. We have a couple of more questions, but due to paucity of time, we have to really have a hard stop here. So thank you so much. I'd like to give my official vote of thanks on behalf of the entire EPGP MBA batch, IIM Bangalore, and the listeners. We express our gratitude for finding time to share your rich insights. So as young leaders, it adds great value when we get to learn from stalwarts like you. Like you said, we will try to listen to more people not like us, so that we can have better learning and expand our thoughts. Thank you so much. Also, special thanks to Professor Sriram. Your rich experience in the field really helped to bring out the best out of this fireside chat. Before we break, we want to inform you that the last session lined up for the day, a dialogue on financial markets and monetary policy with Professor Chetan Subramaniam, IIMB, and Professor Anand Narayanan will be starting soon. Thank you and stay tuned.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sriram. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Arun. Thanks a lot.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the last and the most awaited event of the day. We are going to engage in a riveting discussion with our guest speaker, Professor Anant Narayan, on a hot topic nowadays, dialogues on financial markets and monetary policy. Professor Anant Narayan, an alumnus of IIT Mumbai and IIM Lucknow, has spent 24 rich years in banking and financial markets at key positions like Director of Fixed Income and Currencies Trading at Citibank, Managing Director of Global Rates in South Asia at Deutsche Bank, and other important positions at Standard Chartered Bank. His deep interests are in policy, risk management, ethics, and governance. His most valuable contributions in the last decade were made as a member of the RBI Working Committee on introducing FX options, interest rate futures, and other financial instruments. After such an illustrious career, Professor Narayan joined academia and is now an associate professor at SPJ-IMR. He also holds important positions like additional director at Yes Bank and independent director at SBI Capital Markets. Professor Narayan has a particular interest in writing about Indian markets, policy, and risk management. He regularly appears in print and TV media like Economic Times, DNA India, and CNBC. The discussion will be moderated by our very own Professor Chetan Subramaniam, Professor of Economics and Dean Faculty at IIM Bangalore. Prior to joining IIM, am I audible? Is it better now? Okay. Sorry for the intervention. Okay, I'll just introduce Professor Narayan again. Professor Anant Narayan, an alumnus of IIT Mumbai and IIM Lucknow, has spent 24 rich years in banking and financial markets at key positions like Director of Fixed Income and Currencies Trading at Citibank, Managing Director of Global Rates in South Asia at Deutsche Bank, and other important positions at Standard Chartered Bank. His deep interests are in policy, risk management, ethics, and governance. His most valuable contributions in the last decade were made as a member of the RBI working committees on introducing FX options, interest rate futures, and other financial instruments. After such an illustrious career, Professor Narayan joined academia and is now an associate professor at SPJ-IMR. He also holds important positions like additional director at Yes Bank and independent director at SBI Capital Markets. Professor Narayan has a particular interest in writing about Indian markets, policy, and risk management. He regularly appears in print and TV media like Economic Times, DNA India, and CNBC. The discussion will be moderated by our very own Professor Chetan Subramaniam, Professor of Economics and Dean Faculty at IIM Bangalore. Prior to joining IIM Bangalore, Professor Subramaniam was a faculty member at the University of Buffalo, New York. His research interests lie in the area of monetary economics, financial market, and development economics. His work has appeared in leading journals such as the Canadian Journal of Economics. He has also conducted executive education programs for leading companies such as McKinsey, L&T, TCS, and others. For this fireside chat, as I informed, we are allowing attendees to ask questions themselves. So during the Q&A, just please raise your hand and we'll unmute you to ask the question. Thank you.
Are you ready to go? Okay. Good evening, everybody, and a very warm welcome to Professor Anant Narayan. Anant, thank you for taking the time for being with us today. Really a privilege to have you here. So let me start off with a question on the economy. It seems that recovery seems to be on its way. The economy seems to have grown by 20%. So I guess the first question that we all would like to know is, are we out of the woods? And more importantly, going forward, where do you think the growth is going to come from? So if you think about the simple macro equation that we all focus on, y is equal to c plus I plus g plus trade balance, one might argue that pre-pandemic or perhaps pre-2018, a lot of the growth was driven by consumption. Households were leveraging up. A lot has changed since then. So would be interested in knowing your thoughts. Sorry.
I hope you can hear me, Professor Subramanian.
Yep.
I think I should be audible. First of all, thank you for the privilege of having me out here. Fantastic to be here. And I wish I could be the moderator asking you the questions, because frankly, the question that you asked, you should be answering. But anyway, since you've put me in the spot, let me go right ahead. The economy is recovering, Professor, no questions asked. But this is a two-speed economy. There are parts of the economy which are doing extremely well, and equally, there are parts of the economy that are doing miserably. On the formal side of the economy, the listed company space, the large companies, they're doing extraordinarily well. So there are, Economic Times, in fact, the public domain actually tracks results of about 4,000 companies. For the June quarter, over 2 years ago, pre-pandemic, their sales are up by about 7.5% to 8%, and their profits are up by about 16% over 2 years. Likewise, if you look at Nifty, the Nifty 50 stocks, I think the earnings growth that you see as of the August end numbers over a period of 2 years are over 25%. We've not seen 2-year earnings growth of Nifty stocks at 25% since I think 2005 or something. Likewise, if you look at several other formal indicators, GST collections, the amount of payments going through NEFT, RTGS, the formal mechanisms of payments and settlements, they're all doing extraordinarily well. So that tells you that the economy it's not just ephemeral. There is a significant chunk of the economy that's doing well. At the same time, Professor, you also have very, very bad tidings on the informal sector. And how do we know that? Unfortunately, the data there is not great, but the indications about employment, the numbers that we see from CMIE, the numbers we see from the PLFS, the Periodic Labor Force Survey, they tell a very, very sad story. So on CMIE, and some of these numbers are shocking, I think in 2016, around the same time, 2016, between manufacturing and services, CMIE reckoned that there were about 26 crore people in the workforce. That number has come down now to 24 crores. Now, you would say, oh, that's because of the pandemic, but that's not true. Even in 2019, pre-pandemic, that was down to 25 crores. We were losing jobs as opposed to making jobs. Now, a lot of people say, oh, CMIE, not reliable. Let's look at PLFS. PLFS data for 2019 tallied with CMIE data in a broad sense, if you made some adjustments. So they were pretty much saying the same thing. Now, what does that mean? If your formal sector, which, by the way, according to PLFS, hires about 17% of the workforce, is doing extraordinarily well, so much so that the GVA, the value add, is actually increasing. And yet the overall economy is actually still 9% lower than it was 2 years ago. It tells you the status of that informal sector of the economy, which is really, really bad. Again, the Azim Premji University report, which shows poverty rates increasing by 15 to 20% last year. That's again a reflection of that. So this is a two-speed economy, Professor Subramaniam. It is, who was that who said, I think Joan Robinson, who said, whatever you say about India, the opposite is also equally true. And so you can have your pick. You can look at the formal economy, say splendid performance, informal economy, terrible shape. Now, question is, where do we go in the future? But that I guess we'll discuss as we go along.
Yeah, so I'll just follow up on that point, Anant, and please call me Chetan. Anant, so I just want to sort of, again, get your views on this, consumption-led growth that everybody was talking about, at least pre-pandemic. And a lot of what you say suggests that, there's sort of an increase in inequality, some shift in resources from the have-nots to the haves. And the standard argument applies that, the marginal propensity to consume of the haves tends to be a little lower than the have-nots. So overall, aggregate consumption is perhaps not going to be your big engine of growth. Do you agree with that view, and if it's not going to be consumption, what really is going to be driving the economy going forward? Just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
That's a great question, Chetan. So look, I think our core problem has been, at least for the last 15 years, our inability to create jobs and domestic output. And I'll come to the point about C plus I plus G plus net X subsequently. I was looking at this ILO numbers, the International Labour Organization numbers. They suggest that as of 2005, our worker to population ratio was about 55%. They suggest that's now come down to 43%. Of course, you could argue because of pandemic, but even pre-pandemic, it was down to about 46, 47%. So that core inability to create jobs and output is, I think, at the core of our problem, really. Now, yes, a lot of economists, a lot of good economists suggest that the problem is consumption. We should be putting money in people's hands. If consumption goes up, that will start a virtuous cycle where supply will follow and investments will follow and so on and so forth. I'm not really sure I buy that argument, Chetan. And as a parallel, I look at 2009, 2013. After the global financial crisis, we decided to push the lever on the fiscal side. We actually let the fiscal go pretty loose. Credit growth, if you remember at that point of time, was 25% plus. There was a lot of money going in there. We also started things like Narega, where money was given in the hands of people. Yet that promised virtuous cycle did not come about. On the contrary, because we were not creating jobs and output, a lot of the demand which was created led to net imports. And then we ended up with a twin deficit problem, both on the internal front as well as the external front. And that led to inflation, and that led eventually to a taper tantrum and currency crisis, all of that. I think it's not enough putting money in the hands of people. The important step beyond that is to ensure that we actually create domestic jobs and output. I'm going to give very quickly, Chetan, look at our imports. Okay, it's not right to say it's only oil. Of course, oil is a big chunk, coal is a big chunk. But look at things like electronics, look at things like chemicals, plastics, fertilizers, machinery, all sorts of intermediaries the intermediates that we use for production. All of this is imported. Now, and these are not high-tech items. I was speaking to somebody just before this particular call who was manufacturing weighing machines earlier. He stopped doing that because he can import it from Thailand cheaper. Now, if you're not able to get those basic manufacturing jobs in place, frankly, just putting money in the hands of people will lead us nowhere. It will not give us enough. So where do I therefore think the answer to a sustainable growth is? Of course, we need everything, all the four alphabets to do well. But particularly for now, I would suggest that along with consumption, it's also investment in government spending that is very, very critical. Net exports is doing well, thanks to the commodity boom, thanks to the global markets doing reasonably well. We are seeing an improvement in exports. But for now, I think getting that investment and government spending is important to ensure that we invest into manufacturing services, create good quality manufacturing services and jobs. That can lead to a nice virtuous cycle. Now, a lot of people will criticize that and say that's a supply side measure at a time when there's a demand side problem. But I think we need both. We need demand, and alongside that, the ability to provide supply. We've failed in that in the last 15 years.
Okay. Yeah, actually that sort of was leading up to my next question, which is the fact that capacity utilization, at least in manufacturing, has been hovering below the 70% mark. And so your suggestion for sort of getting that number up, I mean, so it seems to be that, some people would argue that, it's a chicken and egg story. There's no demand and hence there's low capacity utilization. So yeah, sort of your take on this would be useful.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's a chicken and egg situation, but being an armchair professor, I have the luxury of giving answers without worrying about the implementation part. Look, genuinely, I think that the starting point has to be about creating jobs and output in this country. Unfortunately, we've struggled with that. In fact, about 10 years ago, when in 2009, 2012, we had that credit boom, we saw a lot of money going towards investments, which is the right thing to do, but a lot of them unfortunately stalled. And that left the India Incorporated bruised, that left the banking system bruised, and unfortunately we are still struggling from the after effects of that. But even there, Chetan, I would argue the problem was implementation in the real economy on the ground. The fact that it's not that all of them were fraud lendings. A lot of them were good projects. Unfortunately, the on the ground ease of doing investments, getting your environmental clearances, land clearances, labor laws, your capital, you're wading through your policy uncertainty, wading through this, contract enforcement and the judicial processes that we have. That unfortunately has stymied this entire aspect of creating jobs and output in this country. Now, in that respect, the good news, Chetan, I think, is that none of these problems are not solvable. They're all absolutely imminently solvable. In fact, I'm sure some of your students will over the next few years, come into industry and see the solution to these problems. To that, what's being attempted right now, production-linked incentive, tax cuts for the corporate sector, labor law reforms, this entire Atmanirbhar Bharat scheme. And plus, we also have some other tailwinds. A lot of companies are looking for a China plus one strategy. So hopefully we've got some of the ingredients in place to try and reverse the problem that we had in the past of not having enough jobs and output being created. But it's a long road ahead, Chetan. While we like to celebrate successes and a few policy measures, China did not become China because of 3 laws getting passed. China did not become China because somebody in Beijing was sitting down and figuring out what needs to be done. This is a long haul process which requires multiple things to fall in place. There's no reason why we can't do it, but it will require 10 years of real hard work to get that in place. So to answer your question, capacity utilization, look, it is a chicken and egg problem to start with. We have not created enough quality jobs for people to come out and demand stuff. But the point is, even when the export market is doing well, even when the global market is doing well, look at the quality of our exports, Chetan. We are exporting essentially steel, ores, cotton, aluminium, essentially primary goods largely, besides things like pharma, where we are doing extremely well, and software, of course. Look at the things we are net importing, even now in a pandemic year. All the things I mentioned, plastics, chemicals, toys, fertilizers, all intermediaries and machinery, we are still net importers. We're not producing it at home. So to me, it's a overall solution. The starting point has to be jobs and output in this country, creating jobs and output. Once we get that in place, a lot of others will fall in place.
Great. Yeah, thanks for that. So next question, Anant, for an economy that aspires to be investment-led economy, the ratio of flow of credit to GDP ratio has fallen from about 15% in 2011 to about 5% in 2020. This is unusual for any growing economy like India. Liquidity, for example, was in abundance in 2020-21, but credit growth fell to about 5.5%, which was the lowest annual growth rate in the past 5 decades. So I guess my question is, why has credit growth been so anemic? I mean, is this a demand side issue or the supply side issues, or perhaps a combination of both? But would love to get your inputs on this.
So Chetan, I think it's a both side problem, both on the demand and the supply side. And unfortunately, things like pumping the system with banking liquidity is like pushing on a string to try and get growth. Ain't going to happen by itself. So let's look at the demand side. As we discussed briefly earlier, that 2009 to 2012 period where there was a lot of the credit boom. In fact, the credit boom started even before that. A lot of those investments did not see the light of the day. They were all stalled, and we still are grappling with NPAs across various industries, whether it's power, telecom, real estate, infrastructure, airline and shipping, and so on and so forth. So unfortunately, that left India Incorporated scarred in many ways. Many people are now scared to invest. We've made NPA such a big problem that, and this with the IBC, the prospects of promoters losing their business is so high that people don't really want to take the risk of investing. In fact, you get rewarded in the stock market for not taking risks. I hate to take names, but look at the banks which are doing the best. Their virtue is that they don't take risk. So we have a demand side problem where, because we've had implementation side issues on the real economy, there is a lack of interest in actually doing big time investments. On the supply side as well, it's the same, it's the other side of the coin. banks have borne the brunt, and particularly public sector banks, of the investment boom which happened 10 years ago, which unfortunately turned into a bust. We still have now, NPA numbers have come down dramatically, as you know, Chetan. It's like 7.5% as of March, much lower than I expected, to be honest. So that's good news. Nevertheless, there is still a huge overhang of NPAs that we need to grapple with. A lot of NPAs don't show up because they've been written off completely from the books. That's about 9 lakh crores. There is still more NPAs to come from micro, small, and medium enterprises and retail books. So banks are still grappling with that burden of past NPAs and therefore are scared to lend. Corporates are scared to take too much of risk because they get rewarded for not taking risk. And given the events of the last 10 years, we need the cycle to break. Now, some steps are being taken for that. The encouragement on the investment side that we discussed, whether it is PLI, whether it's the government itself starting off with a NIP, the infrastructure pipeline, whether it is more spending towards capex coming from the government, all of that hopefully will revive some animal spirits. Hopefully, we also start to cleanse the financial services ecosystem so that the focus becomes less on survival and more on actually taking on risk and funding the immense economic prospects that we have as a country.
Right. So that leads me to the next question. I think you've written a lot about this, the need for a government-funded bad bank, and I suppose the finance minister seems to have obliged. So I was reading, I think today, that the gross non-performing assets is expected to cross 10 trillion by March 2022. I think this is a report by ASSOCHAM and CRISIL. There's also, reports that suggest, RBI reports that suggest that the absence of strong credit appraisal and monitoring standards have been the key to the bad loans problem. So can you explain for our audience how this bad bank would actually help? To some of us, it seems more like a band-aid than a cure to the NPA problems. Yeah.
Let me try and get this, Chetan. Look, what I did not suggest the solution that has come out from the government finally, so I can't take credit for it. I'm not quite happy with the solution, but I'll give you the lay of the land as things stand, as I see it at least. As you said, 10 lakh crores roughly is what the NPAs for the banks are going to look like. There's also 9 lakh crores of write-offs, what's called technical write-offs, which have already been undertaken. The good news is 100% provision has happened, but that's still an overhang of NPAs, which requires resolution through the IBC process. There's about 3 odd lakhs of NPAs and NBFCs, maybe more, because we don't know the full picture of the NBFC situation. Plus, there could be more lurking in terms of micro, small, medium enterprises and retail. So the overall bad loan problem, Chetan, could be in the ballpark of as high as 25 lakh crores. Okay, so it's not a small number. It's like 12.5% of GDP. So it's an enormous number. Now, IBC is a good piece of legislation. Of course, it's gone through teething issues. It's still going through teething issues. COVID did not help. We have a shortage of good, NCLT tribunals and all of that, but it's a good legislation. I think it's great for steady state NPAs. So if this was business as usual and you had, let's say, 2 or 3% of NPAs coming up every year, IBC could handle it. But when you're looking at 25 lakh crore of an overhang of NPAs, there is no bankruptcy system in the world that's designed to handle this kind of volume. And remember, a lot of these are small ones which can't be handled by a system like this. Now, which is why I suggested a one-time solution in the nature of a bad bank. It sounds like a terrible idea, and I will not even dispute that it sounds like a terrible idea. But the moment you have such an enormous overhang, I think one-time solutions are required. And I particularly like the example of Malaysia, which used this bank called Danaharta as a very time-bound solution to the NPA crisis, which was, by the way, far higher than what we are going through after the Asian crisis. Now, Malaysia is not a great country to follow in terms of governance and all that, but this particular experiment actually worked pretty well for them. The idea was the following. First, isolate these NPAs, get this monkey off the back of the financial services ecosystem. Let a bunch of people who are specialized, distressed folk actually handle the resolution. And remember, in our case, Chetan, a lot of the NPAs are fit in nicely into certain sectors. So you have real estate, you have infra, you have roads, you have power, you have telecom. They all fall into sectoral kind of classifications, which means that the solution set could also be very, very linked. So if you get all of them into one entity, put the right experts, you hire the best experts from around the world, who are specialists in those areas, allow them to figure out the best way to revive this, or to even change laws if required to make sure that you get a resolution done. That way you free up the banking system and the financial services ecosystem to do what it should be doing, which is fund India's growth aspirations. Look, if you don't do all of this, it's not as if the banking system will collapse. Nothing will happen. We will survive. Our India is very, very resilient. But the problem is the following. We don't need a system just to survive. We need the system to run a marathon in terms of growing credit by 13, 14, 15%. As things stand, they're in no position to do that. So I think taking a one-shot bite like Malaysia did with Dana Harta and Dana Model to isolate the NPAs, get a time-bound resolution for that, follow it up with real reforms. Chetan, you are being a votary of this PGNI committee reforms and recommendations as well. So some form of that, cleanse the banking system, make it in a position, therefore, to start afresh. This is not, throwing good money after bad. This is not letting the past go be bygones. You do all of that, do accountability, do all of that, but let the new system start on its own without the overhang of the past. What's being proposed now is around 2 lakh crores, from what I understand from press reports, of NPAs, which are already written off. You're not going to get anything incremental from this. It's certainly not going to make a big difference to the overall NPA situation. But what I'm hoping is maybe they're starting in small pieces right now, bit-sized pieces. Eventually, as this succeeds, maybe they expand the scope of this to cover more and more NPAs and take the large NPAs out of the system. So I'm still hopeful, but long way to go, I think, Chetan.
Okay, so I had to ask you that question about the stock market. So I think you spoke something about the Nifty, and I was reading a report today which says that Nifty 50 index is trading at about 35% above its historical trend level. And there was a report to suggest that Bloomberg economists have pointed out risks to the economy. Do you think we are in a bubble? I mean, should we worry about this at this point?
When you find the answer, Chetan, do let me know. But I'll give you my 2 bits. So look, let's look at it this way. And all of us here are part of the formal economy in some form or the other, right? Formal economy, as I said, is doing well. We are saving money. We are spending less than what we are earning because of the COVID pandemic and all of that. By and large, there are exceptions. Hospitality industry is doing badly. There are bits and pieces of real estate and construction not doing well. But by and large, the overall formal economy is doing pretty well. So if you look at old metrics, which people don't like anymore, your M1, Chetan, is growing by about 15.5% in the last 2 years. Whereas this money come from, it's not come from credit growth, but it's come from government spending, and it's come from these enormous FX inflows. Whereas all these money resided, finally it's residing with a few winners in the formal sector. It's residing with the upper crest of the society. Now, what are your average fixed deposit rates for all banking deposits put together, as per RBI data, is 5.14% as of July end. And by the way, we all know that interest on bank deposits is taxable. The household survey done by RBI during the last credit policy period, August, showed that average households expect inflation to be 11.7% in a 3-month period. So 11.7% inflation expectations versus 5.14% return on your fixed deposits. Your negative real interest rates in India are enormous, and especially the perceived negative interest rates. So frankly, people like us have to have rocks in our head to put money in fixed deposits. If you're seeing returns which are so low, and that's also taxable, right? So given that situation, we have no choice but to look for risky assets. So whether it's Bitcoin, whether it is gold, whether it is stock market, whether it is maybe, God forbid, real estate, we are trying our hand everywhere. And to that extent, is there a liquidity fueled story in the background? Absolutely there is. Now, does that mean this is a bubble that's going to burst? Now, that's the problem, Chetan. We can never call out these things. But like we discussed, the formal economy is doing extremely well. Like I mentioned, Nifty earnings growth has been more than 27%, I think, over the last 2 years. It's an incredible performance not seen for the last 15 years. So you have a great story that backs up this run up in the equity markets. And remember, equity markets is a reflection of the formal economy. Plus, there is nothing to suggest that this flow of money and savings, which is hunting for returns, will go away anywhere anytime soon. Rates look like they will remain soft for a long time. That's what at least the RBI and the MPC seem to be indicating. And inflation, while it will hopefully temper from here, it still looks pretty high for the next 3-4 years. In fact, the deputy governor gave a speech yesterday saying if 4% will happen only after 3 or 4 years. So all of that put together means money will continue to probably flow into risky assets. So the takeaway for me is the following, Chetan, which is, economists should stop, pretending they know what's happening in equity markets. And traders in equity markets should stop pretending they know what's happening in the economy. The two can run in absolutely divergent directions for a long, long time. This can sustain. There is money looking for avenues to invest in, and therefore support for the stock markets and risky assets can continue for a while.
Thanks. Okay, so a question on liquidity. So there's, I suppose it's related to your answer, but there's nearly 11 lakh crore liquidity surplus is keeping the cost of liquidity close to the reverse repo rate. I think Jayant Verma, who is a member of the MPC, has argued that it is time to start raising the reverse repo at the August meet of the panel, arguing that the excess liquidity, in addition to raising inflationary expectations, also may be contributing to asset price inflation. So I think part of the question you've already answered, but I just wanted to get your views on when one should start this normalization cycle. And I think I've read an interesting piece that you had written where you've actually argued that raising rates may paradoxically actually raise inflation. So I just wanted to get your thoughts on it.
So Chetan, over a cup of coffee, we should discuss monetary policy, and I would love to learn from you as well. But I'll give you my 2 bits. First of all, I think the quality of debate around monetary policy has actually stifled after the framework has been put up, which is the inflation targeting framework. Now, it's almost a Pavlovian response. Oh, inflation is high, we should therefore tighten liquidity, raise short-term rates, and so on and so forth. That seems to be the mentality. We have this univariate repo rate versus inflation framework that we seem to be guided by. So at one level, I agree with Professor Jayant Verma that if the short-term rate is what MPC is supposed to control, then frankly, they should have control over all the elements, including the reverse repo rate, which is more the operative rate at this point in time. So that's a philosophical point. I don't disagree with him. But here is my quick take on inflation and monetary policy, Chetan. So look, how is short-term rates going up supposed to control inflation? First of all, if you have a borrow-to-spend economy like the US is, before you're 18, you get a credit card, you buy a car, you buy a fancy phone, and you move on, right? If it's a borrow-to-spend economy, if you raise the cost of borrowing, therefore you reduce the borrowing, reduce aggregate demand, and therefore inflation comes down. That's the way the theory is supposed to work. India is not a borrow-to-spend economy. Yes, of course, the young crowd in your class is starting to borrow a lot more, but as a whole, we still have very, very low household debt as a percentage of GDP. We are more a saver than a borrower. On the contrary, borrowing is done more by the manufacturers. It's working capital for investments and so on and so forth. So to that extent, I'm not even sure that by increasing the cost of credit, are you penalizing borrowers for consumption, or are you penalizing the producers themselves? So that's a philosophical debate which has not been answered, in my view, by any proper research. I haven't seen research on that. Let's go to the current point. The current point about what happens now if you hike short-term interest rates, if you bring it closer to the repo rate. Look, credit offtake, like you mentioned, Chetan, is abysmally low. Including corporate bonds and CPs, it's going at about 6% per annum for the last 2 years. I've never seen it this low ever in my life, right? So if there is no credit offtake, what on earth are you trying to control by hiking interest rates? Now, there is still money being created, but it's being created by government spending, and it's being created by FX inflows coming in. And government spending it doesn't matter about where interest rates are. Government will continue to spend irrespective of that. But FX inflows can go up if you hike your interest rates too sharply in relation to other countries. And that's a problem we are facing. In fact, we might have a Dutch disease problem where we are flooded with dollars at a time when we don't want them. And that sort of starts to hurt our terms of trade and hurts our manufacturing and so on and so forth. So my point is the following: by hiking rates, you're not changing anything on credit because it's already suppressed. On the contrary, you might actually beget more FX inflows, which increases A, banking liquidity, and B, also increases your deposit base because money is coming into the system and therefore creates more monetary inflation problems. Look, in summary, Chetan, this is a complicated formula and a complicated equation, right? Multiple variables. What are the instruments that the RBI can use? It's repo rate, it's liquidity, it's bond purchases, it's FX purchases, macroprudential norms, a whole host of things that are under control by the RBI. That in turn impacts a lot of variables, which includes risk-free rates, the yield curve, longer end, shorter end, credit growth, FX inflows, the impossible trinity, so capital inflows as well, maybe employment, maybe inflation, a whole bunch of things. It's a complicated set of multivariate, equation. We cannot simplify it and say repo rate and inflation and expect that everything will fall into place on that framework. So I think the quality of debate needs to improve a lot more on that.
Very interesting. Typically, monetary policy and actions of a central bank are focused on changes in the short-term interest rate, while the long-term interest rates are left to the market. This no longer seems to be the case in India, where the actions of the RBI are targeted towards changing both the short-term as well as the long-term interest rates. So I just, wanted to get a sense of what you thought about, these programs that the RBI has done, such as the GSAP program and Operation Twist. I mean, other than lowering the cost of government borrowings, how effective have these programs been? And how do you measure the effectiveness of these programs?
So the way I see it, Chetan, is that, yes, the government has been the biggest beneficiary. But because, clearly the GSAP program of buying of bonds, the OMO purchases, the Operation Twist and so on and so forth, all of that have kept a lid on the longer end of the yield curve. People still say it's too steep, but clearly it's where it is because of RBI having done a lot of heavy lifting. It's flooded the market with liquidity, forced banks, therefore, to buy bonds, etc. While it has kept 10-year borrowing costs for the government at about 6.2% or so between 6.1 and 6.2, I don't think it's done too much of other good. In fact, I would argue that even the government doesn't really require lower cost of funds. I mean, there's no reason why the government can't borrow at 7% for 10 years. Does it really believe it can't get a nominal growth of more than 7% over the next 10 years? Of course we can. We are capable of far higher than that. It shouldn't really worry about interest cost. Instead, what I think has happened is you've suppressed the return for savers. We discussed about very, very large negative real rates of return. Your rates for small savings also, if you recollect, has been brought down quite sharply over the last few years. So you've essentially pushed people into taking on more risk into equity markets and so on and so forth. You've pushed people who don't want equity markets into living with a gradual reduction in their cost, in their actual wealth, because they're actually paying out that negative rate of return. So now the counter argument that people sometimes give is, hang on, you need investments to go up. So if you keep your interest rates low, and if you keep your risk-free rate low, therefore, project finance can happen at 7.5%, and that's the best way to spur your growth in investments and eventually into consumption as well. I don't think interest rates are a great determinant of investments, Chetan, and you would know this, in fact, better than I do. Normally, it's animal spirits is not dictated by what interest rates are. The second myth, which I think people need to understand, yes, Kotak has brought down your mortgage rates to 6.5%, but that's a 1-year rate, floating rate based on the repo rate currently. It's not a fixed rate for 10 years or 15 years. So that the reason why you have your 6.5% mortgage rate, it's because your short-term rates are low. It's not because longer-term rates are low. At a time when the only borrower in town is the government of India, I frankly see very little value in keeping the longer end of the rates low. I think the government can afford to pay a higher rate. It can bring in more equity in the sense that if you and I can invest a tax-free bond for 7 years at 6%, I think we would do that. And we would put less money into equity markets or buying gold or Bitcoins and more money into this. It would reduce any possibility of asset bubbles. It would reduce inequity, because a booming stock market versus a poor bottom of the economy is terrible news for equity and for sustainability, right? So personally, I'm not a fan of the RBI stepping in to reduce longer term rates. I think it's gone far too ahead. And frankly, for a country like India, a steeper curve is not bad news. I think it's good news.
Okay. Yeah. So So I'm just wondering, I know I must ask you this question because I believe you've written some, some material on this. So I'm just, what exactly is now the role of the Monetary Policy Committee? So the effective interest rate today is the reverse repo, and the MPC doesn't have any say in the reverse repo. The governor also manages the yield curve. So is the MPC just another toothless committee, or does it have, I'm just being provocative here, but yeah, I just wanted.
It's a good question. So Chetan, in fact, one question I love asking my students, and sometimes even trained economists in a panel discussion, I'd love to know how many of your students know what the monetary policy framework of the People's Bank of China is. And when I do this in my class, or when I do this with economists, I find very, very few people know the answer. As you know well, the answer is that People's Bank of China does not follow inflation targeting. Its monetary policy mandate is to maintain yuan stability. So the reason I mention this is, in a country like India, I think we attach far too much importance to things like monetary policy as the harbinger of growth and prosperity. Monetary policy did not make China China. It was their conversion, or their investments which created jobs and output, allowed them to create a lot more domestic output than domestic consumption, and therefore become the export manufacturing capital of the world, which was the secret of the success. I think, unfortunately, even though I'm supposed to be an economist or quasi-economist and dealing in monetary policy, I think we spend too much time on monetary policy. Having said that, to answer your question, I don't think the MPC is toothless. I think that would be unfair to say that. It's a 6-member team which is now has considerable say, I think, in the conduct of monetary policy in this country. But yes, I think some revisions and some review is required. Now, we couldn't do a review. It was, if you recollect, I think March 21 was when the first review was supposed to be done of the MPC mandate. I think a full-fledged review of the monetary policy framework is called for. Personally, I've never been a fan of this very, very simplistic linear repo rate to monetary policy kind of repo rate to inflation kind of a linkage. I think that's complete nonsense. It doesn't work in this country like that. It's a lot more rich. I understand where that's coming from. The moment you make it too complicated, then the politicians will have their way and do whatever they want to do. So you have to find a way out of this, but the current mandate is not right. Ideally, what I would like, Chetan, is that the MPC, look at the FOMC, the counterpart in the US. When it comes to things like bond purchases, when it comes to things like actual quantum of the QE, etc., the FOMC is involved. So liquidity, interest rates, as well as bond purchases, and if it was there, I'm sure even FX intervention would be part of that. Because those are the tools that you can use to impact the variables you're looking at, including possibly inflation, credit growth, employment, currency stability, and so on and so forth, right? Effectively, I think the toolkit as well as the objectives of the MPC need to be expanded. Having a simple univariate repo rate to CPI inflation, I think, is utter nonsense. It doesn't work. But life is complicated. There is no simple answer, which means a good review is required, and we need to come out with an answer which I have a suggestion, but I'm sure it will not get accepted. We have to find a wire medium between the two, somewhere in between the two.
Right. Okay, we're almost out of time. So my last question. So the Fed chair, Powell, I think in the Jackson Hole speech, said that central bank could begin reducing its monthly bond purchases this year, but made it very clear that it won't be in a hurry to start raising interest rates thereafter. The US, so I guess that means that there is no tantrum as such. But US inflation rates, I guess, are hovering around 4%. And I was just wondering what you thought about the implications for that for the Indian markets, particularly capital flows and so on.
So I'm part of this think tank called Observatory Group, Chetan. So I have a counterpart in the US who looks at the US economy. She reckons that actually in fact FOMC is there next week, this coming week. She reckons that they will indicate one rate hike in 2022. She reckons that the actual taper might start as early as end of this year. So there won't be a taper announcement now, but in the November FOMC, you might see a taper announcement. and over a period of 8 months, they might be tapering. But this is, pretty much the market is expecting all of this. And there will be a series of rate hikes baked in 23 and 24 as well. And yet 10-year US Treasury is at about 1.36 or something. So, the market has taken the whole thing in its stride. And it's kind of interesting that unlike 2013, I guess once you've had a disaster, you learn from it and you kind of prepare yourself for it. And therefore, it shouldn't be a problem. But even from an India perspective, Chetan, I think on the external front, the degrees of freedom that we have right now is completely incomparable to what it was in 2013. Our reserves right now, including the SDRs that we've just got and the forward purchase of dollars that RBI has conducted, is over $690 billion. If anything, we've got a problem of plenty. In fact, there'll be a lot of questions as to why is RBI accumulating so many reserves with implications for liquidity and all of that. So I think our ability, therefore, our external resilience has increased dramatically. Not necessarily for the right reasons. It happened because of the pandemic and because we stopped consuming and all of that. But nevertheless, we have a lot of external resilience. Hopefully, taper tantrum ought not to be a problem. This enormous reserves, I think, gives us a lot of policy degrees of freedom over the next 2-3 years. We shouldn't have a currency crisis for the next 2-3 years at all. So which means even if we get a few policies wrong, it shouldn't cost us too much. But time is limited, I think, Chetan. We've got to utilize the time available to address the core issue in our hands, which is getting jobs and output. A lot of tailwinds going for us. China +1, people want to come here and manufacture. Even in the equity markets, everybody is worried about what China is doing. India looks like a much safer destination that way. In fact, when I speak to global investors, they are far more bullish about India than I am. They tell me that you're missing the wood for the trees. Things are looking a lot better in India. So I think we've got to use these tailwinds, actually create jobs and output, get not just the top 15% of the country doing well, but get a lot more along. Some trickle down has to happen. If we can do that over the next 3-4 years, more power to PLI, more power to this NIP, more power to NMP, government spending. If all of that can happen, I think we would have hopefully crossed into achieving our enormous potential. We will still criticize the government for various things, but hopefully it will be on a good path. But a lot of hard work has to happen. It's not just a few announcements here and there. Things like judicial processes, things like ease of doing investments. All the bright kids out here should be thinking of opening new factories and employing people rather than trading in equity markets and making a fast buck. That mentality switch has to happen with ease of doing investments. So, fingers crossed, we have time. I don't think we have an external crisis on the hand right now, but we have a limited window to get our things right.
Thanks a lot, Anant. Really, really interesting insights. And now I think we'll open it up for questions.
Thank you, Professor Anant, Professor Chetan, for such a great session. So, Professor Anant, you mentioned, you talked about bringing manufacturing jobs to India and manufacturing capability. But manufacturing comes with a host of challenges like environmental challenges, social, human challenges. So, India being, having such an expertise in the service sector, especially in IT services, why don't we just double down on that and become more like the US? So, what are your thoughts on that?
Sure. Great question, Sudhanshu, and you could be right. And particularly in manufacturing with automation, machine learning, robotics, and all coming in, we really have no idea how jobs will pan out over a period of time. So it's a big question mark. But here is my way of looking at it, Sudhanshu, which is that we need all engines to fire. We can't just rely on Ola and Uber and Flipkart, etc., to generate enough jobs, or software for that matter to create enough jobs. We need every engine to fire. So here are a few quick statistics, man. The CMI data that I quoted actually shows that, if I recollect the numbers correctly, it shows that in the last 5 years, we've lost about 2.5 crore jobs in manufacturing. Okay. We've gained about 1.25 crore jobs in services. Okay, half the jobs in services. Unfortunately, services is just not enough. Okay, I'll give you another point. When we talk of manufacturing, we think of these large factories, for instance, a Foxconn or a Hyundai factory, which manufactures enormous amount of stuff, and they don't employ too much people because they're largely automated. But remember what happened with the Maruti Suzuki coming on board. While they themselves did not hire too many people, they created an entire ecosystem of MSME businesses. the auto ancillary business, which actually grew around that, and that creates enormous job and employment opportunities. So for us, it's not just about manufacturing for the sake of manufacturing, your smartphones or your chemicals or your fertilizers and all of that. It's what can happen through that big companies coming through PLI in terms of opening up an entire ecosystem. We've got 6.3 crore MSMEs, Sudhanshu. Okay, even for China, by the way, it's not the big companies that do the manufacturing. It's the MSMEs sitting in the various, economic zones which are doing the manufacturing. We need that section to get the jobs and the output. So, to me, by no means should we say services reduce services. Not at all. If you're doing well in services, go ahead. But I can't imagine us getting the required jobs, taking our worker to population ratio from 43% to let's say 65%. Unless we fire on all cylinders, and especially in including manufacturing. Now, last bit, I know I'm taking time here. There is enormous capacity for increasing manufacturing jobs. As I mentioned, our net imports in things like plastics, electronics, simple trinkets, your Ganesh Murti that you get in your local temple, your fertilizers, your machinery intermediates, air conditioners, about 60% are like imported. There is enormous amount of stuff, even if we get Atmanirbhar Bharat right, of producing all of this in a good quality onshore. I think the number of jobs that can be created, especially in MSMEs, is enormous, and we need it. We absolutely need it.
Yes. I'm audible. So we'll end the discussion here. So just a vote of thanks. So that was quite a discussion between two stalwarts of economics. I'm sure I and a lot of students could resonate with terms like negative real interest rates and terms like consumption-driven growth. And probably the first word that came into our mind was probably Keynesian economics. So especially thankful to Professor Anant, who left the corporate world for a noble cause like teaching students economics and create better and well-rounded leaders. So finally, on behalf of IIM Bangalore, students of EPGP and the Business Conclave Committee, I thank Professor Anant and Professor Chetan for taking out time for such an enlightening discussion. Thank you once again.
Yeah, let me also, Anant, thank you so much. As always, I'm a big fan of all your columns and your blogs. So amazing insights. Thank you very much for taking the time.
Thank you very much for having me, Chetan. Really appreciate this. And thank you to the entire IIMB community. All the best. Stay safe. Cheers.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So we would request the viewers to just and close the event. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Hope all of you had a great session. I think the two economic stalwarts discussing monetary policies was something to look forward to. As all of you remember, we had a case competition, Hospitality Hiatus, which was open for students across all B schools, engineering institutes, and undergrad schools. We received record-breaking registrations and more than 280 case submissions, for which we had to increase the number of teams from 6, which was initially planned, to 8 final teams. The 8 teams gave solid presentations and discussing how they could revive the hospitality sector, especially the hotel segments. The finals were judged by Sri Anand Ganesh, COO and NSR Cell, IIMB, and Mr. Vikram Chullar, Vice President, Hotel Supply Network, makemytrip.com. While the panelists posed challenging questions, the participants answered each question with utmost practicality. It was certainly a very close call. So without further ado, we present you the winners of Business Conclave 2021 Hospitality Hiatus Case Competition. The first runner-up is Team Visualize, is Sainika Roy and Arham Chopra from IIM Ahmedabad. Congratulations to the first runners-up. And the winner of Hospitality Hiatus Case Competition is Team Mindbenders, led by Aishwarya Rao and Mayank June from IIM Amritsar. Congratulations to the winning team. We also congratulate all the finalists. Now we'll do a quick vote of thanks.
So these are the final winners.
Congratulations, everyone.
As you are at the end of this event, let me have this opportunity of extending our official vote of thanks on behalf of the entire Business Conclave committee. First, let me express our sincere gratitude to Professor Rishikeshan T. Krishnan, Director IIMB, Professor Ashok Thampi, EPGP Chairperson, and all the professors who made this event a great success, either by moderating, helping bring together great speakers, helping with the case, or providing other valuable suggestions. I thank all the speakers who took time to share great insights with our team. Next, I would like to thank all the listeners, and especially our EPGP batch, for being so patient and so active by asking thought-provoking questions. That too on a Sunday. It would have been great if you could have come to a beautiful campus as it is, but perhaps let's stay optimistic and maybe we could come next year. Without missing, let me also thank EPGP office and the IT team for providing great support and providing smooth interface wherever needed. I thank you all for listening to us patiently, for participating. Thank you all.